Okay, I'm going to gavel us in this morning, and I would ask that you please rise. I'm going to call for the invocation, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and Texas flags. With our limited amount of folks, we don't have the pastors that always come, but yesterday, because they're so good, Pastor Williams sent me something. So how about if I ask us to bow our heads in prayer and read this scripture of encouragement from the Psalms 27. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life, and whom shall I be afraid? May Jesus also be wisdom unto you today and always. God's blessings to you. Although this was a prayer that Henry sent to me, I would like to echo it to all of my commissioners. May God's blessings be to you today. May the wisdom of our Heavenly Father be unto you today. May the Lord be all our light, not just in Nueces County and the state that we love so much, Texas, but in fact the entire world. Heavenly Father, I just want to thank you for this day that we name Earth Day. I also want to thank you for the gift of life that you gave to me 21 years ago. It brings tears to my eyes that there are so many in pain, Father, and we ask that you lovingly wrap your arms around them. Help us to make good decisions. Help people to understand that government is good, that government is here to help, and that they may trust in us as we trust in them. For all these things we pray. Amen. Commissioner, would you lead us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Okay. So now let me say for the clerk that it's April 22nd, 2020, 9:10 a.m., third floor, Nueces County Courthouse. Madam Clerk, I do certify that a quorum is present. All of us are here, and I'd ask Timothy to please give us a safety briefing, and then we will approve minutes, Commissioners, and then we will head immediately into workshop as we have people that have traveled to be here with us. Tim.
Morning, Judge,
Morning.
Commissioners, ma'am. We are meeting here on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. Restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the Commissioner's courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Note, there is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There is also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium immediately outside the courtroom. In the event of a cardiac emergency, there is also an AED located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of emergency will be Tyner and Edward. The CPR certified participants in today's courtroom are Margaret, Dale, and myself. In case of an evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom. Proceed through the double doors on the Leopard side of the courthouse and muster across the street in the CCISD parking lot. In case there is a need to shelter in place, we will remain in the building and await further instructions for the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our sheriff safety topics today, once again, are coronavirus, the COVID-19, and social distancing. That concludes my brief.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Tim, for keeping us safe here in the courthouse, and also for the assignments that you're about to articulate to the court that I think are going to be big assignments as we transition to our new normal and get this courthouse really functioning in a completely different way for a much longer period of time.
Yes, ma'am.
So thanks so much. Okay, Commissioners, we have minutes dating April 8th, 2020, and I'd ask, since you've had an opportunity to review, a motion at this time to approve. Okay, great. Motion by Mrs. Vaughn. Second? All right, wonderful. Thank you. And a motion and a second. All those in favor, if there are no discussions or edits, signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, great. The next item is the workshop, and that's letter G, Commissioners. And we're going to conduct this workshop to discuss and receive various presentations related to the COVID-19 response plans for COVID-19 testing, treatment, hospitalization options, and activities related to area economic recovery. That's a mouthful, isn't it? And it's really an all-encompassing, holistic approach to getting information to the public and, of course, updating all of you as things change so rapidly. It's good to have opportunities to discuss. The Commissioners Court Workshop will conclude with a report from Nueces County Emergency Operations Center and related introductions of the ride-out team and recent activities. And again, I just want to articulate that this is as much for us as it is for the public, and it's a great opportunity to meet the people that have been working for the past, my goodness, time is crazy now, I think almost 8 weeks, really on this endeavor. In this vein, we have special guests with us, and if you would please allow me to call them in the particular order so that they can get back to doing their business. And so I'd like to, I don't really know who's in the hallway, Edward, but I'd like to call upon Annette Rodriguez first. Yes, so I see her. I just want to make sure I don't know who else is out there. By the way, the public is able to see this workshop and hear all of the items that we'll be discussing. Margaret? Thank you. That's really what I wanted to make sure, so we didn't miss anybody. So let me recognize Annette Rodriguez, who is our local health director. Boy, has this been an interesting few months since January, and I just want to make sure that the public knows our health department is a unique one. How ironic was it that back in latter part of last year, we were talking about, is there some way we should separate this health department? We actually had a discussion about that. God always knows best, I guess. The answer is no. We now know that. We have an awesome city-county health department, and that's because in these situations of contagions, it affects not just the urban centers, but it affects the county in its entirety. So, Annette, yesterday you did a great job of explaining where we were on testing. I'm going to let you do whatever you need to do to bring us up to speed, but I would say that this commission would be really interested in seeing what you demonstrated yesterday with regards to testing, and I'll let you take it from there. Oh, there it is on our screen.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for all your support over this pandemic. So, yes, COVID-19. So I just kind of wanted to walk you through how this actually has worked for the health district. You know, everybody's lives have changed, ours as well at the health district. So what happened initially was we started getting what we thought were just some interesting calls that people were a little concerned because they were feeling well, and you know, they were hearing there was coronavirus all over, you know, the United States, but they weren't feeling well here in Nueces County. And so we were a little concerned. We were like, oh no, this is not good. What is going on with these individuals? And so we were taking the information, we were reaching out to physicians, we were talking, and just, you know, we had already talked about we needed to develop a plan. We had started looking at the CDC guidelines. We had actually started training our staff 2 weeks in advance. On Fridays, we had closed the health district to train our staff because the guidelines were so many. The CDC guidelines were like, and you know, they weren't easy reading either. They were long documents. And so we started training staff. And so we decided very quickly that we needed to actually open up phone lines. And so we'd done this with H1N1, so we said we're going to do kind of the same thing. So we opened up our first phone bank, and we had between 6 and 8 people working the phone bank. And then within a week or two, we knew immediately we needed 2 phone banks, we needed 3, we needed 5. We need 5 now. So we had 5 phone banks, and these phone banks had between 30 and 45 people answering all day, all night long. And everybody knows the number, 361-826-7200. So we were asking IT if they could give us a little bit of information on how the phone banks actually, how we were actually collecting those calls, how many calls were coming in from citizens. And what they said was that the first days they started monitoring it was around March the 5th through March the 8th. And we had 19 calls to the call bank, and we actually called 46 people out. So in was 19, 46 was out. The next week, March 9th, we had 850 calls that came into the phone bank, and we called 1,743 people because they were calling and they'd say, you need to talk to, you know, so-and-so because they're sick too, and so we were making calls out as well. The following week, March 16th, we had 3,060 calls in, and we had 1,032 calls out. And then March 23rd, we had 1,244 calls in and 460 calls out. And I think that number was higher, but we also started moving people to home banks and started answering from different venues. And so I think that number was also higher. And now we've kind of seen the decrease. But a lot of things have happened since then. So the stay-at-home orders went in, and thank all of you, for agreeing to put those orders in place, because we know that that's a really hard decision to make, and I'm glad it's not me that has to make it, even though people do look at me like I've made that decision. But thank y'all for doing that for us, because it actually helps us so much. So we take all these phone calls in, and what do we do with that information? So what we do is we actually take the information. If they meet the criteria for the CDC criteria, symptomatic, we call them a person under investigation. And so I wanted to go over the criteria because it's changed a little bit and it's opened up. And so we're going to see that we have more people coming through our drive-thrus and more people being tested. So it used to be you had to have symptoms, fever, and travel. You had to have symptoms, fever, and an exposure to COVID-19. Symptoms, fever, that's not the case anymore. You can have any of these symptoms and you've been in a place where there's community transmission, which is where we live currently. So we do have community transmission. So if you have any of these symptoms, which are fever, and it could be subjective or it can actually be confirmed with a thermometer, a cough, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, chills, reported shaking due to chills, muscle pain, body aches, headaches, sore throat, a new loss of taste or smell. That's a new symptom that we've discovered because people would tell us, I can't smell anything. Like, very strange. Abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. So any of these symptoms, when they're calling, we're now taking them in. They're a person under investigation. We send it up to what we call the DOC. So the DOC is our Department Operations Center. We opened also that very early on, probably at the end of February. And so there we all look, we talk about it, we agree, we call the state, we get an ID number for them. And that's changed also. Now we do our own ID number. So we give them our own identification number. So once we made them a PUI, now they become eligible. They're going to go through the drive-through. So the drive-throughs are either on Mondays or on Thursdays because we're trying to maximize our resources. So we're doing it twice a week right now. So our next one is tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and it's at the Old Memorial Hospital parking lot, and it starts at 8 o'clock. Sometimes we start a few minutes early, just depending the traffic flow. So we have 50 so far, 50-something signed up for tomorrow. By the end of today, we'll probably have closer to 60, 65, maybe 70. And so people come in. It takes about a minute per person to go through. And so when they come through, we have to have what they call collection kits. Because people are always asking me, how are you doing on your kits? And I'm thinking, which kits are you talking about? So, because I run out of all sorts of kits these days. So I'm going to show you these kits. So these, sometimes you'll hear them referred to as VTM kits, so the viral transport media kits. So
And because we're on TV, definitely do a good job of showing it so that you can see yourself up here, because the people at home are going to find this very interesting. There you go. That looks good.
So you have the viral transport media, it's here, and you also have the Q-tip that they come together.
The famous swab.
Yes, the swab, yes. So, and it's not just any swab, because we run out of these. And so I've said, well, I have Q-tips, and they're like, not that Q-tip. It has to be, it can't be cotton, and it can't be wooden. I was like, oh, shoot. So it has to be these. It has to be synthetic and it has to be plastic. And so there's a little line, and you can't see it probably, but it's right here where my finger is. And so it goes into the nose all the way up to that line where my finger is. And then it comes out and then goes up the other side. So right away the individual wants to cough or sneeze on you. And so we tell them they never roll their window down. They come through the drive-through. We have signs. Their windows are up, and it says, do not talk to us. Do not thank us. Just keep driving. When you get to the nurse's station, stop. Roll down your window. We've talked to them before because we've actually set this up. And so once they get to the nurse's station, they do this with the VTM. So, and then they put it in there. They break it off the top of this tip. They close it up and they put it in the refrigerator in the little ice chest that we have. When the drive-through is finished, sometimes even earlier than that, when we have 21 specimens, we have somebody take it to the lab because we want to make sure they start quickly because we know it takes a long time. So they take it to the lab and then they start the testing process. Now the testing process is a whole process in itself, but you have to remember this is the testing kit or the collection kit, okay? And if you run out of one or the other, you can't do it. You need both. So you have to have that.
And there was a time where viral transfer media, or the VTM, that little vial, we were very much in need of these little vials, which was step one. We couldn't even think about even getting the swabs and sending it to dishes because we didn't even have that piece of it.
Right. And so, and I'm glad you brought that up because the health department doesn't provide this. We have a laboratory and they actually conduct the test, but we've never had these at the health department. So the way it works with the drive-through is Spawn or Driscoll Hospital brings their VTM with them and they actually do the test. And so then we take them, the lab, the health department, we take it to the laboratory and that's where we're going to actually run the test. And so this VTM is around 3 mLs. CDC has since changed that guideline as well. You don't have to have 3 mLs in here. You can have 1 ml. So you can make 1, can make 3.
And the reason that they changed, commissioners, is because we didn't have enough, so we got creative.
Right.
And the doctors finally figured out that 3 ml could be divided into 3, so then we had more. But if we had not had Christus and we had not had Driscoll step up to the plate and give us, we would not have been able to test our folks at all. And so when people want to know who heroes are in our community, you start with them.
That's correct.
Does
And
do the
Go ahead.
hospitals hopefully get reimbursed for doing these things? Or are they?
Okay, so that's a great question. I'm going to hold the thought, and Melissa's write down the words ICS 214, and then we're going to explain that when Tatum comes up. That's an awesome question, and just to keep Annette moving, the answer is we hope so, and there's a way to do it, and we make them do a ton of paperwork. And when I say a ton, I do mean a lot of paperwork just to be good stewards and citizens. And we don't have the manpower here in our EOC to do it for them. So we said, and if you come and do this for us, if you come give us your people, give us your PPE, give us your VTM, and we're going to make you do paperwork, it's hard to believe someone would go, when do I start? And that's what Krista Spahn did for us, and that's what Driscoll did. So just so we know how things work around here. Go ahead.
so we had 100 of these at one time, so we actually made 300, with the dividing them out, which was great, but we didn't have 300 swabs, so what I call Q-tips. We didn't have 300, we only had 100. And so we started noticing that while we might not be short on this, we're short on this, and so we're scrambling, constantly asking, putting in star requests to both the city and the county, and so they were doing their best to get what we needed. So once it gets to the health department, so the lab takes it, and this is lab week, so I have to say thank you guys for everything you do, because they're just like, they are scientists. They're like, oh, the specimens are here. They get very excited over this. And so they're like, I'd been wanting to know, like, you're running out of what? And they're like, we're running out of extraction kits. Okay, explain the extraction kit. So that's where we separate the RNA from the DNA. And at the beginning, when this all started, they were having to do it manually, because CDC had not authorized the machine. We have a machine, but it's used for other purposes because we've never had COVID-19. So they were having to pipette manually. And so I said, well, explain the process to me. So she said, well, we have little wells. And so she said, so we take the specimen and it comes in here. And she said, and we shake it up in there because we want to get all that stuff off the Q-tip. Then we throw the Q-tip away, and then we want this VTM. So we take this VTM and we pipette it, and so they like 3 mLs. They don't like 1 ml because they like a lot, so extra. And so they take one person's specimen, and they take a pipette, and they pipette into these little holes, these wells. Well, at the very beginning, we only had 10 of these plates. And so they were like, okay, you can only run 21 tests because that's how many are on here. The rest are controls. And so we wanted to optimize. We didn't want to do 2 tests. We wanted 21 so we wouldn't waste these plates because we only had 10. And they would pipette and they would manually extract from here. They would manually extract some and put it in the little well, and then they would do the next one, and they would add extraction materials to it. They would add a little more, a little more. For one specimen, I was like, this is going to take forever. And so finally, like a week later, 2 weeks later, I don't know, time, I don't know time anymore. But DSHS, CDC agreed that there was an extraction machine that we could utilize. So the machine actually extracts for them. So beautiful. I was like, wow, wonderful. So, and so this is how they do it now. This is the extraction kit. So like a few days ago, I was telling the city manager, we only have like 40 kits left. We're talking extraction kits. If I run out of these 40, I can't run tests anymore. I can still send them off. I can send them to DSHS or one of our other LRNs. We have 10 LRNs, Laboratory Response Networks in Texas, and we're one of those. So we're called the Biological Safety Laboratory. CDC is a level 4, and we're a level 3. And so these are the extraction kits that we run out of. We just received some of these recently, so now we have 300 of these. And for the
And I want to just pause and say thank you. So many people are listening, and I get very discouraged when I hear people on talk radio like I did this morning saying government's not helping. Government is helping. You have those kits because government stepped up. So thank you to Abel Herrero, to Todd Hunter, to Senator Lois Colcourse, to Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa, to Michael Cloud, our congressional representative. Every one of those people went to bat for us. And if it weren't for government representing you, we would not have those 300, and we have 200 more coming, and that was confirmed yesterday.
Yes. So the state called yesterday, the State Operations Center, and Mary asked, do you need your specimen collection kits? And I was like, yes, I even know what you're talking about. You're talking about these. And she's like, yes, and to the city and the county, but we only have 500 right now. Will you take them? Absolutely. Well, what you're normally using is nasal pharyngeal. It goes up the nostril. She said, can you use oral pharyngeal? Absolutely. Absolutely. We can do oral pharyngeal. We can do any kind of pharyngeal you have. So send it to us. So she said, can you use cold BTM? Do you have the capacity? I said, I don't know what that really means, but yes, we can use cold. So I asked the lab, and they're like, yes, we have a refrigerator. We'll store it cold, and you can use it at the drive-through still. We'll just keep it cold. So we're going to get 500 of these hopefully today. So
Today.
my thoughts. So anyway, so that's what they do, and they put it in the extraction machine, and then it comes out of the extraction machine, and then they put it into the other machine, the final machine, and that actually gives them, I thought, a positive or a negative. No, it doesn't. It gives them a range of numbers, and then they look at the range, and they make a determination if it's a positive or negative. And so they do that with each one of these. And so one of the interesting things is the wells have to match up with the person's name. So they have to know which well you're at. So it takes them a while, and we're like, hurry, we need results, and they're like, we're trying. It's very tedious, if you could tell, these little wells. So they do a great job. They're completely outfitted when they go in. They start in an ante room, which is a negative pressure room, so the rest of the health department doesn't get contaminated. And they dress from head to toe. They don up. It takes them about 20 minutes. They make sure there's no leaks in anything. And then they go in there, and they're in there for at least probably 6, 7, 8 hours. And they come out, and they've got lines on their face where they've been using their mask and everything else. And they're underneath a hood. And the hood is what recently got replaced. The city and county both went up to bat to get us a new hood. And so we have a new hood, and the BSL is working, and it's wonderful. But anytime we start getting close to running out, everybody worries, that we're not going to be able to test. We are not the only testing site. We are the only LRN in this area, and we test for San Patricio County, for Jim Wells, for Jackson, for Live Oak, for all these. That's our LRN. That's their responsibility to do that, and they do it. But if we run out, we have to send it out somewhere else. But there's other labs. There's commercial labs that actually, the hospitals are using the commercial labs. LabCorp came on very quickly, but they also shut down very quickly because they became overwhelmed very quickly. They were doing 2,000 tests a day. They had 20,000 in the queue, and it was taking them 2 weeks for results. Well, that's a very long time when people are sick. And so other labs were opening up because they were giving, you all heard the EUA, the emergency use authorization by the FDA. So other labs were opening up, so people were moving to different commercial labs to try to get results back faster. So we are testing here in Nueces County. There is a lot that goes into the testing. We recently got, I think everybody's heard about the Abbott Now. And so we recently received one from DSHS, and staff started to validate it, and the validations have not come out well. So it started at 42%, and it went up to 75%, but then it went back down to 50%. So it's a 20-minute test. That's why we were so excited. We're like, yes, a 20-minute test. You can only run one test at a time. We can run 21. Commercial labs can run hundreds. They have hundreds of machines and hundreds of microbiologists. So, and we run 21, and then after we're done in 6-7 hours, we run 21 more. So the staff just, alternate back and forth. And so we're going to keep running tests as long as we have collection kits, and we have extraction kits, and we have enough wells. We have
And Annette, just to clarify, on the private labs for people listening at home, what you were talking about when you said they had 20,000 in the queue, that wasn't here locally. That's their entire breadth of what they were dealing with.
That's LabCorp, right?
That's LabCorp, big LabCorp.
Huge.
But what's important to remember is that the private labs are not taking the specimen. That's very important. They're not the ones that are doing the swab,
That's a good
okay?
point.
So don't think that you can call Quest and go there like you would get your blood work or some other things. So you need a doctor, your doctor presumably, that knows you and would treat you, and he or she would have to completely don their PPE equipment, and they would have to take that specimen. What else do they need? They need that viral transfer medium.
Right.
So let me just say that the first 3 weeks of being in emergency management, the difficulty was trying to explain to people that yes, your private lab is up, but unless you had a physician that had the right equipment, the swab, the VTM, the biohazard bag, and their own PPE, and presumably they knew how to do that, okay? It's not that it's hard, it's just that you have to be good at it. When she's saying pharyngeal, she means the pharyngeal. She's taking that all the way back. If you'll remember this back in here, all the way to the back of your throat. You're going to almost you're going to feel it, right? And so that is where we had a lot of issues with testing, commissioners. And then there is a whole nother complexity. We could be here, this workshop could be a tutorial, but I want you to be able to ask questions of Annette on the ID Now rapid testing, Annette, just in the last 30 minutes. It's actually why I was just a bit late coming in here. Abbott is actually already stating that they want to issue new guidance and new protocols about how to test, So again, when you sort of say, how come you didn't tell us that in the beginning, we could have been, I think we're all in the same boat. They're all learning, but apparently there's going to be some new guidance given to health labs about how quickly to take the material, in this case the specimen, out of the solution. I mean, I haven't read the whole thing yet. It's just now coming in. I got it at 8:45, okay? So I'm a little also behind, and I know Annette's about to probably go back, and they're going to tell her. But the hope is that Abbott ID Now will come into that 90% to 100% accuracy. You don't want to be using a machine that's giving you 40% accuracy. So our hope in this ID Now has been disillusioned from my perspective that I don't feel good about it. The one that I feel good about is the one Annette feels good about in her biological lab, and that's the PCR.
PCR, the gold standard, because they tell me that one.
That's the gold standard. That's the one we want.
The most accuracy. It just takes long. And so the ID Now, if you look at their VTM, viral transport media, it's empty. There's nothing in it. That's what they use. So they're like, oh, a dry one. And they also use, they use the swab as well. It's a different kind of swab. But this one, they were telling us we needed to get the specimen at the nares, at the bottom. And so they did that, and it was a 40%, efficacy, which is not good. So again, we're working with it. This is 20 minutes, and we have very strict guidelines also how the health department laboratory can use this. It's for the nursing homes, it's for first responders that are exposed, and for healthcare workers. And so that was why the 20-minute, but I would never use this 20-minute until the efficacy is closer to 100%. So, but
So here we are, and we're excited about getting something, and then they tell you, oh, all those people that are telling you that they really want to be tested and that you really want to test, well, they're not either a healthcare worker, and they're not in assisted living, or they're not in an emergency. And so therefore, they don't qualify
for the ID now.
for the ID now.
They do qualify for
But Annette's point is, I wouldn't even use it for those groups if I can't show that a positive is a positive and a negative is a negative.
Absolutely.
So I think that this has been a really good exercise, and a lot of the interesting, how did we get from here to there, and where we're going, which is we are getting more kits. But so when we use the word kit, just remember that word, what kind of kit? What do you really mean? It's just an interesting word to say, I need the resources, right? But there's so many resources that are needed in a biological lab. And when all this is over, Annette, I've had the chance, but I want the commissioners to meet the people behind the hazmat suits, because if any kids are listening out there for their government projects, it is very cool to be in science.
It is.
And it's very cool to listen in biology class so that you know what RNA and DNA is, because it turns out that's the kind of stuff that'll save your life.
That's right.
So,
And so
anyway,
I'm just going to end by saying, so once the results are out, they give them to us at the DOC. If they're negative, real easy, we call and tell them they're negative. They're excited, we're excited, everything's good. If it's positive, that's when we start our contact tracing. So we start talking to them about who are your family members, and then we talk to each family member as well. And then if we find somebody that's sick, because it's not just their family members, it's where do they work. You know, right now with the stay at home, it's gotten a little easier for us. It was taking us 4 or 5 days for some of those at the beginning because there was so much travel. But now it's gotten easier because most are home. But if we find anybody in that pool that's symptomatic, then the whole thing starts over again. So the symptomatic person becomes our PUI. They go through the drive-through, and then we follow their contacts. So it's a cycle that we go over and over again. So we've had a couple of negatives the last couple of days, and we've been very, very excited about that. But, you know, we have another drive-through tomorrow, so we'll see how things go. But we're not the only ones that get positives. Positives are reported for all of Nueces County. Any physician that has a positive, any hospital that has a positive, by law, they've always reported positives to the health district, and they continue to do that. So people say, well, you don't have any positives, so how did you get a positive? Well, we got a positive from a hospital. The person went into the hospital, and they tested them, and they were positive. So there's other means of getting positives besides our lab. But they're doing a great job, and I'm available if y'all have questions for me.
yes, commissioners, I'm going to just, where I saw first, I think everybody might, but Commissioner Chesney.
Sure, just a few. Thank you, Annette. I appreciate you being here. And Judge, I think it would be really good if we had this just every meeting, and we could do it with the regular agenda item
Sure.
that was put on, just because I think this is really helpful. It's hugely helpful to me, and I think it's very helpful for the public to watch some of this as well, because there's so many things that I hear see on Facebook and all the
Yeah.
social media. So the first thing you addressed, Annette, which I appreciate you addressing, is the travel. Can you tell me when the travel element went out of this? Because there was a lot of confusion where people were saying if they didn't travel, they couldn't get tested, and I knew that wasn't the case anymore, but I don't know when that changed. So I can have that answer.
Well, basically, what I'm saying is when they started staying at home, they were traveling less. We're still seeing people that are traveling, like they're going to Houston or they work in Houston, then they come back and they're sick. So, but when they started staying at home, social distancing, doing all of those things, we started seeing the calls coming down. But, you know.
Wait, I'm sorry. I may not have asked that the right way, and maybe I didn't hear what you said the right way. I thought you said at one point they couldn't be tested if they hadn't traveled. Did I misunderstand that?
Oh, no, you didn't misunderstand. At the beginning, the very beginning.
Okay. When did that change? Because people are still under the impression, because I'm still seeing posts and different things that we all see that say, if you don't travel, if you haven't traveled, you can't get tested. That's ridiculous. And I keep trying to say, no, that's not the case. But
Well, it's
When did
fairly
that change?
recent, you know,
Okay.
I mean, travel has been in the equation since the very beginning.
Right.
And it was just specific to China initially.
Okay.
And then the guidelines were expanded, and so they started saying to any area, a geographical area that was highly infected, which are all the areas, all over the United States, all over all the countries, you know, practically. And so travel was always a question, but then we started asking additional questions, which were you exposed to a positive COVID-19? That was the second question that came up. Then the third question was, do you have other comorbidities? Do you have anything else going on? And then the last one was, do you have a disease, you have some kind of illness and you don't know what the cause is? And so we can be tested. So now they're saying if you've traveled to a community-acquired place, or you're in an environment that's community-acquired transmission, and we do have community-acquired transmission here locally, and you have these symptoms and they're not in conjunction with each other, they can be separate, you can actually still get tested. That's recent, probably in the last week.
Okay, so at the end of the day, today, or for this discussion, you do not have to have traveled outside of the Corpus Christi area or the Coastal Bend area. If you have the symptoms, and whoever evaluates you thinks you have the symptoms, then they're going to test you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I just think that's really important for anybody who's watching to know, and for any media who's covering this to clarify it. The number of tests, we are always, again, these are things that always I'm getting pounded on. Why do we not have enough tests? You know, if I post every day the update. I usually put the chart. Peter is very kind to send us all that every day. Maggie sends us a lot of information too, but that update that Peter sends every day, I cut, I paste. I sometimes add the chart, sometimes I don't. I don't respond to all the comments because I really don't have time. I'm just trying to get information out, but I'm always getting questions. Well, the only reasons we're low is because we don't have any tests, and we're not testing, and we don't have enough tests. So I know we've had problems. Like every place in the country has had problems because no one was prepared to test the number of people. But as we sit today, are we denying people now because we don't have tests?
No, we're not denying and we really never were denying people because while we may not have enough of the collection kits, we still, we don't bring the collection kits to the drive-through. Spawn does, and Driscoll, and he told me however many people you need, we'll find them. We will get them. And so they've always had enough for the drive-through. Once we get those, if we, for whatever reason, we don't have extraction kit or whatever, we could still send it out. So it wasn't like that was a barrier, you know.
So we have never not had enough tests to test people. If they had the symptoms
If
and
they met the
qualified to test, we have not in any way, shape, or form had to deny anyone because we didn't have enough tests.
No.
And that's really important. And I know you guys have your press briefings every day, and I'm sure y'all have said this, but I just think as much as we can pound all this into people, because again, I hear that all the time. Well, the only reason we're low is because we don't have enough tests.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's not what I've been told. And
But I do say that, you know, that there is not enough tests to test everybody. I mean,
no,
we
right.
don't have those.
Just to say,
Right.
very good point. In
You're
other words, if you wanted to say,
symptomatic.
just test everybody in the room right now
Right.
that doesn't have
We
a
don't have
symptom,
any.
we don't have that.
Annette, just because you have it and Commissioner Chesney is good about posting, tell him what the total number is as of today, and I can bring it up if you don't have it.
We have 90 cases, and we've tested.
90 cases of, what does that mean?
Positive COVID.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking tests, my bad.
No. We've run, you know, we run different amounts every day. Yesterday, we didn't run any test in our lab. But that wasn't because of the drive-through that we didn't have. That's because the community didn't need that. The hospitals didn't send us any. The physicians' offices didn't send us any. So they didn't need any of those tests yesterday. Because people say, well, why don't you run every day? Because we don't have anything to run. There's no.
But is the total 1,450?
Yeah.
Sorry, 1,600 now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because we did 101 yesterday.
And the Nueces
Plus the 50,
County
yeah.
Medical Society has also been getting some of the numbers as well.
Right, so approximately, Brent, 1,600 could be a good use for today's purposes of total tests.
For Nueces County.
And that's really, really important to note because and I don't mean to keep beating this horse, but every single day I get someone that says, I mean, it's literally every day that says, we don't have enough tests, that's the only reason we're low, we're not testing enough people, and that's not happening, and I think that's really important for people to note. No, we don't have enough tests to test the entire city of Corpus Christi or the Coastal Bend that are asymptomatic, but we have enough tests to test anybody who is symptomatic.
There you go.
And that's really important for people.
Correct.
to know. Okay, thank you very much. And then the extraction kits, the judge was kind enough to explain that to me as in regards to, we had some shortages there and our legislative delegation got involved and that they were very helpful. So while we're thanking people, I want to reiterate what the judge did earlier and thank our legislative delegation because I know they were on it and I did have some communication with Todd Hunter on that when that was being worked on, and the judge then was kind enough to say the legislative delegation did their job and really helped us out, so that's really good. Judge, I'm really happy to hear you say to not split up the health department. That's come up several times in my tenure on the Commissioners Court, and I've never been favorable to doing that because maybe it needs to be tweaked, maybe there's some things we need to work on,
Right.
but to me, having the city-county health department as a city-county health department, I think is incredibly important. And so I'm really happy to hear you say that because I think
It needs organizational restructuring.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
That's a
and
whole
we
different
all agree that
conversation.
that's a modernization of almost everybody's life, in department. But when you go through something like this, that's why I just wanted to say you should feel proud as county commissioners that this is our department too. I want you to know that the most important thing about the city-county health is that we do divide 60-40 on dollars, but we divide 50-50 on decision-making. And so every press briefing, every text you get from me about health or from Peter is a joint text. We don't take the time to say, it's city-county, it's city-county, it's city-county. But I want the public to know it is a city-county health department. And we could use modernization, and we'll get to that, as I say, when we get to it. But this has been an incredible exercise in working together.
And I really do appreciate that. I wanted to mention that. Annette, there was a story on the media where one lady tried to get in 5 times and didn't get in, and when she finally got in, she had it. I kind of caught the tail end of that. So what can people do to avoid that situation? How might that situation have happened that we could have done that better? Because we certainly don't want to deny people that have symptoms, right? Because
Right.
obviously this lady did, and I'm not being critical here. I'm really just trying to ask questions to make it better. So how do you?
And it's a great question. And I actually reached out to the individual myself and spoke with them. And I was asking, what were those things that you were calling in, talking about, like your symptoms, if you don't mind me asking. And so at the beginning, they were more like upper respiratory infection. We don't count those for running them through the test. I never said anything on the symptoms about having a cold, and that's what it was. It was like an upper respiratory infection. What this one really is, COVID-19, is a lower respiratory. It affects your lungs. So we know when you have that deep cough, when you have, that shortness of breath, it's in your chest. And so I was saying, well, if that was early on, they would have denied. And they understood completely. She said, yes, I understand. But then I called back. And so, we went through those, and I apologize for that happening. It should not have happened. And we tested subsequently family members, which, thank goodness, came out negative. But now we're not going to have that issue. I don't see that as an issue because we have all these other symptoms. If you have any of those, you're able to come in and get tested. If you have the regular flu, and we're still at the tail end of the flu season, we're seeing the numbers come down, still, but we're still at the tail end. You could have the flu. That's just like you have a cold. You have a lot of mucus and stuff. That's not the COVID-19. So.
Awesome, thank you. That's very helpful. The other issue is how tests get reported. So I know that the mayor signed an order that had to be signed that said all tests from the private labs had to be reported. So that was helpful. That was great. And maybe the judge did too. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to leave anybody out. Some order got signed. And so my understanding is that the private labs and the city county health department report the number of tests given, and that if anybody registers a positive, no matter what, it has to by law be reported. So if they're not reporting those tests, then they are violating the law with very harsh penalties associated because it's a communicable disease and has to be done. That's correct, right?
That's correct. So it's updated in the communicable disease report that DSHS put out, and they have 24 hours, as we do ourselves. When we have a positive in our LRN, we have to report within 24 hours to DSHS.
Okay. Now, the question that still comes up, though, is everybody reporting the number of tests that they're doing? Like, we know the private labs are, and we know we are. But someone said, if a doctor does a private test, I would still think that goes to a private lab, but I guess they could do them in their own office.
Well, and that's a great question. So here's the issue. We've never asked them to report negatives. So that's a new, we want like the denominator. We
Right.
all understand that. So, we wanted that number as well, so we reached out to some of the other health districts. And so what Laredo was doing was they were actually just asking the hospitals, tell us your numbers. And so that we did the same thing, and the hospital said, absolutely, here are the numbers. Because we know that they're going to be requesting the most number of tests probably locally. And, so we did that. But when the orders went out early on, and they were like, I think it was requesting from all the commercial labs. It's my understanding. And so if I was a physician, I wouldn't report it to anybody because I order it through the commercial lab. So in their minds, probably the commercial lab's reporting it. And so the commercial labs have been so busy, and so they haven't reported directly to us. They report to DSHS every day. They give the numbers for the whole state of Texas. They tell you how many tests that they've all, run for the state of Texas. And so we've all been asking, can you break it down by, there's only like 200 and something counties, right? And they're like, yes, we're going to get it. We just don't have it yet, that number. But what the hospital is ordering is also commercial lab. And so the hospital won't have to give us those numbers at that point. So do you understand kind of where there might be a little shortfall from the physician's offices because they think the commercial lab's reporting it too.
But Brent, they're not running any labs in the physician's offices at all. So there's no labs. The only thing the physician can do is get it to a lab.
So the disconnect may be that the hospitals are all reporting, but some of the private labs maybe aren't yet.
Well, they are,
Negatives, then.
right, exactly. There could be a gap, but what we said was, we're tired of arguing with you, so we're going to get the numbers straight from the hospitals. And that's really helped a lot. And just so you know, this was a huge issue that we also went to the legislative delegation over 5 weeks ago, and they said, we'll solve it immediately. And guess what? They couldn't. And we went back and they went to the governor's office and they said, we'll solve it immediately. And then they didn't and they couldn't. And there is a major disconnect between as they say, when the resilience plan gets written, there'll be a whole chapter dedicated to private labs.
So couldn't not because they didn't try, but because legally they couldn't?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think so basically what we're saying is, if anything, there are more negatives that have not been reported. All the positives have been reported.
Not in our area.
Oh, wait,
Well,
there could be as well.
there could be, you're right, but also remember hospitals also test for other areas besides Nueces County. So,
But the ones that we are reporting from the hospitals those are Nueces County ones,
well,
right?
positives.
No.
For negatives,
Every day on that chart, it says, hospital test 122.
that's all combined.
That's all. That could be,
We're just asking
Right.
them for one number because we know they're busy too. We're just saying, give us one number of all the
that could be
COVID.
more than Nueces County. is
It
what
could
you're
be, yes. Probably very few though. It might be one or two.
saying. Right, I would think nobody's traveling.
So Christus is an exception to that rule because Christus has Christus B, Christus Alice, and Christus Clayburgh.
So theirs could be,
So they have a regional approach for Christus, okay? So HCA, and Dr. Papanini's here, and he can throw this in later, but HCA sends all their labs to Houston, okay? So I can give you a good breakdown, but I would say that you should feel really comfortable that our numbers are pretty strongly accurate. You might have a deviation, standard deviation of 1% to 2%.
but the deviation's going to be on the side of more tests, not.
That's right.
Which is
Right, but it's, for example, urgent care, okay? That's a whole new ball of wax. And they're doing antibody tests, okay? The question is, should you count those or not? They are the serology blood tests
right, the little prick.
are not, they can also give a ton of false information.
But I wouldn't think y'all are counting those at this point, right? Or
We're not, that's what I'm saying. So you might
right.
hear that docs are doing tests, but you have to ask yourself, what kind of test? As far as the gold standard tests, I feel like we have a good handle on what those are from the fact that the hospitals are really cooperating with us. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the private labs, the governor ordered them to share the information. And it's just that there's some practical difficulties to some of that. But for the most part, I think we've got a good handle on how many tests we're doing. And to give you an indicator, I'm on a call once a week with all the county judge from Senator Colcourt's district. So it's like 20 counties, and they go from here all the way up. to, Matagorda. And in Matagorda, for instance, as of a few days ago, they were already up at 2,500 tests. So it gives you a sense of the difference in homogeneous. We don't have a homogeneous amount. It doesn't go on population or even on labs. Matagorda doesn't have a lab. Let's take Abilene, take Taylor County. That was the one that we got dinged for in the news. Well, in Taylor County, they got hit with a nursing home situation. So did they do a ton more tests? Yes. Why? Because they had the emergency, they had an assisted living center, and they had a population that's stuck in between the Permian Basin and Dallas, two travel-related areas. It was a completely different scenario. But of course, nobody asked us. They just write these opinions, right? And so when I was tough with him, the reporter that wrote that later, I said, you should have asked. He said, well, that was my opinion. I said, well, opinion requires at least a predicate. And the facts are very important here. So I just want to say that I feel like the numbers you're getting are pretty close. But as you point out, are there 50 that we don't know that could be negative? Possible. But I think that what we do know is that we have a cooperation, it's pretty unprecedented, between our local hospitals and the health authority.
And I appreciate that, and that's.
Does that help?
It helps a lot. No, I mean, all of this really helps a lot, and I think this is some of the stuff that we, like I said, that we need to keep that regular agenda item on regularly, just because, this is going to be part of our world for a while, it seems, and maybe forever, who knows. But I think it's also important to point out how well we've done in Nueces County, because we have socially distanced. Most of the people have followed the rules, and I think that's a very, very important part of why we've done so well. So I appreciate all your efforts. Those are really all the questions I have for you. I may have some more later, but I'll let other commissioners ask. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do, Annette, if you don't mind, if you're still good on time, we have Commissioner Vaughn who'd like to ask a question next, and then perhaps the other commissioners have a few things to say.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
First, thank you, Judge, for holding the workshop. I
You're
think
so
it's
welcome.
very valuable to the community because I think more information causes less fear.
Right back, yes.
And Annette, thank you. I know you've had a difficult job. This was something unprecedented, so thank you. Brent asked some of my questions. Thank you. That's the problem about going second or third. But I was asked a couple of questions by the public. I think you've pretty well answered them, but in the beginning, you had 4 things in order to get tested. Now, you named a bunch of things there. What were the 4 things that you specifically said you can get tested for?
If you have the symptoms, fever, and travel,
Symptoms?
Fever.
It was fever, travel.
yes, fever, symptoms, and travel. So those were all in combination. All of them had symptoms and fever. And then the first one was travel.
And now you have lessened those to
Right.
what?
So any one of the symptoms, because before you had to have the fever with the symptoms. Now you can just have fever alone, or you can just have diarrhea alone, any one of the symptoms. You don't have to have it in combination with the fever. You have to have fever and travel, or you have to have symptoms, fever, and COVID-19 exposure. So you have to have all
Okay, so
those.
the question's going to be, why, if you needed 4 those symptoms there, can we lessen them now? That's going to be the question that's going to be asked.
Probably as we're getting more tests, I think they were more restrictive early on. It was only travel to China at the beginning. So that was it. It wasn't, symptoms even. And then we added the symptoms and we added the travel and we keep adding as CDC guidelines change. And so I think early on we all knew, we didn't have a lot of those tests. And so those were the guidelines and we followed them. And so now it's more labs are getting their EUAs and they're coming on board, so they're loosening the guidelines, if you will. Plus, there is community-acquired transmission, and so you have to look at that as well.
I think it was so important this morning that you showed how the tests are done.
I do too.
Because people do not understand that. And I wish the news had been here for just that small
I know.
segment. And it's a shame that one of those news channels won't have you on there and do that. Because I think that's where the fear is coming from. Because we're hearing just ridiculous stories about bleeding, and could be, I don't know. I don't want to know. You can tell that later. But the other thing I think I want to ask you is, do we know, because the governor came out, and Judge, this may be your question, came out that he's sending 25 squad units, whatever, to different areas.
1,200.
1,200, and they can do 3,500 a day. Do we know, and when the list is going to come out, that will tell us whether or not Nueces has been chosen?
So he is targeting rural areas as best I can say. I'm going to throw that back. Sorry, Gary. I'm going to throw that back to you when it's your turn. Gary Barney's here with Texas Department of Emergency Management. He probably has more updated statistics. I was on a call yesterday with Tatum and with the chief of our kind of big, like his boss. And so we do know about the National Guard units. What they're trying to do is really get into small rural areas. If part of the western part of Nueces County qualifies for that, I have not been alerted, but let's talk to Gary, or maybe he can send some texts about that. So we're going to punt that question to the right person. And you have time to text if you don't know, as they say, if you don't know the answer, we'll give you a lifeline. We'll give you a phone call. But that is definitely happening all over and I'm so grateful. And by the way, the other thing we learned is that not only are they deploying the Guard to do this in the rural Texas areas, but they have a time frame. So they're going to get back to the governor by May 4th. It's pretty tight. So that means the governor will get data to help drive his decision making too. And I just want to say your question's excellent. And is it okay if I go back and hone in on something? So you asked a question about, okay, so you've eased the guidelines. So when Annette said to you, the first guideline was travel to China. And then I remember the day so clearly because we had a group of students who had gone, in fact, they were from Corpus Christi. They had gone to study abroad, through a spring break type of, people to people type of, and they happened to be in the hot spots. And so we wondered, could we get them tested if they come back? We had kids in Europe also on programs in college. And so I remember the day they took it from China very clearly because we needed that, because we wanted, and these parents wanted these tests to be done. So I just want to hone in that at all times, I wish I had done this. I'm going to try to get it done by the time we do a next workshop. I want you to see how many times the CDC has changed their guidelines. I want you to know how many times we've had to, and it happened to me yesterday. I'm literally about to leave the courthouse. It's 4:29. And then boom, new guidance from the governor's office. Well, on what? On something important. Oh my God, will somebody read it? You read it. Okay, you summarize it. You give me your talking points. Okay, then let me make 3 phone calls so I can say that I've actually talked to somebody who understands the application. And then, oh, by the way, go get in front of the cameras at 5 and tell everybody about it. And don't forget to tell your commissioners, your legislative delegation, your partners at the city, your partners at Tatum, your EOC write-out team. And all of that has to be done in 30 minutes. And I promise you, what I think the public would be interested to know is how many times the CDC has done that to us. And it's not like they're picking on us. They're having to change because the data changed. I'm going to give you a great example, and I don't want to dwell, but because we've got other awesome speakers, but we had our first COVID death, and it was really hard for all of us because we prided ourselves on the fact that we were able to heal so many people, and it just bothered me. And I was asking Annette, I was angry because she really didn't die of COVID. She died of something else. But it was COVID related. And I was still very reticent. And it was because of Annette's good judgment. She called dishes. So guess what happens? I start Googling and start seeing from the CDC, and what we're seeing is that you can have somebody weeks later have cardiac arrest, blood clots, and stroke. And so the reason dishes wants that isn't because they're trying to say what the cause of death is. They're trying to say that COVID we're seeing data points that are showing that blood clots are a big deal. And I bet Dr. Papanini is about to come tell us that he sees that too in his patients. And so what's happening is that we only know enough for the moment. And I know it's very unsatisfying. But then, like this, we now know something else. But everybody has somebody they report to, and Annette reports to dishes, and they report to the CDC. And so I'm just grateful that we have this forum to say, guys, it wasn't us that wanted to keep you from it. It was we who were trying to follow the guidelines that are set for all our safety. But the minute they gave us more latitude, so we went from here to here to here to here. And now we're at the point where if you feel like you're sick, we should be able to test you as long as you have these symptoms. Is that a fair assessment? I mean, not trying to blame the CDC. I'm trying to show how many times, because you don't want every jurisdiction to come up with their own rules. Otherwise, we'll never have data or research that we understand.
And it made sense. They had to change. China wasn't only the hot spot anymore. It was more. And so it was good that they did. I'll be honest with you. Our staff, I'd say 80% of our staff are women. And we all had stomach aches after the long days, because we're talking to all these individuals and all of this information. And people are sick, and the guidance is changing. And so they would say, I feel nauseated. I said, I know. Stay calm. Just talk to them. You know the guidelines. And we'd be passing out new guidelines, because the phones are still ringing, and so they're nervous because normally we have time to train, to do those things. We had trained for China. We didn't train for the rest of the world. And so, it was very nerve-wracking, and they did an awesome job. But you had to understand that they felt it too, because it's a lot of responsibility on public health with calls coming in and people sick. So made us nervous.
I have one last question, real quick. And I think you covered it pretty well, but one concern was, why did we not partner with Quest or LabCorp to get the test? And you kind of covered that. But then you said that 1,000, I think I've got these numbers this morning, 1,159 were private tests. I think the judge is saying that did the doctors get the test from the hospitals, or did they have the test that they could perform? Did they have their own vendor that they got them from?
Our very first positive was actually a physician. So the physician actually, did the visit and actually collected the specimen themselves, had all the appropriate PPE, knew about the COVID-19, which was interesting. A lot of people still didn't know it was local, but they were looking for it. And so it was a physician. But it's like the judge said, a lot of people have the misunderstanding. I can go to Quest and they're going to collect the specimen. No. Quest has never collected specimens except for blood, so no.
And that's what the public needs to know. And the other thing, why didn't you ask, you said in the beginning, you said we didn't ask for the negatives to be reported. It seems like that would be really important so we would know how many tested didn't have it. So why wasn't that asked?
It's just not a number that has ever been given to us. We get all the positive of all communicable diseases. We don't get any of the negative of communicable diseases. We get positives. The negatives are reported to the state. But not to the locals. And
So Annette always maintained, hey, look, I'm the health director, this is what I can ask for, but I want you to know, Peter might remember this. Most people remember when I go ballistic. I went pretty much ballistic about lab reporting early on. And I will say that we asked for it. The county through EOC asked for it. I would say I'm talking probably before the hood came up, before we had the Ventahood done. So whenever that Ventahood was in, it was the week before that. It was when we were still meeting at City Hall and,
March 23rd.
I think it's even before that because, right, March 23rd was the hood. But early in March, because we had our first index on the 16th. So this was way back when. We said, we have got to get a handle on these private labs. And we tried. And it was shocking because even our delegation tried. But as I said, when we go back to the lessons learned, we're going to have to require that these private labs, and they pled HIPAA, Carolyn. Everything was HIPAA. I mean, they used HIPAA like if it was like an invisible shield.
You didn't have to have their name, you just needed a number.
No, we didn't, and we pointed that out. But I remember early on saying, here was the bad thing. We had relationships at the hospitals, so that's where we went. We had no relationship because they're monsters. It didn't matter if you knew who was running your local LabQuest or your local LabCorp or your local Quest. It didn't matter because they answered to Big Brother way, way up in the sky. But we knew we could call Dr. Blow, Eric Heyman, and Randy Morrissey. At the time, it was Jay Woodall. And that's why we got what we got. And so the health department's job was just to say, hey, give me what the law requires. But we as a county, through our emergency operation, Billy Delgado, Chief Rocha, myself, and Melissa, we all, and Tatum will remember, we were very adamant about getting, because again, for me, data is everything. All these models and stuff, I love them because I I think it means something, and it didn't mean enough early on. But just so you know, today I do believe we have a good reporting system. But you're right. How can we make that better? I think we have to go to the legislature.
And I think that's a really important statement that you made, because your numbers, you're wanting the numbers, the city was wanting the numbers as well. But you have to remember, the commercial labs did not start first on this. This was CDC. They were the only ones doing for all of the United States. And then it went to the state's Department of State Health Services, and then it went to the locals, and then it went to the commercial labs. So they were at the end, when normally they're at the beginning, and we augment them. And so this has been very backwards for us. And so they were saying, we need the negatives. And I'm like, get the negatives. You can get the negatives. I need the positives, and I have thousands of calls coming in with all sorts of questions from physicians, hospital, nursing homes, everybody, you name it. And so I understand the importance of the negative, but I also understand the importance of COVID-19 death-related deaths to be on the death certificate, because that's what DSHS, Department of State Health Services, uses for statistical purpose to try to get ahead of this disease. Right now, we're still behind, but to get ahead of it and actually figure it out and find out, why does it do this? How does it work? What's the pathology of the disease? And if we don't have that on the death certificate, we're doing the community a disservice. So it needs
I
to be on
agree,
there.
but to get ahead of it, you also have to have the numbers that don't have it.
Absolutely. So
That's right.
I agree with you. So I'm just like, I love everybody else.
And I think I'm going to have, PTSD after this. But I just thought about something when you said the CDC. It feels like an eternity. It's only been 8 weeks, but for me, it's been like an eternity. And I'm remembering now the gentleman that waited 14 days to get the specimen, because he was one of the very, very first ones. And so this was before our index patient. We had a gentleman who was waiting from CDC for over 14 days to get the lab results, and he was in the hospital. And that was a travel.
Right.
And so, I mean, I think back and think, oh my gosh, we have progressed. So in the early days, our samples went to Atlanta. Then we transferred that to Austin, and then we transferred it local, and now it's a combination depending on what the protocols are. But I just want you to know that people want to know, why is this considered a local disaster and a state disaster, and why is emergency management involved? These are the reasons. We had no ability to go procure any of this on our own. Health departments couldn't do it. Doctors couldn't do it. And let me tell you one thing, we haven't gotten to it yet. Hospitals can't do it. So when Annette told you that it was the hospitals that gave us the VTM, she's right. But what she didn't tell you is that it was working with our EOC that we got the hospitals to get what they needed. In other words, if we need something, we go to the state. If a hospital needs this stuff, which they do, they go to CBRAC. And CBRAC has its own mechanisms of getting them the VTM, the swab, the PPE, and other things. I'll just leave it at that. So you have to understand who's moving who. And we helped, the county through our EOC made it possible that that the hospitals got what they needed. I mean, CBRAC can also run into brick walls like Tatum did. So we used our congressional delegation, Congressman Cloud and Congressman Bela, to scream about Spawn getting the VTM, because they were bringing that VTM to our drive-through testing. So it's been a real interesting association in order to understand who gets stuff for who and how. And there's been many times where, like you said, we've never run out, but Brent, we have been so close, and so close that it was really, really uncomfortable. And even though Spawn was able to get through, it was because of Congressman Cloud's vigilance to get what they needed. And then, of course, once they opened the flood, you move from there's no way to get it to 500 are coming. And if you linger too much in here and ask, well, how did that happen? Don't ask. Don't ask. Just say thank you. Don't even worry about it. Just move on, because it probably means somebody gave it to you. Somebody took from another spot and said, the proportions are not right, right? So I just want you to know that these workshops are gonna really, as they say, I hope, bring the public into outside of Facebook facts, which are usually not factual, and inside the realm of what is real and what might seem a little frustrating and maybe even scary. But what you're hearing here is going to be the gospel from folks that are in the position of understanding it, like your local health authority. So, okay, Commissioner Modas has a question as well.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, you kind of already addressed it, and so did you, Annette. But and I appreciate the updates that we get from the city manager and from the health district daily. This helps us reach out in social media and keep the constituents updated. They can go to many sources now to find the actual information. But one of the things that I posted a couple of days ago was that first related COVID death, and got a lot of flack for that, basically, because people, maybe not knowing all the facts, but saw it as, well, it was other conditions. It wasn't necessarily related to that. And so if there is a link or email or some official document that we can refer back to, just to explain. I mean, I'm still getting people going and talking about that on my feed from 2 days ago. Normally you post something that dies after a few hours. People have still been looking, and a lot of people are very bothered by that interpretation. And I tried to explain to them, first, that was not anything that the judge, the mayor, city manager, you, any of us decided. Right. That was something that was told to us by the state agency in charge of this. So do they have that on their website? Is that something I can reference people to? Was there an email or a document that you have that we can kind of show people? And I know some may still turn their nose at it. But for those that really want to truly understand the why.
And I have not seen a document, but I definitely will look. But I know from previous diseases, and like H1N1 or like Zika, you want to have that on there. But I did have a conversation with the Department of State Health Services, and they said since she was positive, even though she was also negative, weeks later, she was negative, you still, and then she subsequently died, because a lot of people were asking us the same thing, she could have died of this or that. You still want to list that on the death certificate for statistical purposes. And all you're putting is that not under number one, the cause of death is going to be ARDS or, whatever it is, acute respiratory distress, whatever the cause is. And you could also put there the comorbidities, diabetes, hypertension, whatever those are. But on the number two, at least list previous COVID-19 positive. Otherwise, you will lose the statistics in all the death certificates, and that's very important. Everybody has their, they want the baseline. We want the statistical data for COVID-19 or any other communicable disease that can cause something like this.
So if this death that happened here in Nueces County would have happened in, say, Travis County, it would have still been listed the same.
Yes.
And had this case happened outside of the state of Texas, would it had still been listed the same? Do you know?
I believe so. I don't know that for a fact.
Because it goes back to what I think the judge is saying was that, the data, they're trying to keep it all the same so there's the same standard.
Yes.
So I just want people to understand that now, and if given the opportunity to try to explain on an individual basis the reasons for that, and that we're all going by the same standard, at least here in Texas, so that we're all keeping the stats for the same reason. Like you said, there's other reasons that may lead to a person's death, diabetes, everything else. So, okay, good. And with some of our talk kind of reminded me of some other issues. One, I appreciate you keeping Mayor Gomez updated now, especially since his first death was within the city of Robstown. So I thank you for that. But one of the discussions we had, and I don't know if you covered it with him, but if you could at least look at it, you don't have to report it here. But the 78380 cases and the city of Robstown cases could be two separate items. Right?
They are.
Because
Right.
78380 is such a huge zip code in our county.
Right.
It covers unincorporated areas, and it covers the private prison, the GEO prison that's out, not even technically in Robstown. It's outside the city limits.
Right.
It's in unincorporated county. Yet, when we hear the media reporting, and maybe they're just looking at the zip code themselves, but if we can get that separation, I think that's just really important, because I think it also goes to kind of a false sense of security that you just think, okay, it's not in my city limits,
Right.
then I'm okay, even though it's a mile or two away. It's not too far from you, and you do need to practice to be, to be healthy and safe. So if you can just consider that if you haven't already. And then the private labs, that was my issue I had at the beginning, and I guess I'll ask you or the judge, has that improved? Because I know that the private labs and the hospital testing were, there was, I guess first few weeks especially, everyone was so fever pitched as far as wanting just to know how many more cases have we gotten, and then seemed like there was a delay or a possible delay in those
Right.
reports coming to you or to the health department. Has that been taken care of?
So, well, to some extent,
Was it
but,
never an issue?
well, no, it was an issue, but it's almost an issue that you can understand. So if I go to a private lab through my doctor, I go to my doctor, and then my doctor sends my specimen to the private lab. That lab will call the doctor and say, that person's positive, Barbara is positive. Then what you get is the doctor normally calling Barbara, the patient. And what we go off is the printed lab slip that the health director gets from the lab. That could take, let's say the doctor calls me on a Sunday night and says, I need you to isolate immediately. Immediately. Okay? But Miss Annette, now I know that from the grapevine, I call my mom calls so-and-so, next thing you know, it's on Facebook, everybody pray for Barbara. And then, but Nanette only knows it from the grapevine. It takes her the next day, could be at Monday at 3 o'clock, to get the printed out slip. Now, why is that? Because it's your body, it's your right, it's your doctor, it's your life. So you should know first. Why would Annette know first from the private lab? Now, what if it's a county lab? Well, Annette's going to know first because she ran the test, right? So that's where the disconnect was. So in these early days of how could you not tell us? We have a right to know. I'm going to err on the side of no, I have a right to know. Me first. Why? Because you've got to isolate. Now you've got to separate yourself from your spouse, your children, right? So you can't wait for the slip. But why does Annette wait for it? Why doesn't she just believe the doctor? Well, I'll tell you why. Because she has how many years?
21 years.
21 years of experience. And you know what she knows?
I've made that mistake once, so.
And it's an irreversible one. And it's an unforgivable sin. So she can't do that. She's got to wait till the lab confirms. What if the doctor said, oh, I was tired. I didn't mean Barbara. I meant Mary Jo. What? Well, that's what happens. So we have protocols, and if you follow them, people stay safe. But you couldn't, so I think that's where we got into problems with the public early on, including the newspaper, for which I was unmercifully harsh with them. Because I said, you're wrong. Nobody's hiding anything from you. That doctor has a relationship with that patient, and they have a right to have that conversation first on a Sunday night. But Miss Annette has to follow her protocols, and it isn't real until the lab confirms it, not what somebody hearsays. And that's where we got into the problems early on. Has it finished? Has it rectified, John? I don't know. I can only tell you that I know my ears hear every problem there is, and I haven't heard of that problem since week 1 or 2.
Early days, yeah.
The early days. And that's because we're a lot more proactive about them getting the information on the slip to us. I think that would be a fair assessment, Annette.
It is, and so she's right, just like she said, they notify the person, they tell them, but the other part of that is the lab doesn't actually notify us, the doctor notifies us. But they didn't have that initially, they didn't have that within 24-hour, stipulation. That came later. There was a 24-hour turnaround time. And so physicians' offices are a lot of times closed on a Sunday. So while we would hear Robstown or we'd hear Port A, we'd hear from the community, and I thought it's probably true, talk to the physician, it sounds like it's true, but until we have that lab slip, and the physician's offices will fax it to us, they'll send it to us or encrypt it. And so once we receive that, even the first one, we're talking to the lab, is it actually a positive? Because it's written out so differently as well. And so, yes, it is. Okay, this is actually one. So that's how it works for us. The doctor's offices will send it to us because they know the importance of us getting it. But on the weekend, they're closed. And so, so we had physicians going in on the weekends to get us these, to send them to us. So, yes, that problem fixed very quickly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Well, I'm gonna kind of go a little different note here. I just want to say that this thing that's happening right now, there's a lot of parts to it, and I just want to say that thank you to the city and the county and the health department, city health department. I mean, that working together as a team, and I'm not mean working together as a team because that's the only way it's working. I know there's a lot of obstacles and a lot of probably questions about things that we're still learning. But I think that, I don't know how to thank the city for the crew he has out there at 5 o'clock in the morning, at 5:30 in the morning. The police department, sheriff's department, Edwards' team out there at 5 o'clock, 5:30, setting everything up. This is what makes it work out there. The health department team's out there, they get there about maybe 6:30. And the spawn, the health district's been there, the hospital, the Driscoll Hospital has been there a couple of times because of children. But all the other times have been spawn, and I can't thank spawn enough for stepping up and, and taking the bull by the horn and providing the test kits and providing the nurses and all this that they have done. It's amazing. And we say a little prayer before we get started sometimes, and just to give them a little courage, and hopefully they pull it through the day, and because they got to go back to their families too, and they're in the front lines, and afterwards, the cleanup and disinfection and all these other things, and Edwards crew does, the city does, and and I know that Annette has gone through, we talk a lot, and I know it's going through a lot of things, and there's some changes all the time, and the people there in the phone centers are stressed out, they work 12-hour shifts, and I can understand that, what they're going through. So sometimes we talk about heroes and all that. I think this team that is working out there at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30, they're heroes right now because somebody's got to be out in the front lines, and they're the ones in the front lines right now. They're taking the chance of them going home sick or something happens to them. So I just want to thank Annette for everything you guys are doing. I mean, thank you for all your leadership out there. Thank you for working, with your team. The city manager, thank you, sir, for out there, and that probably people don't see because they're probably still in bed, and but Edward, thank you for your team, and I worry about your team a lot more because they're really in the areas where they have to clean up and everything else. So sometimes we forget sight of how this thing is really working, and there's up and downs, and I know that sometimes when I say the right thing at that time, but because things change, but it's not because I don't think it was meant deliberately or by malice or anything. I think sometimes there's a lot of answers to some of these questions, and like you said, you might change by 5 o'clock. It changes, and so we said something at 9 o'clock in the morning. By 4 o'clock it changes. So I say, hey, wait a minute, you told me this. Well, when it changes up there, it changes down here, right? So we have to really look at that and how things actually really work. So I just want to say today, I just want to thank you for the team that's out there, and I know, we went from testing a few, in an hour to, we're testing one a minute.
1 minute.
One a minute.
Wow.
And then, because they have changed the style, they've changed the process, and it took a little while. With one tester, now there's 2 testers, maybe tomorrow be 3 testers because they rotate. So, it took a little coordination out there too. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the citizens, and I ask the citizens in this community to be patient, and do the orders the judge has, the stay home order, follow those, follow all the things you have to do. Let's stay safe, let's keep our family safe, But remember, there's always somebody out there trying to help you, trying to help your family from getting sick. So I just want to say thank you, sir.
Thank you, and we're going to hear more from Edward later, so I'm going to save my praise for later, but I ditto everything, and I know that it's getting late, but Manager Zanoni's been here patiently since 9 o'clock, and I'm going to ask him to really just, if he had anything to add, because I also want to echo Commissioner Gonzalez's thanks,
Well, I just need to say thank you to Commissioner, because he said we say a prayer. That's because he's there.
I know.
Every day, and I'm like,
That's
He
right.
brought me a mask, and he's
He-
he's always looking out for us. So
He
thank you,
is.
Commissioner.
There's no doubt.
I want him to stay safe, too.
I try to keep the, you're great, we're great out of Commissioner's Court because, public just wants to let us just do your job, but thanks to the sheriff as well, because his deputies make us safe on the perimeter of testing. We've tackled the item on workshop, COVID testing, and so in that vein, you have to have a perimeter up, and that perimeter is secured by CCPD and by our Nueces County Sheriff's Department. So for the public to know how we keep people safe away from that area so they're not entering and not obstructing, that's how it's done. And Manager, I may have called you Manager Zanoni maybe 8 weeks ago, but now it's just, thank you, Peter, as a colleague and as a friend. I cannot thank you enough. Sometimes I just really want to scream, and it's good knowing that I can call someone over there and say, what do you think? And you've been that counterpart for me. As the CEO of the county, it's nice to be able to talk to the CEO of the city.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. And what I want to echo is what the judge said and what Commissioner Gonzalez said, which is that the joint effort that the city and the county has had through this pandemic is really a bright star and everything. Recently, we talked to the Caller Times, their editorial board, and between the judge and I and the mayor, and we listed out everything we've been doing as a community to save lives, right, to keep people healthy and to save lives during this pandemic. And some of those highlights include being the second location in the state to do drive-through testing. We were the second one down here in Nueces County. Another one when it comes to communication, just what you're doing today and getting information out to the community, but also amongst yourselves, is having those joint city-county press briefings every day. We were probably one of the first in the state. San Antonio did it a couple weeks after we had already done ours for almost 2 weeks in a row. Having a joint city-county website where we're putting information up constantly and refreshing and putting new ways of showing that information and adding information like zip codes of where the persons are positive. This is all things that have been done. These are all huge accomplishments. Having the joint city-county health district is another one, but of all those, I think I'd like to highlight today that the work with the county, the city working closely, not just at my level, but at all levels, persons working with Edward, the police chief working with Sheriff Hooper, our teams in the Parks Department working together, us at a leadership level working together, the commissioners working with the council members. That's something to really be proud about. And it happens because of all you here at the day. It's not just the judge, and it's not just Commissioner Vaughn, it's not just me, it's us collectively working together. And I think being in government for 22, 23 years, you don't see that often, right? In the state of Texas especially, there's territorial jurisdictions that people sometimes can't break down and work together as teams, especially in the county and cities. And so I think we need to be proud as a community that the two governing bodies working closely together, lockstep, has really benefited the community. And I think we have more safe persons out there today because of this. And so I want to commend the Commissioner's Court for being that strong partner. When we look back over the past 7 days, and this is not to let our guard down, but some of the policies that you all have had to take, you all have had to make the tough decision on, to include some of those stay-at-home orders and the social distancing and closing businesses and not going to the beach during Easter and some of those great parks that we love to go to. That is making a difference. And if you look back over the past 7 days, when we report out how many positive cases we've had, 4 of those 7 days, we've had 0 new cases. And starting last Thursday, it went from 4 to 3 to 1, and then with 3 days in a row, it was 0. We know we need to do more testing, but guess what? People know to call. And as Annette told us, the call volume is dropping. And so, again, these aren't signs to say, hey, okay, we're fine, let's get back at it. But I think these are some good takeaways to say that what we're doing is working. Some of the tough decisions you have had to make are working. I think we need to keep at it. We're going to see what the governor does on Monday. Annette knows probably better than anybody here that we can't let our guard down yet, maybe too early. But we can see some positive results. I think the community should see this and talk about it. And I just want to commend you all for the work that you've done to make that happen. So those are
Thank
my only
you.
comments, Judge.
And I
Thank you.
just want to point out, while we haven't really worked out all the logistics, Manager Zanoni and myself and the mayor are going to answer questions live sometime between Wednesday, April 29th and Thursday, April 30th. I mean, again, I need to get all the logistics, but it's going to air on prime time at 7 p.m. on April 30th. We're going to actually film hours before so we can take everybody's questions and they can be edited for television in the same, so the slot doesn't, so you can marry yourself to the slot with commercials. But we're going to get that information as soon as we get it to all of you commissioners, not only to be able to post about it, but to be able to receive questions. And you might be the best way to create that sieve and say, hey, look, we really want this question answered. I've talked to my constituents, and this is the one you really need to answer. And because of this relationship, we can do that. And they've done this in other urban counties, and it's going to be on Channel 6, Channel 10, and on Caja. So we're actually going to do it in English, and then we're going to repeat it in Spanish. This takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, but we think it could be very valuable. It doesn't have to be the only one, but it's a great beginning. And Katia Uriarte is going to moderate it, and we're also going to have a medical expert on, and we're also going to have a member, we hope, of the state or the federal delegation. Those calls have gone out, so we're waiting. But this is something that doesn't happen unless you can say to somebody, hey, can you do this? And they don't have to, think about it too hard. The answer is, of course. If it's getting info to people, the answer is, of course. So anyway, I just want to say thank you. That's upcoming, and we'll get more information out to you about all of that. And then also want to say we didn't address it, but it's part of the workshop. Peter can come back later on another workshop and as we get more information. Yesterday, the federal government acted again to put more dollars into the hands of small business. And because the city has a recovery task force and we have a recovery task force opportunity as well, something I'd like to talk to the commission about creating, about how we're going to create this new life for ourselves, including the new courthouse, the new city hall. He's already made changes. I know because I go over there every week, every day. And we're going to have to do the same, Can jury panels really have 500 people downstairs next to each other? The answer is that would not be prudent. But how do we get back to having juries, right? We're going to have to think about that. So he's got that. I'm sorry, Peter, what is yours called? You have a task force for this.
We have the one for the small business. Or for
Well, I was thinking about the way you're doing business at City Hall.
Right, so I have 2 city employees right now that this is all they're doing is, and we're going to share this with the judge. I told her.
Yeah.
We're not going to keep it for ourselves, but it's how do we as a city with 32 different lines of business and many locations of where the employees work from and out of, how do we operate when we get back to running our business, at full steam? So it's things like room setups like this. Just yesterday in one of the conference rooms on the 5th floor, we removed 60% of the chairs, 70% of the chairs, and we only have 4 or 5 chairs in there now. We're looking at rooms where you can hold meetings, where you have that social distancing space. We've already done a lot of protocol change in our public safety. The firefighter and police officer wear protective masks and gear when they show up to places. How do our street crews, how do our folks in all our lines of business operate tomorrow when we all get back to, some type of normalcy? Because we know that this is going to be with us for a year and a half,
Right.
maybe. And so that's something we're looking at, and we'll share that with the county. It's something that probably persons that have been out of the working from home telecommuting, they're not thinking about it. They can come back to work on Monday, and some Monday come back to work, and it's going to be business as normal, right? So we have to help them realize, no, it can't be this way. We have to do it this new setup. So that task force I have is working with that. They're going to be working with all the different departments to see what is their setup, what do we have to do differently. Yeah.
And I don't want to, I want to keep moving, but because information is so valuable, but one of the things that I want us to talk about as a commission is, how we're going to do it. Now, we have, through our EOC and just through the regular county, we have Timothy Everest, right? He's our risk management department head. So of course, that's a natural place. But he's gonna need a lot more. I mean, we're gonna actually have a lot to think about. Courtrooms and jail visitation and jury rooms and selection. How about our JPs that are at the front of our building? Oh, by the way, how do we tackle security? And it's a daunting task. So I just want you to know that the purpose of today is not just to receive information, it's to allow 20 light bulbs to go off in each one of your head. I value each and every one of you. I mean, more than you know, more than you even believe. Just trust me when I say it, because you understand the business of government. John, you've served in government. Carol, how much luckier could I be as a county judge? I don't have, what do they call them, neophytes. I have seasoned public servants, every one of
Is
you.
that another way of saying we're old, Judge? I'm not
Yes,
really
it
sure.
is, me included. The point is that we need to think about it. Now, the city has already started, so let's let them, Peter, do you mind me asking, when will you get us something?
We'll have some initial stuff this Friday.
Okay.
And then early next week, so, yeah, we'll have.
So back to your point, Brent, on keeping this ongoing, we need to keep the information going. We need to take care of our own house. Before we start telling everybody else how to live, let's figure out how we should live first, okay? So we're going to do that. Now, we all know that we're pivoting as a state to open up business because we're having another disaster inside of a disaster. And we got to find ways to mitigate, well, I call it locking in our gains. We have to lock in the gains we've made. If you think that zero numbers by accident, I can assure you it is not. It's by deliberate, decisive action and tremendous social responsibility of our citizens. And the reward is that we have kept our numbers relatively low. But we cannot claim victory because the family of that woman who passed away doesn't feel victorious this morning. So, and the people that are in ICU don't feel victorious, and the people that have been on ventilators don't feel victorious. So this is an insidious disease, and we need to make sure as we open business that we're taking care of our business. So I can't wait for the Friday, but so we're working together in that, and then we're also working together by sharing information, how small business can recover. They have their own program, and they're sharing that with us, and we're putting it on our Nueces County platform. So they're actually taking city money and giving funds available through application process through the LIFT fund, and what we're doing is sharing that on a huge platform. And is that fair?
That's a fair assessment, yes. And so the judge on behalf of the county and other folks from the county are on it's about a 30-member small business recovery task force. And we're focused mostly on the city of Corpus Christi, but we want to focus on Nueces County as well. We know people live outside of the city limits that may be a business owner. And so since I am here, if I can take a minute to explain just this week at the Type A meeting, we redirected $3 million that was kind of on hold for the courthouse, the Nueces County Courthouse. The key thing, though, is that we're going to recommend at the next Type A B board meeting that $3 million in Type B monies, which are economic development, be pledged for that project. So just a big point of clarification for you all. I know there was some text information over the weekend and a couple of phone calls. That $3 million out of Type A we can use quickly for small business loan recovery program. The Type B funds has more restrictions. You have to hold a public hearing, wait 60 days before you can use the dollars. The state wasn't able to relax those regulations. So we use that Type A money. That's where the pledge was for the county courthouse. What we said on the record on Monday, though, at that Type A board meeting, is that at the Type B board meeting in May, we will make a recommendation to dedicate the Type B funds. And the board chair, the board members are the same on the Type A and the Type B. And they were in support of that agreement. One of them asked that I personally come over here and tell the commissioners, so I'm here today to tell you that. That'll save us writing you all a memo.
Thank you.
So we'll recommend that next month that that $3 million be pledged out of the Type B, and there's plenty of funding there to do so.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's it, I think. So communicating with you all is something that's important to us, and I appreciate, Judge, your comments and kind of shaping this work session that you're doing.
Yeah.
Because it's about getting ideas, but also sharing information, and we're doing this all for the benefit of the public. And Judge was saying this frequently in the beginning, which is this is about saving lives. And really, that's what this is about, saving lives and keeping people healthy. And I think you all are doing a great job in doing that, and we should be proud as a community. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And I know you're always available for questions. I'm going to let him get back to what I know he's got another pressing engagement, but I know that he's also available to all of us. If you'll just send your questions to him directly, if that's okay, we'll let Annette, she's got to get back to the health department, and Peter as well.
Mr. Sononi, will they submit applications to the city itself, the small
The
business?
small business to the LIFT Fund. LIFT Fund.
Is it just like liftfund.cc.com?
Yeah, I think it's LIFT Fund.
Here, let me get that. I
Yeah.
have it here.
I think it's liftfund.com. They have to go to the LIFT Fund. There's a LIFT Fund office here at the Del Mar Economic Development Building over there off of Staples. So they can call the LIFT Fund.
Yeah, liftfund.com.
Yeah, and then the application's online, liftfund.com. So the LIFT Fund received applications over 200 totaling 5.7 million. Initially, there was 1.7. So between the Type A board meeting and council's action yesterday, another million has been allocated with another million or so available. So we could be as much as 3.8 million available for loans. And that helps the small businesses through this transition time, up to $25,000. The good thing about it is zero interest. The city's going to cover the interest costs over the 3-year period, and also no payment for the first 4 months. Right, so we encourage those small businesses. There's plenty of opportunities still available there. I think they have to get their material in, make sure they have their paperwork in, and check that out, though, the LIFT Fund. And there's a representative you can call. There's 2 or 3 working 8 to 5 every day.
And it's in English and in Spanish.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Judge.
Thanks
Yeah,
so
thank you,
much,
Commissioner.
Peter. Okay. Thanks, Annette. There are so many people here, but what I'm going to do is try to finish the health piece of it, because the next piece, it has to do with treatment. And I really would love,
Judge,
yes,
would there be any way that I know we have some people here for that other agenda item. Is there any way to
Yes.
compress that and move them up too so they can get out of here also?
sure.
I know it's behind the consent
tell me.
agenda.
Oh, well,
Dr. Rose and Mr.
Laura,
Taubman and
may I,
just trying to figure if there's a way to not make them sit here for another hour.
no, I know. Who would you like?
We have to give you 5 minutes to
Who would-
speak, and that's it.
Who would you like?
What was Dr. Rose and Mr. Taubman and whoever else
Right.
might be here for those things?
Right,
I
so
don't know if
let's
there's a
do
way
the
to-
doctors first, okay? Let's do Dr. Papanini.
Yeah.
And Dr. Rose. Just give him a heads up. I don't see him, but I'm sure he's in the hallway. Oh my gosh, Keith, forgive me. You're right there. It's just that, you're hiding over there in the corner. Okay. Keith, do you want to come on up, and then we'll do Dr. Papanini? Forgive the insolence. It's just Keith and I have known each other for, oh my God, at least decades. But Dr. Keith Rose.
As a citizen of Corpus Christi, and this is full disclosure, the first county commissioners meeting I've ever attended, I try to stay away from city governance as much as possible, and I know that what you guys are dealing with right now, I can only imagine.
Thank you.
But I would like to bring some levity to this, and more importantly, like you talked about, Judge, because I have immense respect for you, the data. I have been blessed to work with some of the smartest minds on the planet in dealing with this COVID-19. I'm working with an informal group of Nobel laureates, epidemiologists, doctors, statisticians, both in this country and internationally. One gentleman pulled us all together, and we've been compiling the actual data. So what I'm going to talk about now is not what if, because when this first came out, it was a novel virus, which means it was new. We didn't know what it was. So we had to say what if. And the initial models by IHME said we could lose 1 million, 2 million. We were looking at death rates, CFRs, case fatality rates, in the 2, 3, 4%, which would mean millions. But now we've shifted to what is. And our response, with all due respect, is not correct. What is that this disease, based on the actual data, in numbers, is looking at a CFR right now with all the recent reports and peer-reviewed literature of 0.1% or less, and that's trending down. There was a report yesterday from Santa Clara County in California. The first death of coronavirus wasn't at the end of February and early March. It was February 6th, based on autopsy results, which means that the virus seed date, and it's important for people just to understand the basic progression of a virus. You have a seed date. That's when it got here. And we all thought it got here. We can't think it got here because our first official positive case was January, end of January, because that would be intellectually dishonest, because we know now from studies in Thailand, from studies in China, that it was back there in November and December. So we now know, based on the studies from the health department in California and from the leading epidemiologist, John Ioannidis in Stanford, and I will produce every one of these studies for you guys if you want, that the seed date was most likely December. So when we started our shelter in place or our mitigation strategy, while well intended, we were way down the curve here. And what I mean is, we weren't saving anyone by sheltering. We were saving our own. At the time, I didn't disagree. I mean, we didn't know. But now we do. We also know that we had spring break before we sheltered. We had thousands of kids coming from all over the country, and we didn't see any balloons or hot spots. We didn't see anything. We have one death in this city from it, in a city of over 350,000 people. We have a port that's international. I know because our clinics take care of the folks that come off that, and they're from the Middle East, China, other countries, and they traveled freely for a long time. So I understand why we did it initially, but where we are right now is completely different. No one's talking about the testing, the specifics of it. The PCR testing has up to a 48% false positive rate. We don't know what that test even means. That's why we call it a vanity metric. Dr. Ioannidis, who is the most published man in the space on this, and another virologist out of Bonn University, I believe, in Germany, both have said, we're looking at the wrong data. The antibody tests are the right data, because the antibody tests tell us, do we have an active infection, or do we have someone that was exposed or had the infection? And we just got back a lot of antibody tests, and you know what it shows? Roughly a third of all those people tested are showing to have had the disease. They just published, and it was actually in the national news, they tested a homeless population in Boston, and 38% of the homeless cluster they tested was positive, and none had symptoms. So where we started, and I'm here because I have great respect for this council. I'm here because I have great respect for my city. I live here, and I have a horse in the race because mi suegra, my mother-in-law, has emphysema. And if she gets this, it'll kill her. So when I tell you my recommendations, and I like my mother-in-law, so it's not like, some of those guys, my mother-in-law can cook, and Judge, you know that. Yeah, I love my community, so I want to give you guys some hard facts. It'll just take 2 minutes. And then make your decisions based on the facts. I know a lot about the CDC, and in full disclosure, not a lot of you may know my background, but I worked Ebola in Africa. I worked H1N1 in the Middle East. I trained part of the first plastic surgery residents after the war in Afghanistan, and we had dealt with bird flu. We dealt with all kinds of stuff that you can't even imagine. I worked with people from the World Health Organization, and I'm badged with the World Health Organization. So when I speak about this, I'm not just talking about it like someone that just read some material. I'm talking about someone who's lived it. I'm also talking from the point of I own 4 urgent care clinics in town, even though I'm a surgeon, and we see a lot of Corpus Christi patients. We provide a lot of services for companies in Corpus Christi. So I get to look at this from the point of a provider that cares about my community, that cares about my family, and that, just cares about my country. So where we are right now, we now know that through antibody testing, more people were exposed than we know, and we think as we do more antibody testing, that's even going to drive it up higher, that number. And what that does is that affects your case fatality rate. Your case fatality rate is the whole reason we started this, because initial IHME models said everyone was going to die. Those were based off assumptions. The interesting thing is the working group, the second working group the president put together, can't even figure out where they got those assumptions, because they've had to revise them every time because they've been off by up to 400%. But where we know now is we're at 0.1%, and we're approaching regular flu. Now, everyone, I grieve for people that die. I've lost loved ones. But I got to tell you, in 2018, we lost 10,000 Americans a week to the flu. 10,000. We had 77 to 80,000 people die in 2018. We're not going to hit those numbers with coronavirus. It's not what we thought it was, and that's good news. We also have recent studies out that show it dies in heat. It doesn't linger, it dies. The biggest study that was just published was out of Bonn by a German virologist who's a Nobel laureate, I believe, and probably one of the most respected men in the space. And he went in and tested the surfaces of people that were actively had infection. He went in and tested all the surfaces and then looked at the survivability of the virus. He couldn't find it. What he concluded is, unless someone coughs in their hand, touches the handle, and you come right behind and touch it and touch yourself, the chances of you getting it, his words, not mine, are almost zero. And therefore, he concluded it's not community spread like we thought, which is good news because we didn't know. Now, I did see a paper in one of the medical websites that said it was aerosolized, but it cited 2 pre-published studies that they wouldn't even give the data on, and the author didn't even list their credentials. So I find that suspect. Because all the data I have are in peer-reviewed journals, and it's important to note, and it may be this way in the legal profession, when you present a paper in a peer-reviewed journal, because I've published 15, you have to defend that paper, and you have to also list your conflicts. Like, I took money from this company to do this study, etc. The gentlemen that are out here in front that are given this information don't have conflicts. And with all due respect to Dr. Fauci, he has a few conflicts. And I'm not knocking him, not knocking the CDC, but I do go to their website because Judge is spot on. They've changed that website so many times, it's not even funny, but I have screenshots and I have their website. And their recommendation up until a week ago was don't wear masks. That was their recommendation on the site. So why, when we're trending down in numbers, down in deaths, down in everything, are they telling us to wear masks? And we have now peer-reviewed studies that say it doesn't cause community spread. It doesn't mean we don't be careful. It doesn't mean it's not serious. But we don't shutter a community over it. Because I will tell you, while the models initially were on assumed data, there is actually published data, not assumed, but evidence-based medicine. That's how we practice. Anyone in medicine will tell you it's evidence-based. And we don't do assumption-based medicine. And evidence-based medicine published in the Lancet Medical Journal and for the Economical Research Journal, United States Economic Research Journal, states that for every 1% increase in unemployment, you have a 3.3% increase in drug overdose and a 1% increase in suicide. And those families grieve too. So if we're going to make people stay home, we better have a good reason. If we're going to make them wear masks, the data doesn't support it. And just so I wanted to double check this before I came, I looked on the WHO website that I have access to, and I printed it off. The World Health Organization does not recommend wearing a mask unless you have an infection. It doesn't recommend healthy people do. And as a physician, I can tell you that fear releases a lot of cortisol, stimulates the body to decrease your ability to fight infection. It can cause a lot of death and morbidity. And the patients that die from this, almost 99.9% have comorbidities. And now, and I'll leave you with this, they just put 2 studies out. The likeliness of someone dying from coronavirus, and this is a simplistic way, and I'll give you the studies, is the same thing you would have from crossing the street with your comorbidities, meaning the coronavirus, if it gets you, it's based on your comorbidities, not the virus. So while we lived by what if for such a long time, I think we need to start acting on what is. Because this economy, no matter how much money and governance we pump into it, is not coming back unless we release people. And to shop, not catch it at the curb, but have that retail therapy. People are suffering. And there's also another thing. Sweden, South Korea, all these countries did not do lockdowns, and Sweden has a low CFR than anybody. And that's all over the medical literature right now. I have all these studies for you, and I know you guys are dealing with an insurmountable issue, but this isn't the sword of Damocles that's going to stab Corpus. It's a political Gordian knot that's beating the hell out of our community. Thanks.
Hold on, wait, don't go.
Dr. Rose, if you don't mind, Commissioner Vaughn.
I want to clarify something. You were actually on my agenda item, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Brent, to bring them forward, Judge. Thank you. I was going to ask when I got a time to break in. That is probably one of the best presentations I've ever heard. And I thought it was so important for the public to hear other opinions, because we've really not done that. And I agree with what you're saying. I think we've overreacted on some things, and I think that the judge has had to do what she's had to do because of the information, no doubt, that she's gotten, and so has the city. But our economy is going to go down, down, down if we continue what we're doing. And I believe, too, that this was around before, because I've talked to some people in my area, daycares, that they think they had it in December.
Well, the CDC data, Judge, and I went back and we pulled it, and I can give you guys the data. It was real interesting. In January, the last week in January, the first 2 weeks in February, we had a 3 million case spike in non-influenza viral pneumonias. And I believe that was our spike. The thing is, and there's a lot of papers that support this, this is just like the flu. The interesting thing, though, is it doesn't affect kids and it doesn't affect young adults. And the clarion call from the medical community is we need herd immunity. We may or may not have a vaccine in a year and a half, but that's okay because we have people now. Even Dr. Fauci said it the other day on an open mic. Yeah, you develop immunity to this. We need to open the schools. That's the CDC recommendation, by the way. We need to open the World Health even recommends opening the school based on, and this is the interesting part, what your community's facing. And our community, by y'all's great work, is at minimal infectivity. We rake on the CDC gives a scale, and they break it down into 3 parts. We're at the lowest. They don't recommend masks, except for the other day, which don't ask me about that. Who doesn't recommend them? They don't recommend kids not being in school. You see, we're talking about this like a clinical patient. I mean, people need community. They need to, my wife needs to go to the nail salon, or she's going to kill me. I mean, you people need to go shopping. People need to feel like they're coming back. We don't want the strong hand of government. We can self-govern. It's the whole reason this country was founded. We can govern ourselves with good leadership. And this isn't easy. I wouldn't want to be sitting in your seat, and I respect that. But there is nothing on the planet that supports what we're doing as a city. And why don't you guys be the first in the space to stand up and go, you know what? It's okay, we were wrong. Everyone was wrong. And the funny thing, doctor told me the other day, a really famous guy, I don't want to embarrass him, he goes, everyone's going to be wrong and then everyone's going to be right, or reverse. So it's a novel virus, no one's holding it. But if you continue down this path, here's a statistic for you, 60% of the nurses and hospital workers in this town have been furloughed because the hospitals are so short of patients. Our clinics, hardly anyone goes. This town's dying, and we're committing suicide with the data now. And I will make myself available to you. I will bring in the studies. Hell, I'll bring in the smartest people in the world that have more diplomas on the wall than wallpaper. But there's some smart people out there that know what's going on, and none of them are tied to big government. But they are tied to community. And we elected y'all. And the thing is, the CDC always says recommendation. And if you go to that site, it says these are not orders, these are recommendations based on your community. And you guys are leading our community. And people are going to die, but not from coronavirus. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's already happening. A buddy of mine the other day's friend committed suicide because he couldn't go back to work. So don't kid yourself. There's blood out there. You don't want it on your hands, and there's nothing you can do now but open this community, let people go back to work. They know to self-distance. It's social distancing. We get it. The beaches aren't going to be a problem. That's going to relieve a lot of stress. Let people go fish. Big venues, I'll leave that up to you. Movie theaters, I'll leave that up to you. But the initial studies came out that if Brent and I bump into each other and I have a bad infection and Brent doesn't, there's only a 0.5% chance that he's going to get it from me. But if Brent and I are brothers and we live in the same house, that goes up double to 1% chance that he'll get it. Keeping people at home doesn't flatten the curve, it broadens it. They got to get out and develop that herd immunity. So I don't own any vaccine companies, so I think we should all have herd immunity. I think my opinion doesn't matter, but the data does. And I'm, again, I will support this community. I have immense respect for all of you. But as a physician, we're always taught, primum non nocere, first do no harm. And closing this community harms it. Making people wear masks harms this community psychologically when it's not indicated. And the good news is you got it this far, open it up, and let's just pray we can recover.
Thank you, Dr. Rose.
Can I ask a question real quick too?
Well,
Keith, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you're finished or not, Carolyn. And I was going to go back to it a while ago, but I know everybody was waiting, and John, or Commissioner Miles was kind enough to remind me in regards to what he was talking about with the death that was associated with the COVID, and I know you were here to listen to that. That was a little frustrating for me because, the question becomes, at what point how do you make recommendations to where we can get to a point where we know what really is a COVID-related death? Because I've heard rumors about what might or might not have caused this.
That actually.
And how do we get there? Because does it mean if someone had COVID, tested negative, and then 6 months later, a year later passes away, then that becomes COVID-related? How do you do it?
Well, I can answer this with just the facts. And I did a fellowship in critical care at the Shriner Burn Hospital, and I studied lung injury models. We use high-frequency ventilation. And I've been working with a gentleman named Thomas Yeager, Dr. Yeager, Cedars-Sinai out in California, and this guy is brilliant. And I can put you in touch with him. And any doctor in this town that wants to talk to someone that's brilliant, that's been treating this with a 100% success rate, he's the guy to talk to. The bottom line is he's discovered, and I'm sure a lot of other people have discovered different things about this, but a cytokine cascade, a big inflammatory reaction. We had a patient that tested positive at our clinics. They came in with active asthma, shortness of breath, and we were concerned. They tested him. They tested positive. They went home, sheltered in place because they weren't, cratering or anything. And we called them when the test came back positive. We just sent them home because we didn't have the test back yet. It takes 4 or 5 days. And we called her. She's like, I'm fine. Everything's great. Now, I can tell you, she was a false positive because she would have died if she had had it because she had all the pre-existing conditions. So that was a PCR test, was a false positive. What they're finding out now is people in New York, they haven't in Texas, thank God, they've lifted the coding requirements for medicine, where they don't even have to list treatment or anything to support a diagnosis, which is not really ethical, but they're doing that in New York. So to answer your question, the studies that have the hard data from the smarter people than me say that 99% of those folks all have pre-existing active conditions that the flu would have tipped them over. I'm not saying this isn't serious. I'm just saying a bad case of the flu would have tipped them over too. The good news is I do think we need to mitigate the people that are at risk. I think we need to provide for them. I think we need to bring things to them and set up safe zones for them. Maybe a certain time where they can go do things, have a store. Let's help the people that are actually at risk and let everyone else build up the immunity. It's much easier to take care of the 0.5% than it is to shut down 99.5% because I own small businesses. I have businesses in 12 states. This economy is not coming back with wishful thinking and government money. It's only going to come back if people believe in it and get out there and do something. And we can protect those people now. We know how. We know how to treat it with the hydrochloroquine and other treatment regimes. So if someone had it, tested positive, then tested negative and died from something else, you couldn't say that was a COVID-19 death, but you might say, did it weaken their immune system and cause contributing factors? I think that's a fair question. I think, I'm not going to make a comment because I haven't seen this patient's chart. I don't know their vitals or anything going on with them. But I can tell you from the doctor that I talked to in California that's dealt in the ICU, and he's gotten every single person well, This is what he described to me. And they're finding out, we're going to find out more about this. But what we're finding out is it's not as bad as we thought, and that should be something for celebration and taking the foot off the gas than pushing it on. And I hear about a second spike. Officially, we hadn't had a first spike yet because we don't know the seed date, and that's just intellectually dishonest to say that we do. But if you look at the CDC actual numbers, I believe, this is my opinion, but some other people are writing on it, that it was back in January. And Corpus being in the heat, South Texas, there's a reason why we don't have many cases in Africa, which has open flights to Wuhan and all their major cities. South America hasn't been hit hard either. So the data's coming out. I'm part of this working group. I literally get reports every day of the most recent data. You give me your email, I'll send them to you. I mean, we can use the data and be a beacon of light, honestly, better than the governor's doing, because I'm not real pleased with the way he's rolling it out. I think, Judge, you could do it better. We have the data to support it. So, but I'll be here, whatever you guys need, I'll help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting too. I'm going to ask Dr. Papanini also to come and give some remarks, and then Commissioner Chesney, who else do we need to move along?
I have Mike Fumer,
Okay,
and then Andy Taubman, of course.
we'll do them next. Is Mike here?
He is.
Okay, Dr. Papanini, and then we're going to follow it with Andy and Mike and Gary Barney. Okay, I'm going to get the state. Andy, is that all right if we ask Dr. Papanini and then we'll get to Gary Barney? He has to go. And listen, I know this is, okay, so we run our own science experiment this morning. And this is what I've discovered, is that people love information. People crave it. And it's good because there's so much to give. And we need to do this a lot. And we will. And if you guys, commissioners, will just help me create the schedule, because you know we have our normal court schedule, but we can work with Tyner. We can do more of these. I'm not trying to shortchange any of us. I just want you to know that if you're wondering why it's taking so long, it's because it's valuable. And it's important to hear from everybody, and it's important to hear different perspectives. And so, welcome, Dr. Papanini, with that introduction. I met Dr. Papanini because of COVID-19, but actually I first heard his name when I was, along with City Manager Zanoni and Mayor McComb, working on the local health authority. After decades and decades of Dr. Bergen being our local health authority, he was in his 90s, and we were searching for a new successor. And in that vein, I had the opportunity to see Dr. Papanini's CV, and I can certainly get it to you, but as they say, will you trust me when I tell you that he's super impressive? And you've been in the infectious disease, you're an internist at HCA and a hospitalist, but you've been involved with infectious disease for sorry to date you, about 23 years, somewhere around the two, a little up between the 2 and the 3 decade mark. And so I met you at that, and I want to thank you because you have been helping us on the front lines, not only at HCA as a physician, but as actually helping our local health department. We have multiple, when we saw thousands of calls coming in, we didn't have the staff we didn't have enough doctors to really help Annette in what they call that operation center. So Dr. Papanini, Dr. Janicer, Dr. Ramesh Graduni, and others helped. Dr. Onifrak and Dr. Alito, I think, is our epidemiologist. Those are my ones that I have memorized. But so Dr. Papanini has been helping us really understanding the type of calls that are coming in from one angle in the local health authority, and then he's also been on the forefront of treating people. So anyway, Dr. Papanini, you came today, and I wanted to make sure we had some medical, expertise in the room from our own current treatment. And what can you offer us here today as far as some of the treatments that have been going on? It was because of you, doctor, that I got on the STAR request for hydroxychloroquine, zinc sulfate, and azithromycin. And I don't know if words will ever be able to describe the thanks that I have for you talking to me about that, because once you give me an order, I'm an excellent soldier. And I went and got that through the process of EOC, TETM, Gary Barney, man, we must have said that word 100 times, hydroxychloroquine, and then through the governor's strike force. But it was you who first told me about that, and because you were seeing something extraordinary happen in Florida that really concerned you. And I hope that that's a good intro for you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Papanini. I came to Corpus about 15 years ago, straight out of my residency, and
Yes, just a little closer because we're on the
Mike, I'm sorry.
we're on the video.
And fell in love with the city, and I've been here since. I'm an assistant professor of medicine, and I teach residents and medical students. I've been working in the emergency room, in the ICU, and on the floors. Have been involved from day one. And basically, first, I'd like to thank the city and Judge Canales and county commissioners for an excellent job. That stay-at-home order came in at the right time. That is why we did not see the spike. That is why we did not see many cases in the county, and I'm really, truly thankful. Basically, I feel like we are not out of the COVID-19 tunnel, but heading in the right direction. Next few weeks of extensive testing and data collection will show us how far we still have to travel. What we're seeing on the front lines, I've been on the front lines from day one, is that the patients present not just with the typical symptoms. This is an evolving situation, right? Nobody knows. Nobody really knows. Initially, we did not know. We thought patients are presenting with fever, cough, shortness of breath. Then we are thinking, hey, this patient may have coronavirus or a COVID-19 virus. But later on, some patients presented very atypically. They could be presenting with a diarrhea. They could be presenting with a stomach ache. Sometimes they're presenting with even clots, and they could be having coronavirus too. So the treatments that are available right now, there is no set treatment that is available. We're kind of a trial and error. So we're trying for the mild cases, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, and for the serious cases, we're trying remdesivir. And our county, because of Dr. Ram and the health department, we were one of the first ones to give plasma treatment. That seemed to have worked. Some of the patients came off the ventilators very quickly. And we are also trying steroids on the patients on the ventilators. That seemed to have helped. Initial data showed the CDC recommendations, and the WHO said, don't use steroids. So we weren't using them. And then the treatment changed a little bit later. We are using steroids, and patients are getting better. Okay. So there are three things here. One, is the pandemic over yet? We're in the middle of it. Like I said, we're in the tunnel, COVID-19 tunnel. We're heading in the right direction, but we're not there yet. We're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not there yet.
Dr. Papanini, one of the things that, and I am glad to hear different perspectives. I mean, that's what government's all about. It's not about one way or the highway. It's about all of our views, right? But one of the things that I wanted to bring up, just because I'm so sensitive to numbers, and I don't mind sharing this with Dr. Rose, because like I said, I've known Dr. Rose for many years, but when he said that it's like the flu, I have to say that I disagree, but not because I'm a doctor, just because I wanted to disagree on the numbers, and I don't mind sharing this with him, but I think Johns Hopkins is a pretty reputable resource, as well as the CDC, on 2018, 2019 influenza, and of course, those numbers indicate that there are 12 to 61,000 U.S. deaths per year from the influenza, and that's based on not only Johns Hopkins reporting, but we tend to use Johns Hopkins. If you look at all your charts, they always say Johns Hopkins there at the bottom, because they're obviously a world-class research facility, and then also the CDC. So right now, through April 22nd, we have 45,000 deaths already. Of course, the flu, 12 to 60,000, but that's an entire year. And yesterday, I think we hit an all-time high of 9,000 deaths in a day. So we have eclipsed, coronavirus has eclipsed any other disease as being the, the largest attributable cause of death for Americans. And so I think when we look at that, do you concur that the flu is different for many reasons, including the R naught or the spread of it? Or what is it that you can tell us as an infectious disease specialist? Because I do believe that there are things that possibly we can agree on from the presentation that we heard earlier, but there are things that I certainly disagree with respectfully. But I would rather the audience hear it from you, not me, although I'm happy to flip around my screen and show them the Johns Hopkins and the CDC statements. But I think that you are on the front line, so what would you say to that about the flu versus coronavirus or COVID-19?
Well, Judge, thank you for that question. That's an excellent question. And one, I'm not an infectious disease specialist. I'm an internal medicine. But my primary interest is infectious diseases. It is different than flu. Symptoms may be similar. Like flu patients will get fever, cough, and if it progresses to pneumonia, they'll have a shortness of breath. The similar way, coronavirus also, the patients will have fever, shortness of breath, and cough. Symptoms-wise, but the disease itself is very different. What's different about coronavirus is it's so contagious. Initial data, what we have seen, it's only been 8 weeks. 10 years down the road, we'll have a perfect vision, 2020 vision. We'll all know the data and everything about coronavirus. But this is, right now, it's being in the battle, in the front lines. You don't know. You're learning every day from the data. So what we know so far is this disease is very contagious. The initial R-naught ratio is about 3. R-naught is like how much, if one person is infected, how much infectivity, how many people can get infected with this. But the real world data is showing that the R-naught ratio could be even higher. More people get infected very quickly. If one person is infected, it could spread to 4 or 5 people and to 22 people after 7 days very quickly. That's what we're seeing. And the thing that is different from the influenza is that influenza is R-naught ratio is about 1. The infectivity is less, so it spreads a little slower. The coronavirus, what's dangerous is it spreads super fast. If one case is positive, 4 weeks down the road, we could have 10,000 cases. That's what is dangerous about the coronavirus. And of those 10,000 cases, we may have 10% that are sick enough to come to the hospital. And that means if 10,000 are infected, 10% is 1,000 patients. And of those 1,000 patients, we're seeing about 300 to 400 requiring ICU care. That overwhelms our healthcare systems. That's what is dangerous about the coronavirus.
And this contagious, this highly contagious nature is why, sadly, my friends in Midland, who I'm very close to, they had an outbreak in one of their assisted living or nursing homes. And of course, we've seen this in pockets around the country, but it's always painful for us to see that happen to a Texas county. And so you can see situations where you can have it perfectly, you think, I'm doing great. But then if that virus enters a certain arena, you can see that sad
Big
case,
number of
which
spike very quickly.
very quickly.
Look at New York. January, everything was perfectly fine. February, it started spreading. March, late March, now we have over 200 to 300,000 cases in a span of 4 weeks. It's not the disease itself, how much the kill ratio, what we call it, is not high, but the spread is the one that we are worried about. The contagiousness. That's where your stay-home order came into effect.
So, Doctor,
Judge.
let me ask you, and again, this is from one case, and we've all learned as we go. My concern is, are all of these deaths really related, or really COVID deaths? Because I think we now have pretty good empirical data to know what a flu death is. But based on, and I know it's one case in Robstown, but there's a lot of question over really whether that was a true, I'm not saying it wasn't, I don't know, COVID death. So how do we know, that's what makes society so skeptical is you hear one of these things, and that may be the exception. I may be just totally an exception. But if this is how they're reporting COVID deaths around the country, then in theory, 20 or 30% of these could not be, let me take away a number. I always hate to throw numbers out. That's not fair. A percentage of these deaths could be not COVID deaths.
Let me understand the question. So what you're asking is,
How do we really
let's say
know?
if they're reporting 100 deaths, are those 100 deaths are really from coronavirus or
Right. How do we
COVID-19
know?
deaths?
How do we know?
Are they coming from other countries? Is that the
Yes, sir. How does society get a grasp on this? Because, we don't know so much about this. We know flu, and we can pretty much, I think, say that's a flu death with some confidence. It's hard for me to listen to these cases and say that was a COVID death with confidence. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm not a doctor. How do we as a society get comfortable with knowing whether all these deaths that have been reported are really COVID deaths? How do we get there?
In my opinion, I do believe they are related to COVID-19. And in fact, if you look at the data, it is being underreported. Initially, the people are dying, and we didn't know it is COVID-19 positive the first few months. And now, some people may pass away from other conditions, and then you're testing for them. And if it is COVID-19, it may be the complications from COVID-19. We're learning about the disease, right? We're still in the learning phase. It's only 8 weeks.
Right.
So COVID-19 does not cause, it causes respiratory failure. And it is also causing other complications like formation of blood clots in the lungs, formation of blood clots in the legs, and other complications. It's causing heart attacks. So is the heart attack the cause? But the primary cause is the infection that led to the heart attack, or that led to the respiratory failure, or that led to the blood clot. Does it make sense?
Yes, and it's interesting to hear two doctors in 2 days, or two different presentations say two pretty different things. That's what makes this, I think, hard for everybody to.
If you look at Wuhan data, the China changed their
Yes, sir.
data. That was a big news last week. That was because they only reported the positive cases in the beginning, and then they went back and they modified the data. Okay, anybody that died with these symptoms. I was born in India, and I'm following the cases over there. They had a strict lockdown for the last 3 weeks. It started 500 cases 3 weeks ago. And talk about warm and humid climate, it doesn't get any more hotter and humid than India. Right now, it's 20,000 cases as of today. And the quarantine is throughout the country 100 times stricter than what we're having right now. Make sense?
And let me just say that Dr. Ramesh, and I apologize, you're right, you're an internist, but you have as they say, an affinity for infectious disease, and that's kind of where your practice has tended in internal medicine. Dr. Ramesh Graduni is an infectious disease specialist, the only one in Corpus Christi, I believe he and his partner, and he is working for us at the local health authority. And what I can tell you is that while I appreciate the different perspectives, and I truly do, that's not the first time I've spoken with Dr. Rose, okay? So I already knew what was coming. But what I can tell you is that Dr. Papanini, Dr. Ramesh Graduni, and others are actually treating the actual people who are on ventilators and who have been on ventilators, and they belong to a hospitalist group of over 300 physicians across our nation, and they were heavily concentrated in Florida. And we got the recipient of that data as it happened 2 weeks before it even hit here with our index patient, okay? And to be honest with you, again, was I resistant to the cause? I don't want anyone, particularly the state, telling our doctors what the cause of death is. But make no mistake, it's critical that we capture this data. And but for her fragile state in COVID, which she never recovered from by her own admission, it's not a court of law, but I will tell you that we know this from talking with the local health authority. This woman did die of COVID complications, the proper way to say it is COVID relationships, because she never felt well afterwards, and but for that experience, she was okay.
And I'm not.
Right, I'm just
I don't
saying,
know. I'm asking
but there's always that, but let me tell you how I think you can satisfy the desire is, all you have to do is turn on the news and to see the tents that have become morgue trailers in New York, in Albany, Georgia, in Detroit, Michigan, in Louisiana, New Orleans, in Washington State, and others. And what's really frightening is that through county judges' calls, because we're all the emergency managers flowing from the governor, we hear of the horror stories where your numbers are low, but for the fact that you have 40% of your numbers coming from that one assembly line, like in South Dakota, over 600 people. Or so this virus is so different than the flu because of that nature. And it takes one time for one infected person to be in a vulnerable population to create havoc for your hospitals or for your community. And that has been the fear. And that's genuine and real. And I don't think that Dr. Rose and I would disagree on that, because he mentioned the vulnerable populations. He and I agree on that 100%. And I also agree with him that data should drive decisions. But I also believe that you have to have faith in the organization. And our organization is the CDC. And at every turn, I've really followed the governor and the CDC. And to much extent, in the beginning, the president, who initially put the 15-day stop the spread in place. And I understand his perspective. But Dr. Papanini, before you go, one of the things that I wanted to say is just mention a lot of people don't know about the plasma. Would you just tell the commissioners again, we were on the forefront three times.
Yes.
We were on the forefront for drive-through testing. We were on the forefront of hydroxychloroquine because of you and your colleagues. And we were on the forefront of convalescent plasma. The hydroxychloroquine, just so the audience knows, is a drug. Is that correct?
Yes, it's hydroxychloroquine is a medication. Normally, we would use it for rheumatoid arthritis or as lupus patients. Some of the data, we still don't know whether it works or not. But some of the data, what we have seen is, if somebody is infected and they have mild symptoms, not serious symptoms, when they have mild symptoms early on, if you give them hydroxychloroquine, there is a chance, but we believe they may not progress. They may not need ICU care. That's what we're doing right now. If somebody is having a mild symptoms, we're giving hydroxychloroquine. That seems to help. Again, I'm not sure. 2 years down the road, we will have the research data to say for sure. But it's anecdotal data which we're believing in. And as far as the plasma, Judge Canales, we are one of the first counties in the entire country to start doing that. But again, it's again from intuitiveness, like basically if somebody is infected with a virus, 2 weeks after the infection, they develop antibodies. So what we do is we take plasma from a recovered patient and we give it to the sick patient that's on the ventilator, hoping that these antibodies will fight the infection and makes the patient better. And we have tried that on several patients here and seen a rapid improvement. Patient was able to come off of the ventilator very quickly after we gave the plasma, 2 rounds of plasma treatment, and we are one of the first counties to do that.
Yeah, and
And we shared that information with, actually, Dr. Ram has sent that information to a bunch of physician groups in San Antonio, and they started doing that. We even shared the data with our experience to other counties and to other places.
Right. So I was going to say, maybe this is the lawyer in me, but I do try to find things that I can agree with, even with people I disagree with. And that's another area that I agree with Dr. Rosen, is that I do believe that our county has been a leader. We haven't stayed in our lane when I didn't feel it was in our best interest and our team didn't feel it was in our best interest. We went to Tatum, and he'll tell you that shortly, and we said we want to go out of our lane and go into the hydroxychloroquine because we believe our doctors are telling us that's the best thing. And we did, and it was good. And the same thing with convalescent plasma. So I just want to say thank you to that. I gave a lot of praise early on for Christus. You come from the HCA group, and I'd also like to pay it forward to HCA for for their great minds, because it really has, everybody's had such a different opportunity. So let me ask commissioners, before I let you go and bring Tatum up, we just need you back. We just need to keep doing this. But you talked about the hospitalization, I'm sorry, the treatments. Is there any questions? Okay, let me have Commissioner Vaughn talk about the treatments. I tried to bring commissioners different experts for different things. I hope you can see that. And Dr. Papanini really has been treating these patients, and so that's why he knows so much about the treatments. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a comment. Thank you for bringing him. That was a good presentation. I think it's so important to have two different opinions, because I think you could put 10 doctors in this room and you could have half and half or different opinions. They would have studies that would support what they believe. And this way, the public, I like the different opinions, because I do agree with some you've said, probably most of it. But Dr. Rhodes, I agree with a lot as well. This is not so much the treatment, but I want to get your opinion before you leave. He said that the heat kills the virus. Do you agree with that?
No,
Okay.
there is no data.
No data to prove that.
There is no data to prove that.
We were hopeful, weren't we, Doctor?
We were hopeful. Initially, everybody was hopeful. But again, this virus was discovered in December. There were a lot of theories out there. Some people were saying humidity will kill it, heat will kill it. Current data from WHO and CDC clearly shows that may not temperatures and humidity may not have an effect. One thing I know that will work is social distancing, washing your hands, taking general precautions. That works. That much I know. But as far as the humidity and the heat, that's just a,
Opinion.
wishful thinking, I guess.
Okay, so if, say, I were to get the coronavirus today, and I were to go in the hospital, what is the most effective treatment that you would put on a patient? And I know the treatment's going to be different if they're on other things, but what's the most effective that y'all are using?
So the question is, if I get a patient with coronavirus, what would I treat him with? Is that the question, Commissioner? So it depends on the severity. For instance, if 100 people were to be infected with coronavirus, I believe 50 of them will be asymptomatic. Means that they may experience a little mild symptoms. They may not even know that they have an infection. They'll go on living their life. And I would say about 30 patients may get cough and fever and mild symptoms, can stay at home, no treatment needed. And about 10 patients that will get sick enough, they'll start to experience shortness of breath. Once they experience shortness of breath, that means the infection is affecting the lung lining. That's when I know this patient needs a hospitalization, needs a monitor. So again, out of 100 patients, 10 will come to the hospital. And depending on the symptoms, I would start them on hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin in the beginning. And what we have seen is 5 out of those 10 would recover on just hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. And remaining 5 may need ICU care. Once they are in the ICU, depending on the severity, means what we call it is if they are requiring a ventilation, we're giving plasma treatment, means that plasma donated by the recovered patients, steroids, and a ventilator treatment, and a supportive care, general supportive care in the ICU. Does that answer your question?
Well, if you said that cough and mild, they would get mild treatment, they would get to stay at home.
Yes.
Okay.
We do not recommend them coming into the hospital.
Have you had any that you allowed that to happen and then they ended up getting worse, and would it have been better just to put them in there and watch after them so they wouldn't have gotten worse?
So when a patient experiences mild symptoms, the first precaution we give is monitor yourself. The moment you feel shortness of breath, you need to call us. That's when we know to bring them into the hospital.
That's the trigger.
That's the trigger.
And
The
we
trigger
saw
for me
it's-
to bring them into the hospital is shortness of breath.
And you know what?
Or if they come to the hospital, what we can do is a pulse oximeter. We can measure their oxygen saturation. If it's starting to fall below 90%, we're even keeping 92%. Normal, if you check anybody in this room, they'll be around 99%. But if we start to see that number drop on the pulse oximeter below 92%, that's when I know to put them in the hospital and monitor them closely.
So the judge has got someone taking temperatures downstairs, which is appreciated. But I think my point is, or what I'm trying to say is, we've got, people could be coming in here that don't have fever.
Yes,
Could be a carrier.
yes.
So what good does that do?
Again, Commissioner, we're learning about it. Like I said, 50 of them could be asymptomatic. Maybe walking around carrying the virus and no symptoms. Or if somebody is exposed last week, they may begin to experience their symptoms 14 days later. That's what makes this virus so dangerous. For 14 days, they may not have any symptoms walking around.
Yeah.
And that's such a good point. So what I've done is tried to think of ways that I can, as they say, there's a great cartoon and all the water's coming. And I mean, the feet, the toes are pulling some, and the fingers are pulling others. The nose has got one, and that's what I was doing with the fever check, is that by doing the fever check, it's taking out one of the symptoms. The other thing I've done, and I'd like your help on this, because you have such great platforms to constituents, is tell them, shortness of breath, call 911.
Yes.
And tell them that you think you're experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. That triggers our EMS folks to be dressed properly and to attend you properly. But it's the shortness of breath, that difficulty breathing is the big one, and we're now pivoting towards that. The other thing is that I know this is funny, but a lot of people don't know they have a fever if it's at that 100, you know? Ask a lot of middle-aged women. You know, you just don't know that you don't have a fever. And so that's important to mitigate that. We haven't gotten here, Dr. Papanini, and I've got to get Gary on, but I don't want to let you go either without talking about masks. And we talk about, this is a perfect segue, I want to see the business disaster rectified, right? I want to revive our economy, and I want to keep people safe. It's pretty simple.
One question before we go to the mask.
Sure.
Dr. Rose mentioned about if a person has the virus and he goes outside, doesn't spread it to somebody else, but if he goes to his brother, because they live together, he spreads it to his brother. So, to me, I see the person that has it, if you open everything up, they're both in the community now. And so, can they both spread it?
Okay. Question is that if there is an infected person out there, can they spread in the community? Is that the question, Commissioner? Absolutely. Yes. That's what I'm worried about. Let me track back a little bit. Commissioner, your question was, if somebody is asymptomatic, what good are we doing, right? What are we doing? So that's where the social distancing and the stay at home helps us. Because we don't know who is asymptomatic, we don't know who has the virus. So only thing that helps us is for them to not come out into the community, stay at home, or practicing the social distancing, wearing a mask, washing your hands. We're doing these things because of these asymptomatic patients, because we don't want those asymptomatic patients spreading it. Does it help?
My big concern was you're sending them home when they've got that and they think they've got the COVID, or they do have it. And my concern is, would it not be better to bring them in? I know you said shortness of breath, I get that. But when you know, and the reason you're getting these questions from me is I'm just a normal citizen. And I know,
Yes.
I know.
I'm glad you're asking these questions. I love.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're thinking. Here I am, I'm sick, I've got the virus. You're sending me home. I'm going to get worse when you could have put me in the hospital so I wouldn't get worse. Do you see what I'm saying?
So,
When you hear that news,
yes.
that's got to be very scary and fearful.
So I'll give you let's say a 20-year-old healthy patient was tested positive for corona, and he calls us and says, I have cough and fever. Most likely I would not treat that patient. We would not give any medication to that patient. We will tell the patient to stay at home and quarantine themselves. The likelihood for them to progress into a serious situation is very, very less. Does it make sense?
Well, and I guess thinking you don't want to fill the hospitals with people that don't have more severe symptoms when you think they can recover at home. Am I correct?
That's what we have seen on the front lines, is that majority, 90% of the people will recover if they have mild symptoms, yes.
And you did a great presentation. And all the things that you've talked about today, do you have any kind of research that would substantiate what you've said too?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
great.
yes. I mean, we're learning last 8 weeks, like to see what's happening with our patients. And if they have mild symptoms, there is no need for them to be in the hospital. If their pulse ox is showing 99%, most most likely they will recover. But it's that 10% of the patients that are showing shortness of breath or a drop in the pulse ox. That's who we would like to monitor them in the hospital very closely.
Let me
Thank
finish,
you.
let me finish my, what I hear you saying, doctor, is you're not, in your opinion, we shouldn't just open the doors and everybody out.
I can't advise you on the policy, Commissioner. I'm just a physician. I'm just giving you a scientific data on this. But as a physician, if it's up to me, I would recommend, relaxing, but do it in phases, slowly, and education. Like, hey, this is not over yet. We're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but let's just not open everything up immediately, because what if that asymptomatic carrier out there and start to spread suddenly, and then the spike that we avoided with all the hard work we did last 4 weeks, and 4 weeks down the road, we have to deal with the surge again?
My last one is, do you agree that everybody in New York that got sick or died was because of flu? Not the virus?
No, it is because of the coronavirus.
That's
Yes.
all I know.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna ask you one final question, which is, we're gonna be, I guess, at some point today, talking about masks. And the reason that I brought it up was because of mass transit. And, we're not New York. I wanna go on the record. You know how I know we're not New York? Because I have 2 daughters that live there. I know a lot about New York, because every day I have to hear the stories of New York. And so I understand what's happening there, and I understand what's different about here. I also have 2 sons in California, so I'm a pretty good barometer right now from what's happening in the hot spots. But what I want to say about the things that I have learned is about mass transit in Texas. And we're not Houston, Dallas, or San Antonio either. But it's concerning to me, doctor, and I want to know your medical opinion on this, that if we can prevent people from riding on buses, okay, that would sit down close to you, from coughing, sneezing, or breathing in conveying these droplets, if masks would be helpful in mitigating, it's one of those thumbs that I have on the water that keeps coming out at me, would that be a positive mitigating factor if we would require masks in certain public spaces where it's reasonable to believe that you cannot social distance?
Let me get back to you on that, Judge.
Okay.
I would like to confer with Dr.
Absolutely. That's what I really want to know, because my concern is that I believe that the governor is pivoting to opening up business in the next few weeks on a phased approach. I can support that if we have the factors that keep people safe. If people want businesses open, and I know they do because I know I do, I believe it's worth the trade. That there's an old saying, that's a good trade. It's a good trade for me.
Again,
to put this on,
instinctively, I want to say, wear a mask in the public places, in mass transit and stuff, but I'd like to get opinion of my colleagues.
You bet. I want that.
Before I can give you because the thing is, the mask, it does help the person that's wearing, because it prevents you from touching your nose or touching your mouth accidentally.
Yeah.
And it could be a double-edged sword, because you have to know how to properly put it on, properly take it
Right.
out. Because that's one of the things, what we have seen with Ebola is like one of the nurses that got infected. It's about when you're taking it off, if you accidentally touch outside, or so.
Right. So much to learn about that.
Yes.
And that's what I'm doing. When I have to make these hard decisions as the emergency manager, and this is a perfect segue to explain to the public why I have to make them and why they're not a collective decision by the court. When I have to make these decisions, it's really important that I do seek out counsel. And I try to at every step of the way. I have, as they say, bosses, and they have bosses and bosses. And that's through the Texas Department of Emergency Management. So I look for guidance where I can find it. But when they ultimately say, it's you that have to make that decision, it helps me when I know what, I don't want to give people a false sense of security either. This does not protect me from getting the virus. If I put this on like this, and I had a dry mouth here and I was coughing, it protects you from my cough, but it doesn't protect me from you.
Yeah.
Unless you and I are social distancing, right?
Again, I instinctively want
Yeah.
to say that, but I'd like to get the opinion.
Sure. So, I mean, those are the things that we're talking about. And I just want you to know that's what this court is interested in. Because I'm not one to say, I want to make government, I don't believe that I should make you do something. I'm not interested in taking away people's liberties. What I am interested in is keeping people as safe as possible. And I think the trade could be a good one in certain places. And that's what I want you to go investigate with the hospitalists. And I've asked Dr. Ram to do the same, and I'm going to get all this information. It won't just be you I put on the spot. So sorry, I'm getting collective information. But I think that it's going to be an important discussion for us to have, because this business of social responsibility, if everybody were responsible, we wouldn't need any laws, would we?
No.
Would we need laws to prevent people from stealing or from causing harm to people? If everybody's so good, if everybody can just behave, if everybody can just take care of themselves, we would be need for no laws. I would not need a jail. We would have a lot more money to help people. But I'll tell you what I do know as an officer of the court is that laws and rules and order are also very much a part of our framers' intent. And I'm very sensitive to the balancing act, and that's what we're bringing forth. So please take this back to HCA, to your colleagues, and I'm also extending the same offer through Dr. Ram and through the Health Authority, and they're all going to be giving me information. And then I'll have to make that difficult decision. And these commissioners are also getting information from their folks and their constituents as well. But I just think that we can't say it enough. Thank you for your valuable insight and your information. And we'll transfer as to why in the world would I have to make that decision, Gary Barney. If you will come up, and Dr. Papanini, would you make yourself available for questions from commissioners by email?
Yes.
Is it all right if I share with them your
Yeah,
email?
please share my phone number.
Because you're going to think of something. Is that okay, Commissioner? You're going to maybe want to know Dr. Papanini's name is going to be memorized now for you. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you for the opportunity. Again, we are heading in the right direction, and next 4 to 8 weeks with the extensive testing and the data collection will show us
A lot more.
how we can relax and everything and stuff like that. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Please feel free to call me anytime.
Thank you so much. Gary, I might have met you maybe when we did our drills. I never knew then how important you would be in our lives here in Nueces County. And would you please tell everybody who you are, what you do, and how you've been interacting with us?
You bet. Thank you, Judge. It's a pleasure to be here in front of y'all. Don't like being here for the circumstances. My name's Gary Barney. I'm the district coordinator for District 20, which is Corpus Christi, with the Texas Division of Emergency Management. I'll give you a condensed version, if you will, of TDM 101 and emergency management in the state of Texas. We'll back up a little bit in Texas overall. Big state, large footprint. We can hit the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, cover Mexico, and almost hit Canada. We have 254 counties in the state. There's 250, I believe, cities over 10,000 of the population. We're number one in all the states in disasters. We have a major disaster in the state of Texas on average every 10 months. We lead every other state in the nation on that. We'll come down to this level and who's responsible for what. It's set out in Government Code 418 on exactly who is responsible in those counties. On the county level, it's the judge, is the emergency management director for that county. On the city levels, it's the mayor is the emergency management director for that county. They hold the sole responsibility of that process. as set out in the Government Code 418. Now, the way emergency management is set up, we've got 6 districts in the state, plus the capital. Within those, I say 6 districts, 6 regions. Within those regions, it's split up into districts. And there's 24 districts in the state of Texas. I happen to be the coordinator in District 20. The way emergency management works, every incident starts on the local level. Doesn't matter what it is, it's that local level. In this case, it happened to be the coronavirus issue. The local level does everything they can possibly to manage it as best they can. When they need resources, they reach out to their neighbors, to their mutual aid agreements for resources. Once those resources are exceeded, they'll come to the state and ask for resources. In this case, we have a disaster district, a DDC, disaster district chair, and that's the highway patrol captain in this region. He oversees a disaster district council, and that council is made up of folks from TDM, American Red Cross, Texas Parks and Wildlife, 211 districts, the United Way, a bunch of different agencies in one think tank, if you will, to be able to vet out supply requests or assistance requests. That's done through a STAR process. It's called a State Texas Assistance Request, and STAR request for short. They'll come in, be filled out at the local level. It'll come to the DDC level. If we're able to fill it there with the people on the council that are there, we'll fill it at that DDC level. If we can't fill it at that DDC level, that will then go to the state level, and that's at the State Operations Center in Austin. Through there, it'll go through a vetting process, determine where that request needs to go. In this case, most of the medical requests are going to the Department of State Health Services. They are the lead on this incident. We are tasked with assisting them in any way we can for this incident. And so as the requests come in, they get processed. They'll get processed at the local level, through the DDC level, and then to the state level. From there, if the state cannot process that, it'll go through FEMA. And they'll request that. The governor will reach out to the president to request that. The local component is always engaged. It doesn't matter if we have a type 1 FEMA team in our town right now. That judge and that mayor are still the emergency directors, emergency management directors, and say what goes. So I hope that answers some of the questions.
It does, and of course, I want to tell the audience that we're very blessed in Texas because the governor put together a strike force as well. So there have been times where Gary's tried his best and said to me, "I can't help you, Barbara. I'm out of resources, but we are going to transfer your request to the governor's strike force team." And he put together a world-class, in my opinion, procurement team and also specialists. And one of them was in charge of Dell Computers' global procurement. And so he kind of plucked him out of the private sector and put him in on behalf of the state of Texas. He also put in a Director Nim Kidd, who has been through, as Gary said, I mean, think about that. It's not a distinction where we want to talk about, but it does make us battle tested. So this incident command structure that you're talking about, is it the same for all 254 counties?
It is. And everything's set up through the National Incident Management System, or NIMS for short. It's adopted through FEMA. It's what everybody in the state, everybody in the nation trains on that level. So when we talk about people having classes and going through processes to become emergency managers, that's part of the process of going through those steps.
It's a fascinating system, and like I said, as a baby judge, so to speak, only been here a year and a half, it's the first thing that they teach you, right? Through your conferences and through your drills, and you sort of recognize right off the bat that it's so different than the normal role of judge. In the normal role of judge, I always tell everybody that I meet with, even if I think you hung the moon, even if you're the best thing I've ever seen, I'm one vote. I'm just one person who can be advocate. I try to run a court that's a certain way because I enjoy the process very much of bringing input. But in this role, it's completely almost the opposite. And because of Open Meetings Act, it also creates the issue of we're all not in EOC. And I know the commissioners know this already. This is preaching to the choir. But what I really wanted was for the people to hear it. I really wanted the people to understand. I think I probably get, I don't know, I mean, hundreds of emails, a week that 99% of them are unbelievably supportive. And then there's always that one that I wish I could, there was a way for me to connect with them personally and say, the reason I get to make this choice for all of us is because this is the law, this is how it works. And by the way, it's got a proven track record, right? It works well, and that's why we keep it. But I'm just a soldier at the end of the day. I didn't make the law. I don't even administer it. I just execute upon it. And so it's one of the things I thought, Gary, is that I've enjoyed yesterday for the first time. I met your boss. And so above you, tell us how this works.
Okay, so we've got the district coordinators, and that's exactly what we do. We coordinate everything on our level. Then above that, we have assistant chiefs, and they cover the region. We've got 6, 7 assistant chiefs. And from there, we've got another assistant chief overseeing everything, and then we've got Nim Kidd, who's the vice chancellor of Texas A&M.
And so yesterday, I was able to visit with Chief Pena, who is he's in the Valley, I believe.
He's out of McAllen.
McAllen, and he covers a 31 county region.
I want to say Harlingen, actually.
Harlingen, yeah. So it's a fascinating system, and it's one that we should all get more familiar with. And when we do the town hall, I'm going to have a big flow chart I've decided behind me because it'll be on Zoom. And so I wish I could and we might be able to do this maybe through our YouTube portal. But I really want people to understand it because whether it's a hurricane or an environmental or chemical, it doesn't matter what the disaster is. This is the same protocol. And I also want you to know that most of these disasters, it's not that they're ever over with. Look, we're still recovering from Hurricane Harvey. But the incident of EOC level readiness 1 is over quicker than, say, something like this. This is, as we all say, unprecedented, but it puts us in new territory. And so I think that the folks would be comfortable to know, well, how come I want to go to my commissioner, and I want my commissioner to tell me why she made that decision. And it's uncomfortable for people to hear that they didn't get a chance to make that decision. And it's important that they know that I'm not making any of this in isolation, that I have a whole team. And in fact, if my team couldn't be here, or if it needed help, could I call the state of Texas and they would bring me a team?
Exactly. And that's the way it's set up. And we go back to 254 counties, and I think what you're alluding to, just the size of the state. What's happening in Lubbock is not the same thing that's happening in Corpus Christi or the same thing that's happening in Houston. And one of the reasons that that local authority comes into play is just that reason. They're able to know what's going on exactly in their jurisdiction and meet those jurisdictional needs. So that's
Right.
one of the reasons it's set up that way.
And I will say that one of the interesting things is that I guess if I could stop time, and boy, have I prayed for that just for a few days. If I could stop time, I would really be able to say, come and listen in, because the governor calls upon his county judges and mayors on one call, and then we call upon our EOC in another call, and it's interesting. It's a layered cake, if you will, and you're
Peeling an onion.
it is. It's peeling an onion, and you really get to see, why isn't he calling all of us? It isn't because he doesn't value you. Of course he does. You're a public servant elected by the people. But it's because of the layering of the approach. I heard somebody who, said leadership by committee in an emergency, is not possible. And I think that to some extent, what I want the public to know is that that's true, but we also have tremendous resources through you to get experts and answers. When I've needed dishes on the phone, I've said, help me get dishes on the phone, right?
That's exactly one of the things we're here for, to fill that gap, for that need. not necessarily the decision-making end of it, but to give you as much information as you possibly can to make those decisions and get you in touch with the right people that can inform you correctly.
And I wrote something down your chief said, and I'm going to take it to heart. And he said, the minute we mobilize, we prepare for demobilization. That's how it is in war as well. And this is a war of a different kind. And even though it hasn't impacted our community, thank God, in the way it has New Orleans and even Houston or Austin, it has impacted us. It's cost us a lot of money from preparation and preparedness from our own county services. It's hurt. I wanted to address the behavioral health issues that Dr. Rose mentioned that are very real, and we've had to make those adjustments to get more help to people. And it's affected us in the economy, and we just happen to be sensitive to the two economies that it's hit the worst, the energy industry and the tourism industry. We happen to sit in the corridor of both of those. So I think that TDM is a great resource for us, but when Chief Pena said that, I wrote it down because I want to memorize it, and that what you're seeing this workshop is, and I'm going to need your help, commissioners, is we've got to prepare for demobilization. So that means every major industry is going to need our help and guidance, and I'm going to need your help and guidance. And we've talked about this, and I know Andy's here to tell us more about how to work with the Restaurant Association. Pastor, I've been watching that you've been here so patiently. I asked Maggie to reach out to you this morning. I need help with the clergy. We got new guidance yesterday. I know that you're ready because you've been ready. How can I get worship services back up and running safely? I want to keep encouraging remote wherever we can be remote, right? But I know now that we can do things safely if you help me, if we're partners. And that's where I reach out to this colleague orchestra. I mean, that's mobilizing to demobilize. That's exactly what Chief meant. And he said, Barbara, I don't envy you, but this is our role. We're not here to talk about what's good. We're here to prepare for worst case scenario every day. So you must be a different Barbara. And you may not like that, and people may not like that about you, but you are no longer Barbara, the consensus builder. You have to act for the worst case scenario and prepare for that and prepare for demobilization as well. And that's a hard thing, but if I can rely on you guys to help me with the industries, I think we can reopen CC, reopen Nueces, when the governor says it's okay to, first and foremost. People are really confused by this, Gary. Who's in charge? If the governor has an order, can I violate that order?
That's between you and the governor.
Exactly. I might get thrown in jail. The point is that I can be more restrictive than the governor, but I cannot violate that which the governor has put forth. And that's really important. So when people say, just open them up, for God's sakes, woman, just open them up. I cannot do that. I can do the opposite, but I cannot do, and that's what happened with beaches. And so I think that it's really important to just kind of understand the structure, and I hope that, will you also make yourself available to the commissioners?
You bet.
Okay, because does anybody have any questions before we let Gary go to his next meeting about structure? Or, okay, this is the guy you want to know right here.
Well, one of the things that comes up is communications, and I've got to say this whole community has been fantastic with communications as far as the emergency management network and making things happen. The counties, the mayors, the judges, and everybody is in it for the fight, and they're looking at the number one thing, life safety, and so.
And Gary, I'm not on these calls because they're mainly for like directors like Melissa and Billy Delgado from the city, but you guys also talk every week, right?
Yes, almost daily.
Daily, I'm sorry, yeah, almost daily. And that's like help me out, Rick Adams in Port A, he's on that call too, right? Yeah, so it's all emergency management teams on those calls.
We'll set that up, and we're doing it twice a week right now, just so the emergency management coordinators in one county can talk to the emergency managers in the other county. And
Okay.
we're all on the same page looking at everything with as much information as possible.
Great. Okay, sorry that we made you wait so long, but
all good.
we appreciate it. I'm going to recognize that we've been here through 3 hours, and I'm going to take the liberty of having you text or Tyner, just take a 5-minute break for bathroom and for getting your lunch ordered, and we're going to have lunch delivered to you here, if that's all right. And that way we can keep on. We've got a lot of wonderful people that are here to share information with us. I think we'll want to have Mike or Andy. We're going to have Andy next, but Andy, we're just going to take that 5-minute. Andy, are you here? Andy, I've never met you. I'm Barbara. Thank you. Give us 5 minutes just to recess for the quick protocol. And if you guys need water or coffee, my office can, you just have to tell the deputy and we'll bring that out to you. Okay? All right, let's just recess for the clerk at 12:12. I'll be back on the record at about in 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. I have mics back on, and I'm going to gavel us back in at 12:25 p.m. for the clerk. And the court recognizes and thanks Andy Taubman for coming today and to talk about an initiative that I only time and maybe a week ago, maybe 2 weeks on the radio when you were first starting it, and now it seems very timely to discuss some of the efforts that you've put forth on an initiative to, we're talking about that remobilization or.
Well,
Tell us
Judge, thank
about
you
it.
very much for the invitation, and County Commissioners. My name is Andy Taubman. I have a degree in economics from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and I was a Wall Street banker for 8 years in New York City, living in that hot house and now understanding why there's so much problems there. But I left that. I left that for a better life in Texas because, let's face it, this is where you want to be in the good times and the bad. There was a lot of good things that were said this morning, and I must say, I agree with some of the things and I disagree with some of the things, but from each of those speakers, I think there were valuable things to be learned. I would like you all to understand my comments in the context of both what happens if we keep the economy closed, but also in light of decision-making in the time of uncertainty. Those are two aspects that I think are very important and very timely to discuss. Let me just say and start out by saying, I believe this virus is a killer. I believe that it is something different than the flu. So a response to that challenge is something that's very important. That would also lead me to say, I think that the activities of government to date have been absolutely masterful. The stay-at-home order was very well crafted. It was, you could read in there the precision of what was trying to get accomplished, not too much, not too little, and I think it was very well done. And people that know me know I wouldn't say nice things if I didn't believe them.
Know that.
Right? Okay. So, what the government was able to accomplish that is nothing short of miraculous was to get the people in society to change their behavior. That's the hardest thing that can be done across a society, and I think that government has largely accomplished that. People understand that social distancing is important and it's their responsibility, and I think by and large it has been something that has been very successful. So congratulations to that. But I'm here to tell you today that as the situations change, I think policy must change along with that. In my mind, we're at the most dangerous point in the viral challenge because we're facing a fork in the road. I call that fork in the road the battle of the hypotheticals because we don't know what the future holds, but yet we do have good data as to where we've recently been and where we are. So the battle of the hypotheticals on one side will be the medical community, who will tell you that it is their medical opinion to save every life medically. I respect them for that, and I know that's their charge, and I know that everything they're doing is sincere. On the other side of the battle of the hypotheticals are going to be the economists, of which I would like to consider myself part of that group. And I am here to tell you that your decision, which is very difficult and very profound, is that if we open up the economy, there will be COVID deaths. There is no doubt about that. that if we keep the economy closed, there will be deaths associated with the closure of the economy. So you and your decisions are facing death on either front, and it's just something that's going to have to get weighed and understood, and then the decisions made, because there is only one path forward. Now, for a moment, I'd like to discuss the models that are by the medical community. I believe that the models they put forth represent the best science that is available to them and understanding. Now, I don't blame the modelers, I blame the people who believe the models. When we get to our 10th pandemic, the models will be perfect. But in our first pandemic, nobody knows how to really understand what the future holds. And to put one's faith solely in models is, I think, a misplaced faith. Is it a data point that one should consider? Yes. But I will tell you, while they may have some understanding of what the model looks like in an open society or a closed society, what they do not have an understanding of, because it hasn't happened yet, is what does a reopening of the economy look like in a responsible manner, subject to guidelines and limitations of social distancing and other medical advice. So what's going to be discussed in the media, where there's not a lot of deep thinking, is that should we open or should we close the economy? I think that's a false choice. I think that the choice in front of us that meets both the medical needs and the business needs is a responsible opening of the economy, subject to guidelines. And we'll talk about that in a minute, but I just want to hit the punchline first, so I'm not misunderstood when I say we should reopen the economy, that it just means going back to where we were. Now, small business represents about 45% of the gross domestic product and about 50% of the private workforce. And there have been some recent data released of the Coastal Bend in particular that says, as of their recent surveys, 35% of the business operating capacity was closed down, and about 40% of the workforce is now unpaid and laid off. So what we're talking about is an enormous impairment of the business community and not something that's small. So let me talk through specifically the hypothetical situation I'm putting on the table that will become very real very quickly. If a substantial number of the small businesses declare bankruptcy and close, the first casualties will be of the business ownership. As you can imagine, small business is largely funded by the blood, sweat, and tears and money of the business owners, many of whom have mortgaged their house and spent their entire life savings to put in their business. When those businesses fail, and they will, you will have an entire class of people who are now facing personal financial ruin, potentially homelessness, and everything that comes along with that. Will there be death and destruction associated with the closures of that business? Absolutely. That death and destruction will visit us in several forms. There will be suicides, there will be increased drug use, there will be family violence, and there'll be all other types of problems that lead ultimately to misery and death. So the small business closure in itself is enough of a catastrophe that makes me come before you and say we must do something different. But then let's talk about the consequences of that. Each of those small businesses have a series of vendors and lenders and landlords. As those small businesses close, entire categories of vendors will be wiped out. For example, if a substantial number of the restaurant community close, everybody that supplies wholesale foods to those vendors will be wiped out as well, because there's receivables involved in that business. And when those businesses close, those receivables will vest as a loss in those bigger businesses, and that's the cascading events. As when businesses close, landlords don't get paid. Landlords still have mortgages that are associated with banks. You have bank lending directly to those small businesses, and those people will close. So what you will see from the closure of the small business is a cascade into increasingly larger businesses in the industry, and then ultimately into things like the banking sector. Banks typically hold about 10% capital against all of their loans. So if 10% of their loans go bad, you're going to have problems. As a derivative of all those business closures, you're going to have substantial structural permanent unemployment. When businesses reopen, and let's all pray that they do someday, you're going to have thousands and thousands of people who are permanently out of the workforce. Right now, the estimates are maybe 20 to 30% unemployment as this thing gets worse. Some substantial fraction of that will be lost forever. Some of the media seems to indicate that 80% of the businesses in the restaurant community are thinking about not reopening. So it's a really substantial fraction of whoever's out there. That debt cycle will cause lending seizure, because the banks, in their own struggle not to lend to people out of work or businesses that are struggling, or for limitations on their own capital, will mean that the access to credit will unfold very soon. And when the access to credit stops, businesses will be unable to reopen because of the lack of ability to funding. But let's face it, most of our assets that we own personally are indirectly supported by credit. The value of your housing is supported by credit. The ability for people to buy and sell cars is supported by credit. Capital items are supported by credit. So as that cycle ceases because of this cascading effect, you're going to see everybody become relatively poor. Another consequence of business closures, and let's just continue with restaurants as an example, is that you're going to see chain of events in their suppliers that lead to bankruptcies and problems, even as far down as the farm community. How do things like that happen? There's a very different structural supply chain that gives you your steak in H-E-B or your hamburger in H-E-B than there is to the restaurants. When you butcher a cow, the lower value cuts, primarily hamburger, go to H-E-B. The higher value cuts typically go to restaurants. The value of that cow is the sum of the value of the hamburger and the steaks. If the restaurants aren't buying high dollar steaks, then the value of the cow goes down. The margins are thin enough in that industry that when the value of the cow goes down, it's no longer valuable to produce beef, and you're seeing herds and various things slaughtered because there's rigidity in those systems. There's not the capacity in the packing. There's not the capacity in the packaging to have everything shift over one way or another very quickly. And because the consumer behavior is very different, you will see those entire supply chains get wiped out. It's been reported in the press that that's occurred in beef, pork, potatoes, and milk, but I'm sure it's occurring in all the other sectors as well. There will be the same disruptions of the supply chains in manufacturing. So when it comes time to manufacture something sophisticated like a car, 99% of the car parts will show up. But you know what? 1% of the parts won't show up. And you can't build 99% of a car and put it on the road. So if this blooms into a catastrophic chain reaction among the businesses, you will see forever lost, forever being the defined timeline of 10, 20 years, these chains of businesses that are necessary for the functioning of the economy. My point is, it's not possible to put the economic life of America on hold for an extended period of time and then just to reopen it and start up where we were. That cannot happen. Now, we're lucky enough to have the largesse of the federal government and other sources lend money to small business to give them a period of time to allow for the closure, and then the slow reopening will occur. But let's face it, the lending of money is not a substitute for revenue, and when that runs out, we are all toast. Now, when does that run out? I don't know. The SBA PPP loans are sort of an 8-week fused effort. So here we are a couple of months in, and people will stretch it and everything else. But we're probably talking about the middle of May when all of these decisions come home to roost. And I will tell you, if businesses get far enough behind where their debts are mounting, even the ones that aren't covered by government loans, then they just won't reopen. It'll be cheaper to have everybody be bankrupt and then sort it out on the back end. So let's talk about some of the other downstream effects here. Government finances will be harmed to an irreparable degree. I see that the city came out and said that there'll be a $21 million shortfall. I'm sure the county is experiencing that. While I think that that analysis was in part correct, I know that it does not incorporate, for example, the revaluations of property taxes, which everybody's going to claim the value of their businesses have been impaired when it hits in January. So while I think that number is the tip of the iceberg, I think that you're going to see substantial hits to governmental budgets. And I'm sure that you all think government is important. I think government's important. But if the money's there not to fund it, and you guys can't print money like the feds can, there's going to be severe consequences. Now, the value of all this business destruction will also impact the stock market and people's financial assets and their pensions. So right now, pensioners are relatively isolated from the chaos of the day-to-day. But if this continues through a cascading failure, people's pensions and their benefits will be severely devastated. And frankly, that also is a nexus with government funding, because your pension funds have been promised a certain rate of return in terms of the discounts for what people are expecting. But when those get revalued to the current asset values, you're going to find substantial shortfalls in your pensions. The next thing I'd like to address is the impact of the extended closure on the court system. Right now, there's nothing being adjudicated anywhere. And as the time goes by and these business failures escalate and multiply, you're going to see enormous claims for damages come before the court system on the civil side. You're going to see debt claims, you're going to see landlord-tenant claims, you're going to see performance issues in contracts. And while it would be a Herculean effort just to unwind the backlog of a normal court closing for months at a time, I think that the wave of demands on the court system whenever this thing reopens is going to be something that we can't even conceive of. And I know that you're an attorney judge, and so that's something that's considerable.
Right. I don't want to stop your flow of thought, but I just want you to know, and the public, that while I agree that we do not have the courts operational like we normally do, we have a suspension of both civil and criminal trials. It is important for the public to know that we are operating all of our courts, all district courts and all county court at law courts, and even the appellate courts as in a different way, right? So you can still file your suits, prosecutions are still going forward, and we're doing everything remotely. It has taken a Herculean effort to get remote, but we've done it. But you're right about the civil and the criminal trials, and of course the suspension of jury impanelment. So all of those things are being discussed, but we did kind of set some parameters from the Supreme Court, and we're getting close to those being over. And then I have a feeling that in this new normal, we will have to recreate. That's part of that morning part of the workshop where I said to Timothy as our safety officer, hey, you're going to have to work with the judges to figure out how we're going to impanel juries from now on.
Sure, but just the caseloads associated with
Right.
bankruptcy are going to overwhelm the amount of the court.
And we have suspended truancies and evictions as well from the statewide level. So all that you say is certainly, it does not fall on deaf ears.
I appreciate
It
that.
does not fall on deaf ears, all of it. What I am wondering is because I've heard you on radio, you do have some suggestions, however, that you'd like to suggest that maybe we pivot to, and I'm going to let you finish. I just want you to know that that I want to make sure that you also get to, once we accept that our fate is maybe not sealed, but certainly in motion, there's also hopefully the opportunity to address many of the things that we fear if we act.
Sure, and realize that I am not suggesting that by saying all these things that everybody in this room isn't sensitive to what I'm saying. There's a hard choice, and all of this list of horribles have not vested yet. They will only vest if we continue with this closure on an extended basis. So this is not necessarily this is what will happen, but this is what will happen if we don't make a decision.
And are you encouraged at all by the governor's assemblage of the advisory council that's really made up of a who's who of entrepreneurs at the highest level in all different industries
Yes,
that would assist him in that new opening?
I'm encouraged by a lot of things. I'm encouraged by this discussion that we're having today. I'm just encouraged by things that politicians tell me. What I'm discouraged by is the lack of action on several fronts, and I'll get into those in just a minute.
Enough.
So the largest failure that we're collectively going to face if this business cascade of events occurs is a loss of social cohesion. What do I mean by that? I mean that people are going to come out and start actively or passively disobeying government. That will come from people who feel that the political bounds have been overstepped. It will come from the substantial number of business owners who are unemployed who now feel that they've lost everything and they don't have much else to lose. But frankly, it'll also come from people who have no source of salvation through the government largesse. There's a large number of people, whether they be the immigrant community or otherwise, that sort of seems to be outside of the safety net that's been put forth. And their lives have been affected to a degree maybe even more than some of the people that have received the government assistance. My point is there's going to be a lot of people who are very unhappy with the future of this unemployment, and rightly or wrongly they're going to lay the blame at the feet of government, and that social cohesion is a very part of what makes us a functional society that if it gets to that point it'll be very hard to go back to. Federal government lending and other sources of lending, I know that the city, for example, is lending, are very limited resources. The federal government cannot support the replacement of revenue for an indefinite period of time. So let's use this time to regroup, to plan, and do everything else we need to do, but ultimately that's not the source of salvation. Now let me just close with another hypothetical and then I'll get to some recommendations. The hypothetical I'd like to put forth is what we have to do to protect grandma. Because let's face it, not everybody bears the infection of COVID in the same manner. And grandma will be disproportionately affected. Now, how is grandma going to get it in her home in a multi-generational family under the roof? Well, was it her granddaughter who was sneaking out to be with her friends, but is afraid to admit that to anybody, but brings the virus into their home? Was it grandma's son who works in the hospital with the doctors that were here today and became inadvertently infected because a substantial fraction of the health workforce gets infected? Is it the daughter-in-law who was one of the ones who was unlucky to touch the door to the restroom right after somebody was infected and then inadvertently touched her face? These are all ways that grandma is going to get infected. So one of the things, the reason I'm putting that forth is to say, if we think grandma is the one that's going to die, are we really putting forth the resources in the right place to keep grandma safe? And there's issues of money that will help that, and there's also issues of policy. But people are going to die that way, and they're also going to die if they're too scared to go see the doctor because they have heart pains, but yet they think that the doctor's offices are closed or that they're going to get infected. So let me get to what I think the proper governmental action is. I think it's important for government to impanel a force of industry experts, health advisors, and governmental oversight locally, if necessary, in order to understand and promulgate a set of guidelines that represent the best practices for a particular industry. For example, the Texas Restaurant Association has put forth a set of guidelines. Now, do I agree with their guidelines? No, in certain ways I don't think they go far enough. Let me just give you an example. I think there's a role for the health department to play in the restaurants, and it could be something as simple as having a 10-minute video that all the employees have to watch, so each and every employee understands the proper method to wash their hands and sanitize things and the importance of that. And let's face it, the health department has a relationship with each and every employee through the safe handling of the food certificates and everything else. So that's an example. But here's the number one thing that's critically important that's missing from the government right now that you have the power to grant, and that is hope. Right now, if you're a small business person and you're sitting at home, there is the perspective that this closure is going to go on forever. And forever sure seems like a long time. What I think all levels of government have been remiss at is to say, we have a plan for reopening, it's something we want to do, and to communicate with those businesses so that there's the beginning of the prospect that this reopening is going to occur. It was mentioned in the city council meeting yesterday that, for example, the health department hasn't communicated with the restaurants. I think that's a mistake, because I think once hope is lost, that's what starts the cascade in motion. And that is something that I think can be rectified at no cost, but will have a large effect. Second thing I think should happen is that government should change its warnings to specifically focus on guidelines to the vulnerable population. There's going to have to be a change in their behavior, because what they will do to stay safe is different than what healthier people might do, and I think that's pretty important. Let me address the grandma living under a multi-generational roof situation. Most of the deaths, or many of the deaths, have occurred in situations like nursing homes. So if nursing homes are the venue for the death, then let's see the nursing homes get the response that they need from the various levels of government, such that that is where we fight the fight. Another suggestion is, if grandma is capable of living independently and we have all these empty hotel rooms, of which I'm a hotel owner and I will tell you they are empty, let's figure out some sort of a FEMA type grant situation like we had during the hurricane that allows grandma to get into a hotel situation and live independently, because let's face it, grandma's primary mode of infection is going to be through people in her own home where social distancing can occur. Next, I think it's up to the politicians to ratchet down the fear in society. All of this discussion of the death of corona and the death of corona and the death of corona really looks beyond the current situation where there are fewer infections and there are recoveries of people who have been infected. I think by stoking the fear in society, you're going to see bad outcomes. The next thing I would like to see is for government to help educate the media and the population as to the catastrophic consequences of cascading business failure. This is for your own good, because at some point you're going to have to reopen the economy one way or another. And if everybody is sitting in their houses thinking, oh my God, if I go outside I'm going to die of COVID, and I don't understand why Judge Canales made the decision to reopen the economy, she's a meanie, then you're going to suffer the consequences, even if that's the right decision. So I think starting the discussion of what the list of horribles are if we stay shut is an important part of getting the buy-in of the community. And let's face it, even if we throw open the doors tomorrow and reopen business, if people aren't comfortable going out and being part of the economy, then the economy is not going to reignite either. So the combination of them understanding that the irrational fear of maybe just being outside and all the COVID death, and the not understanding why reopening business is important, or things that you can do that will change the direction of this thing apart from any other decision that must be made. Now let's talk about what I think is something that is truly, I reserve the word evil for other things, but I can't think of another word for the moment. In various venues in the city, there's an overreach of government that is costing lives. Fishing on the beach is an example, okay? In certain parts of the county, fishing on the beach is prohibited. If you're trying to have people live within the laws, and you want to make laws that are going to get respected, and the parts of the laws that are really important, like social distancing, where there is a medical consequence associated with that, having other sets of laws that are both uneven across the county and do not tie to a health recommendation, I think are absolutely destructive.
But you do know that Nueces County has always allowed fishing. My order, I predated the governor, and I'm pretty proud of that. That's because I come from a fishing family.
Judge Canales, when I said at the opening of this that I respected your stay-at-home order as being very, very finely crafted, I am here to tell you that I don't think the problem is with your order. I think the problem is with orders that are downstream of yours that are problematic. Let me give you another one that I think costs lives, okay? There is a helter-skelter, stay-in-shelter rule against the short-term vacation rentals. Is that medically necessitated? I don't know. I can understand why some people have put that in place. But let me tell you, I know of several examples of people who have come into that community to say, let me stay in your self-contained, isolated, remote, short-term vacation because there are people in my household who are infected with COVID, and I'm trying to get away from that.
And that's my second home.
Well, I don't even care if it's my second home, but
that's even a higher.
I wasn't even going to go there because that's a property rights issue.
That's what I was getting to.
Yes, no, there's a property rights issue associated with that. I'm talking about the fact that if it has been widely said here that the mode of transmission is going to be between people under a single roof, and you have something in place that is trying to keep people under single roofs, that's an example of a political dictate that has medical consequences that are contraindicated from every piece of the discussion that we've heard today. So last but not least, my plea is that everybody get on the same page between the governments, because it seems very chaotic between what the governor's doing and the judges are doing and what the mayors are doing. I know that events are unfolding in real time, and it's very difficult to do that, but that's just the situation. Now let me address testing, if I may, for just a moment, because there's a certain segment who say we must wait until there's more testing in order to make a decision. How can you make a decision without knowing more testing? Let me just address that. I think that this catastrophic unwind starts in May. We all know, Judge, that you have done absolutely everything in your power to get as much testing done as possible, and I believe that. And I believe people have bent over backwards to help you, not only in the capacity of you being the county judge, but because you're Barbara Canales and you have a hold on the facts and you have contacts and you have abilities that are far beyond just the average person in that seat. So I know that when you say you've done everything, that it represents more than everything. But let's face it, if it is believed that testing has been insufficient, that's just our reality. And if it doesn't show up in time before all these cascading failures happen, then what good was it? The known damage associated with the cascading failures can be orders of magnitude greater than whatever information we get back from the testing. So just saying we're arbitrarily going to wait for something isn't avoiding the known death and destruction that I know is going to happen on the other side. That's not a failure of you or government in general. It's just we don't have time to wait for something that may or may not show up. Now, here's a slightly different take that I think is equally important. I do believe that the testing for the active viruses, at least we're keeping up with that. There's nobody who's seeking that test that's not getting done, right? So that's fine. The next discussion of testing is going to be the demand for antibody testing in the community, okay? In general, there are 3 states of reality that can come back from that testing. There is reason to believe, the first possibility is that the testing comes back very high and that a substantial fraction of the population has already had the COVID virus. In that case, there's an element of herd immunity that's out there. There's the fact that everybody's already had it. There's the fact that there's not more people to necessarily be infected. So if it comes back very high, I would say that the indication is let's open up this economy, because let's face it, most of the people who've had it, the benefits of social distancing diminish if everybody's had it. Let's do this, right? That's one possible scenario. Let's say that it comes back intermediate, that some fraction of the community in the middle has had antibodies. And I think that this is the most likely case. One of the doctors mentioned that there's a study from the CDC out of a Boston homeless shelter that showed about 30-40% of the people in the homeless shelter had the disease but were asymptomatic. I think that's a data point. I think another data point is I've seen studies coming from the aircraft carriers that have been infected, and my understanding is 60% of the people there who were infected did not show any symptoms of the disease. So let me just stipulate that one of the things that we've learned medically that people would agree on is that there's a large fraction of people in society walking around who have the disease but are showing no other symptoms, such that we cannot use a symptomatic approach. I would also argue that that makes contact tracing of the spread of the disease almost impossible, because there's just too many people, once it reaches community spread, that are showing no symptoms that you'll never be able to track it. If that is indeed the case, then I think that we can get some comfort that the mortality rate from the disease is much lower than we expected, that we should protect grandma to the maximum extent possible, but we should reopen the economy because clearly there's a substantial fraction who are out there who have it and have not been affected. It also comes into play, what was the purpose of flattening the curve? The purpose of flattening the curve was not to overwhelm the hospital system, but the initial rationale given for flattening the curve was that the ultimate number of exposures was going to be about the same. So if we're most of the way down that pathway and we can't stop it because of this community spread from people who are asymptomatic, I would argue that opening the economy with giving people the strong instructions to protect themselves is how you maximize value. Now, last but not least, let's take the example where there's very low indication of community spread. This would also apply to the situation, as was reported in the South China Morning Post, of high viral mutation. My point there is, if there's low spread in the community, then what are we going to wait for that is going to rescue us and tell us to open the economy? Is it going to be a vaccine, I'm assuming? And a vaccine is 12 to 18 months away. And I will tell you, while there's some uncertainty as to when we hit this catastrophic cascading event, it is definitely happening within the next 12 months. So even if there's low community incidence of this disease, you've got to reopen if you believe that the horribles associated with cascading events are real. So my point is, we can do a lot of testing. Testing is extraordinarily valuable. Testing will give the medical community the ability to fine-tune treatments. It will give them an understanding of what conditions in society lead to the 5% that wind up in ICU or whatever that number is. Testing is vitally important. But from my perspective, there's no testing result that is definitive that says, okay, now we've reached this milestone, we've got to do it. Because this disease is so insidious and has so many other ways around it, whether it's mutations or the super spreaders or otherwise, just having that information is not sufficient. And in fact, the World Health Organization has said, this is a quote, there's no evidence to support the belief that people who have recovered from coronavirus will not catch it again. If that's true, I don't know if it is, but that's what the World Health Organization has said. Then frankly, testing has much less value, because if we're going to be living with coronavirus in our world, we've got to get on past it before the economy craters. So now let me just conclude. We've had a death in the community that's COVID related. Okay? The other day there was a suicide in Port Aransas and maybe others. So if we're scoring this at home, it's 1-to-1. COVID death, suicide death. What I'm describing to you in terms of the death pathways, whether they're suicide or drug or family violence, are very real. So your choice is very difficult. Now, let me give you another thing that I support. I know that there's been talk, it may already have been voted on, to support the reopening of the county hospital as a COVID facility, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm fine with that. If the goal post is not to overwhelm the community medical facilities, and we're worried about a second wave or recurrence, which I personally don't believe will happen, but I think is a realistic possibility, then making the choices now to expand our medical capacity actually gives us more of a reason to reopen the economy, because that increases the margin of safety that we won't overwhelm the medical facilities, which is really, frankly, the red line that I think is out there.
That was definitely one of the justifications.
Okay. So let me just conclude by saying, I want to say first and foremost, thank you to the first responders and hospital staff, because they are really the people on the front lines more than anybody else. And they're heroes, because they're rushing into danger every day to do what they love in their jobs and to save lives. I would also like to thank the HEB cashiers and the baggers, because here are people in society that are standing forth with risk to service the community and keep everybody safe and fed, which are fundamentally important. So now here's the challenge that I would like to issue to the rest of the community. People take risks every day when they go to work. They drive to work. And driving is very dangerous, and sometimes people die in the car on the way to work. But they do it because work is such an important aspect of what a person is and what society is. So, along with that risk, we need to add another risk in place. And that is that they get back into business, take the risk of getting COVID, but just like they took the risk to drive to work, there's risks that we have in society, and because we need people at work for the economy and for their own health. And so it's not a promise given by government that we're all safe all the time. There is going to be an increased level of risk. There's going to be death from COVID, but it's my opinion that if the economy stays closed past the middle of May, there's going to be this cascading death that really changes who America is. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know Commissioner Vaughn has a question, and, okay, I'm going to yield. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to thank you for coming. You're the perfect one to come and have a different thought out of the box. And you're very intelligent, and I know that. some of you may not know this, but I've met him when I was on council, and he served on the street committee. I think you were chairman, weren't you, Andy?
That's correct.
And you know how terrible our streets were, Judge, back then, and still are, but it's improving. But he's part of the reason that we have a different process now, so thank you, Andy, for that. So many things that you're saying are happening right now already. I mean, I can just talk about, because the oil industry, they're already closing businesses. You should see my yard. I've got so much equipment in there from closing 3 offices, and that's not the end of it. You've got businesses that are going to be filing bankruptcy already. The oil industry was given a double whammy. The oil price and then the COVID virus. So what you say, I agree. I think it's a domino effect.
Well, the collapse of the oil industry is multifaceted, but probably the largest element of it is the lack of aggregate demand of the products
Exactly.
of the oil and its energy intensiveness. If we just had people drive around the block 10 times and then sit back in their driveway, we would save the oil industry, right? Now, that's not realistic, but my point is getting back to business saves the oil economy, and if we think that that's important, then that's part of the consideration as well.
And I think, Judge, you suggested this a while ago, you were talking about it as a task force for reopening businesses, what I heard. And that is what you're suggesting as well, isn't it, Andy? To get moving on it.
Yes, let's take the restaurant situation as an example, right? We're not talking about things that are rocket science, right? Test your employees to make sure they don't show up sick, clean the tables, use single-use items in terms of plates and cups and menus, right? And there's a list. That list is no more than 10 items.
And
Right.
Andy, let me just tell you, let me jump in if I can. I don't mean to interrupt, but Judge Canales is kind of ahead of you on that too. She has already asked me to talk to Kathy Snapka, who's the head of the Restaurant Association, and kind of put together some suggestions for her to look at in regards to that. So she's kind of on that as well, and I think it's important to note that those are the kind of things that she's been looking at. We've been looking at. That's exactly why we're having this discussion, and I couldn't agree with Commissioner Vaughn more that you made a great presentation. I really appreciate you taking the time and just sending us that information, because a lot of times people send us information and don't think we read it or act on it. But as you can tell by, you only sent us your information last week, and we got you here and to make this presentation because we felt it was so compelling. So, but those are some of the things that are happening on a regular basis, and I wanted to make sure.
And I
to do that.
appreciate that. I think you've got to set up, there's 10 industries maybe, when you consolidate the classes of white collar office and low traffic retail and some of these others, you've reached, 90% of it. What's missing here though is come up with the 5 steps for each industry. It's not particularly hard. And then communicate with business.
Yep.
It's the communication with business step which leads to the absence of hope.
You're right, and just to piggyback on what you said, Commissioner, it's just because we're trying to keep people out, but she's been here. She may have had to leave already, but Ms. Snapka was here
Right.
in the hallway.
And Alyssa got with her to get her
But-
contact.
Okay, good.
Later.
So
We're
she's
good.
been here,
Okay,
but
yes,
in the vein of communication, we recognized early on from the stay-at-home orders. To be honest with you, I recognized it hours after we issued them, maybe like the first 30 minutes, when Laura and her team, this is the county attorney, and the truth is that when I say, here's what I want, it actually has to be crafted. And for the first time publicly, I get to say the reason it was done so well, in my opinion, is because of Laura Jimenez and her team. And I'll give a little credit to Miles. He's a good guy. Miles Risley over at the city. I'm just joking. Equal credit. But Miles and Laura together, again, this is unprecedented, right? We don't have to collaborate with the city. That's not in my mandate. It's not in the rule book. It's not in the playbook. And in many occasions in hurricanes, it didn't even happen. But we did it during this time, and as a result, we must have fielded, I don't even know how many thousands of calls. And so those calls indicate there are problems. That's what a call is. Now, some of the calls, we were able to say, you're okay, and that made them happy. But the overwhelming majority of the calls were, this isn't going to work for us. And so we tried our best to, on a case-by-case basis, honestly, interpret the rule of law in the most liberal way possible so that we could get people who could find a nexus to essential business connected. But it was in the communication of the hotline, Andy, that really made that possible. So what we've done is we've set up a parallel hotline, but so much of this is like logistics, right? As they say, I mean, that supply chain, it's very real, and so is logistics. But we are really ready now, in my opinion. I just need this task force to kind of get going in the different industries. But we actually have a whole office dedicated to it with a real person, and I see him kind of in the back of my, he's also in the hallway, and he's dedicated to help bring these business leaders together along with a commissioner and, let's say, a head of a restaurant. So it's not just going to be good enough to get Ms. Snapka, who represents Texas Restaurant. It's going to be important that Commissioner Chesney, if I say, Commissioner Chesney, will you please lead restaurants, then he actually has to go beyond Kathy Snapka. He's got to get, because honestly, it's not the same for Water Street. I'm just picking on someone I know really well, that it would be for a taqueria, let's say, on the west side or the south side, or a barbecue place, or even a food truck, okay? So I think that what's going to be incumbent is to do this now. And we're not only agreeing with you, at least I'm agreeing, but I think that it's imperative that you know that we've at least done a lot of preliminary to try to get us there. And I'm always looking to see what best practices are. And Sylvester Turner, who has a lot more breadth of resources than we do here, but doesn't matter. We might be small, but we're very mighty. He put in a CEO who was a former Shell CEO in charge of his whole task force. I've already started to make calls to men and women in banking and in business of all sizes to say, would you serve as an advisory council? The governor can have his advisory council, but as you said, or somebody said earlier, look, what's good for up here doesn't necessarily translate what's perfect for here. And so I think that we need to really pivot on that, and I want to address short-term rentals. I did not include short-term rentals in the county. I did so for a reason, but I do want to say to the public, because I think you would be okay with this, me explaining why Mayor McComb did put that in along with some other mayors, and that was that we were in that honey hole, if you will, of La Semana Santa, the Holy Week, and we were in that very intriguing area that is spring break and Holy Week, and we knew we were going to get pounded with lots of visitors, and in fact, that was just a huge dilemma for our community, and they were trying to stay off, if you will, outside travel. However, I've already begun those types of discussions with our senators and to say, look, we would like you also to recognize that we're not just an energy community, we're a tourism community. And that also has a huge economic impact. That sales tax you're talking about is that hot tax, and that hotel occupancy tax along with the sales tax is going to be a really big ding for the city. I do want the public to know, because I take what you say to heart about hope. And so I want to give a little hope here. Number one, we've already been given guidance by the Attorney General of Texas that the property values will stay from January 1. So we receive 50% of our revenue here in the county from ad valorem. But the other, which is big, but it's not 90, right? The other 50% might be off a bit from fees and fines because they make up like 10%. But overall, I predict that the county's biggest concern has to do with the county's concern for indigent health care and our court system and associated behavioral health concerns and all our unfunded mandates that are already on our backs. Those might be exacerbated, and that could be a tremendous burden on social services and veteran services. I'm super mindful of that. That's why the task force is really important. When the CARES Act, when we knew the first supplemental bill was coming down, I created a project, and I want to emphasize this. It's just a project. It doesn't mean it's going to have a standalone forever and ever, but it's called Code Blue. It's just a project, and it's the way that we believe that we can have a vehicle that already existed in our budget to say, you, Nueces County Development Commission, you have to get on this now. Get your team, get your phone centers, get your hard lines, get your internet, compile all the data, and you're going to be a navigator. You're going to be almost like a patient navigator. Someone's going to call you, and you're going to not just send them to a website. You're going to pick up that phone and get them to a volunteer who has been trained to help them truly navigate these waters. And it's going to take time and manpower, but that's how you save people, one at a time. And in addition, we're going to help the overall business community. And we just talked about restaurants, but I bet Commissioner Vaughn would be happy to take an industry. I bet Commissioner Modis would be happy to take an industry. I don't even have to really look to the left, or to the right, or to the front. I know them. They'll do it. They just need to find the one that they want to do, because I think you've nailed it. And you might even write me an email, because I certainly would appreciate it. I think you have in your mind what the top 10 are already. I'd like to know, to make sure they match up with what we're seeing, but like, hoteliers, restaurant, personal services like grooming, okay? But I bet you have them in your mind. Interfaith, let's find those, and we're going to need lots of time to, as I say, unpack this. But if you're willing to be a resource for us, it would be a gift to our community for you to do so. I just want you to know that you're right. We have a ton of work to do, and I'm in the business of hope. In fact, this is a little silly, but it's really not. I choose what mask I bring to work every day. Like a girl who chooses her favorite, accessory. And mine today is appropriate because it says faith, hope, and love. So I just want you to know I'm a believer. And I mean that on multiple levels. And I've tried my very best, to the tune of exhaustion, to convey hope to the people of Nueces County. But I will do more. And I just want to promise to you as a citizen, and to everybody that's listening, that I believe in hope, and hope is coming. But I also want you to know that you're seeing a trend in Texas to do this responsibly, and I think you advocate that, and I appreciate it, and we will do everything in our power. Retail to go doesn't seem like much, but it's that first piece of hope. And elective surgeries being opened is another sign of hope. We did those orders, Laura, 2 days ago. They went into effect yesterday at midnight. I can't even remember. The days are gone, but they're in place. And there are so many people here, and Johnny Hip is here. He's the executive director of the hospital district. He knows how I feel about behavioral health. I mean, I'm so on it. Johnny's going to hear me make this request in email, so you might as well hear it now. We had already vetted a system called Cloud9, and that's a behavioral health telesystem that we need in our police vehicles and our law enforcement. And it's amazing and wonderful. It needs more vetting to figure out how we would interact. But I'm pledging to you that this council here of commissioners will get on it. And as I say, it's not like we're not on it, but we need to be on it more. And I'm sensitive to it. So I just want to thank you. It was a tremendous amount of information and thought-provoking discussion. And I think that you'll see that it won't be the last. In fact, it'll be the first of many. And I'm going to take some of what you said and incorporate it in the town hall in the few weeks. But I think the first order of business for us is maybe you should pick or not an industry that you think, hey, I think I can really lend my time and talent to, and then either choose a commissioner or they'll choose you. But we need to start those protocols. And I'll speak with the health department about recognizing the nexus that you bring up between restaurants and them. But I don't want to lie to you. We may have to take that burden from them simply because they're overwhelmed. And as a matter of fact, in the STD category, they've already parceled over all that work to another clinic. So where we can divide and conquer, we will. Is that fair? Is that a good way to transition, Brent, from some of the things that you're already working on restaurants?
Judge, I think it's a great start. I mean, I don't know where it heads or where it leads to, but I think we're in the right path. I mean, we have to start sending the message that we are very much wanting to reopen this community in a safe and secure way. And I think these are great first steps in doing that, for sure. And I think, I don't like long meetings. This is the best long meeting I've ever been at. And we're not even anywhere near done because this information has been really good. I never know how many people watch this stuff and really see it, but it's been good for me. I think the other commissioners probably too. I mean, is it a long time to sit and listen? Absolutely. But this is stuff that is going to affect our lives forever. forever. I don't think this goes away, and we're going to have a new normal. So I think these are steps that we are
Well,
taking
you'll
now.
recall after 9/11 that before 9/11, we never operated in airports the way we operate today. It changed our social norm, it changed our behavior, and it changed our protocols. And I predict after COVID-19, we also won't look at the world in the same way. And it will change our norm, our behavior, and our protocols. And I just want the citizens to know, as I want my commissioners to know, that I am an open-minded person. You know, we all come in with our picadillas, right? We all come in with our personal biases and our experiences, and I'm human, so I'm no different. But what I do know is when I take my deep breath, and I do every hour on the hour, that I'm able to receive the information that you've given to me. I'm able to process it in a way, honestly, I know this sounds weird, but I'm thinking more clearly than I've ever thought before. And I'm also more tired than I've ever been before. And so there's no correlation with my ability to bring in information and how hard we're working as a team. So it's very appreciated. And we'll just, if it's all right, I know you have some written comments. If you wouldn't mind giving them to me, I listen to every word, but I sometimes would appreciate the right to go back over it. My office is right next door. They'll do a quick copy for you, and then I'll disseminate it through Tyner to the other commissioners.
Yeah, let me send you that by email if I may.
It's even better.
I think your comments are pretty much the email you already sent us, though.
Very close, very
Yeah.
close.
Point by point, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity,
you.
Judge. Time is of the essence.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay, speaking of time is of the essence, I'd like to know in the crowd, not from my EOC team, but Pastor, would you like to, are you here just as an observer? No, he's a speaker. Would you mind coming next? Okay, absolutely, sir. Thank you. I just think I want to try to be sensitive of people's thought times. Johnny, you're allowed to take a 5-minute stretch, like a 7th inning stretch. There you go. Fair enough, sir.
Long way from over, buddy.
Well, I'll try to be brief. I have appreciated everyone that has spoken, and especially Andy. Appreciate everything that he has said. And I personally feel that his warning really needs to be taken. I know we are taking it seriously, but I just want to echo, I feel the importance of that. My name is Mike Fahlauer. I'm the pastor of New Life Church here in Corpus Christi. And I first want to acknowledge a couple of other pastors that are here. Pastor Glenn Holland with the Net Fellowship Church, and Pastor David Bendett, Rock City Church. And as I said, I pastor New Life Church. Now I represent an active membership of about 4,000 plus on a well, before all of this, on a weekend basis. And what I feel was so important in regards to what Andy shared with us regarding these red flags that he was waving as far as the dangerous territory that we are moving towards in regards to our businesses here in Corpus Christi. I would say the same is true in regards to our churches. And the longer, as far as the churches are concerned, the longer that we're not able to meet together, the more ineffective and weak we become in our ability to serve this community that we all love so much and to serve our people. I know there's been a lot of talk about live streaming. Being a large church, we live stream. We have for years, and we were able to put together a pretty compelling experience that way. But for churches, live streaming is akin to a restaurant trying to sustain itself on drive-through business. It's the same thing. The church by its very nature is, the DNA of the church by its very nature is community. It's connection. And it's not connection through Zoom calls ultimately, or email or text, or even live streaming our services or our messages. And so when this happened, when this crisis took place, we quickly put together a council of churches that represent, there's 30 different churches so far, and that's quickly growing. Almost every day, the number of churches are being added to this council. And they're from all different backgrounds, and they represent a wide variety of the churches here in Corpus Christi. And so what we did is we began to meet together as pastors, and we began to reach out to our congregations together as pastors, both individually and together. In addition to that, last week sometime, Todd Hunter reached out to us and explained to us that there was a task force that the governor was establishing specifically for churches and their reopening. And Todd reached out to us and asked us to give our input so that he could relay that to the task force. And so we did that last week. And I'm not sure how much, I mean, it seemed like almost everything we suggested to them. Statement, I don't know how much of that had to do with us. I like to think some of it had to do with us since they asked for it. But he sent this notice out yesterday entitled Guidance for Houses of Worship During the COVID-19 Crisis. And one of the things that he said in bold is that the government must give special consideration to houses of worship when issuing orders related to COVID-19. And of course, he mentioned the First Amendment, which honestly, for many, many of the pastors, if not most of the pastors on the council, one of our concerns is the overreach that we're feeling right now as far as the government dictating when and how we worship. Governor Abbott mentioned in this statement the First Amendment to the United States Constitution protects the right of Texans to worship and freely exercise their religion according to the dictates of their own conscience. He also referenced the Texas Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which provides additional protections to faith communities, and that the government must ensure that it complies with the RFRA. He goes on to say, thus, when the state or local government issues orders prohibiting people from providing or obtaining certain services, they must ensure that these orders do not violate these constitutional statutory rights. I would be more than glad to, Judge Canales, present to you what we presented to Todd, and basically the way we approached it was the same way that we're seeing now as far as the state and the federal government opening in stages. And so we presented him our proposal in opening in stages, and I'd be more than glad to make that available to you. The reason why I appreciated so much also what Andy had to say is because even though I'm not an economist, we're not economists, we're pastors. I've been doing this for 35 years, and the people, the 40% that are unemployed, those are our people. And the spike that we're seeing in people going to the food banks, 440,000 pounds of food, 23,000 families, almost 8% of Corpus Christi. Those are our people. Those are people that we pastor. And the emotional impact, even though we, thankfully, because of the quick, decisive action, Judge, of all of you, we're looking at, we're not seeing a spike in COVID-19, but we are seeing a spike in child abuse, and we are seeing a spike in depression, and we are seeing a spike in domestic violence. So we're seeing a spike in unemployment. But thankfully, because you, Judge, you acted so quickly and decisively, the council members, thank you for doing that. But man, now we have to, I think, reshift our focus. And I know as pastors, we need to get back to the business of being able to pastor our people. And we just can't do that virtually. It was never meant to. And I know this is not a church service, but I will say that the birth of what we know to be the church is recorded. That moment was recorded in Acts chapter 2, verse 1, and here's what it says. That they were together, the disciples were together in one place at one time when the church was birthed. And there was a multitude. It was birthed in the midst of a multitude. It's a part of our DNA. So it just doesn't work for us to be able to minister to the emotional and spiritual needs of the community and continue to do that virtually. So, Judge Canales, we would humbly be willing to offer our services and helping in any way that we can, and being a part of some type of a task force that addresses the churches. I know many of us are already looking at how we can do this. And again, I don't know if you were, I don't know. I apologize if I don't know how the communication works. I don't know if you received this.
I did.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
And I just wanted you to be able to finish, but I
Yeah.
did want to tell you that I did receive it. I don't know if you were in the room when I said I was preparing for my 5 o'clock briefing, and I had all my talking points, and then I just said, okay, throw those out. Somebody read this. Let's get us going again. You know, we we got this yesterday afternoon, and we were able to quickly disseminate it to the commissioners, to our legislative folks, kind of give them the thanks that they got it to us so quickly. And then I went and had a press briefing and spoke about how I was already in contact with clergy. And the reason that happened is because Pastor Bill Cornelius contacted me probably within minutes of I guess, everyone receives it, and he just happened to catch me on the phone. So I caught him, or we spoke for about 30 minutes, and we really talked about how we saw a task force. I mentioned my affiliation with David, with you, Pastor, because I just wanted to at least try to create that cohesion. So Pastor Bill's probably going to reach out to you today. What I asked him to do was to reach out to you. It sounds like you've already done it, and put together the protocols, right? Which is really almost outlined here.
Yeah.
But you might think of one more, or you may think of a caveat to one of these.
Right.
For example, communion I don't think was mentioned in here, and I think it'd be a great idea to talk about some of the things that you and we all talked about. Remember the kits
Yes.
and things like that?
Yeah, we did mention that, and that was part of our proposal to
Okay.
Todd Hunter that went to the task force about self-contained communion elements. And
Right. It would be great. But like, for example, I spoke with Bishop Mulvey yesterday, and we don't do kits in the Catholic Church, at least in the main part of the diocese. And so we talked about, okay, well, could you help me? One size doesn't fit all. So could you help me come up with a way that a Eucharistic minister could present communion? And we talked about that, and he said, when are you thinking about this? I said, I'm thinking about now. I'm thinking about Sabbath this weekend. He said, that may not work for us, but you have to understand, he's got a lot of, his diocese, it goes way beyond Nueces County, so he needs to speak with other county judges and to make his rule more consistent so that every Catholic church, let's just say, has the same rules. Perfect sense. But what I conveyed yesterday in the press briefing, and I'd like to do it again today, is that I'm ready, when you are ready, which I guess is always, right, to go ahead and get these started. But it would be really wonderful if we worked very, very hard before the Sabbath, because a lot of people do worship on Saturday, if we could get the protocols out before Saturday, as in by Friday. And that would help all of us distribute evenly and equally to all faiths. And then the second thing that I was going to ask of you is not just to write them, but to also seek input from other faiths as well, other than the Christian faith as well, just because, like we know, Rabbi Manuel was on some of our calls. That would just be a good thing. You don't have to, but I think that it's a wonderful gesture so that we could also say we're all in this together. And I think that this guidance really does illustrate maybe striking that balance. We couldn't do it then, but we can maybe do it now if we practice the safe protocols. And I know I sound like a broken record, but lock in those gains, because we don't want we don't want the very people you want to minister to have to also deal with the extra layer of illness. And there's so many ways that aren't in here that I think we could address. I also want you to consider where people can continue the remote. Mr. Taubman, you talked about the vulnerable population. That population, that's not just grandma. I'm not really saying this to rush my children, but like, I'm old enough to be a grandma, but I'm just not a grandma. But I'm old enough to be one. And so what I want to say is that older population isn't just.
But if that does rush your children, that's okay too, right?
Okay, that's okay
All right,
too.
well, just checking.
Well, they do need to get married first, but okay. But the point is that the 65 and older doesn't necessarily, we need to create the remote listening for anybody who thinks of themselves as vulnerable. You could be vulnerable because you're 65 and older, but you could also be vulnerable because you've got diabetes and you have dialysis twice a week. Or does that make sense? I really want us to continue the remote talk.
Right, and I'm not.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not advocating not doing that at all. Matter of
Good.
fact, if I could,
Please.
just an example of phase one, our suggestion. Now, they weren't that, they obviously weren't that specific in this document, but one of the things that in phase, and again, I'll make sure to get this to you, but one of the things that we proposed for phase one, Judge, was several things. Number one, request those exhibiting any symptoms at all to stay home. Strongly request anyone
who is considered high risk or immune compromised to stay home and take advantage of the live stream. Encourage anyone who's uncomfortable attending to freely, without any sense of guilt, to stay home. To make available self-contained communion elements, sanitize all surfaces, classrooms, bathrooms, before and after every service. We have multiple services to be able to accommodate our crowds. And of course, avoid handshakes, high fives. We also are prepared to make available masks to anyone who wants them, and as well as all kinds of hand sanitizer. And those were just some of the things that we had in that, in that phase one. And so I would be more than glad to, again, get that to, I don't know how, I guess I can get it to County Commissioner Vaughn. I don't have your
Yes, we'll
contact
get that
information
to
or
you.
whatever.
Yes, she'll forward it to me.
Yeah.
We would love it, and then I'm just gonna ask one of you to reach out to Pastor Cornelius at Church Unlimited, and he's got some too. Fuse them, and I mean, the quicker we can get them to me, the quicker we can publish them. And just remember, this won't be an order coming from the county judge. This will just be a guidance.
Guidance.
Right? It's just a guidance, but you, as I say, now we become co-leaders. You as spiritual leaders and myself as a elected leader and an emergency management leader. Now we transfer power to one another.
Right.
You transfer to me in the realm of guidance, and I transfer to you in the realm of your flock. And boy, is that a trust. And it's a tremendous trust that we're going to have with one another to keep each other safe. But I believe that that he's spoken, and that the Attorney General has spoken, and that this is where we need to go. And I pray that it will bring healing to those families that are in search of a way to, that really need, as you say, that touch. But there's so many things that we talked about yesterday that I bet are on your list, and including if we at the county can help anybody with sanitizers, there's actually a movement afoot to buy them in drums. We can give you our vendors, and
That's beautiful.
yeah, because we think that if you were to sanitize on the way in and sanitize on the way out, that's a really good thing. And then I really want us to, this is just guidance, not spiritual, but just guidance. We want to talk about this. There's been a lot of talk about the vulnerable, and I don't want to diminish anything about what Andy said or what the doctor said. But I don't know about you, but I had a hard morning when I saw that little girl's picture again. That little girl named Skylar, who's 5 years old, whose mother was a police officer and whose father was a fireman in Detroit, Michigan. And neither one of her parents were positive for COVID. But she was, and she died. And she died as a direct result of COVID-19. And so I want us to teach our young people that they have a responsibility too. And I don't know if there's any better place than in church to teach something that's higher than you. We all live under authority. I believe the Bible says that too. And under that authority, we should really take to heart that it can happen to any of us, including our children. We don't want to scare them, Pastor, but we want to educate them. We teach them a lot about things that are scary, a lot. And I just want to appeal to you, because I know you all can say it in the right way where they'll hear it, where it's not coming from a judge,
Right.
but somebody that they love, somebody they trust, and somebody that can protect them. And because I do fear without that, we're losing that teaching opportunity. Because I want them to take it seriously. If you ask them, a volunteer crew, to clean, that they clean, or that, does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely, and it needs to be taken seriously, and I think it's a valid point. And I think I speak for us saying that we take it seriously, and it is serious. It needs to be taken seriously. And so I so appreciate this time. Thank you so much.
Likewise.
And again, the council, we're here to help and assist any way that we can. I've got Bill's cell number. I'll reach out to him
Yeah.
as well, and we'll work together with this.
That's great. And so we'll try to get this guidance out by Friday, and I'll work with Commissioner Vaughn. Would you maybe take that as your charge?
I would love to, and can I
Done.
ask you something?
I transfer it.
Someone just texted me, and they're listening,
Okay.
and they said, so what you're saying, if you give them the guidelines and they go by them, they could actually have service.
That's correct. That's correct. And we should say that. The governor's guidance still says if you feel more comfortable doing drive-in, drive-through,
right,
remote,
right,
keep
right,
on.
right.
The one thing that's in this that we didn't talk about was church gatherings. I really want to believe that this phased approach is a smart approach. So I know at my church there's all kinds of amazing, like, women's groups and And again, whatever practices we put in church service, let's also implement
Put those
that.
in the.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I
So
totally agree.
There's a lot to talk about still, but I know between now and Friday, we'll get there. And please reach out through your networks and keep, these tentacles are growing and they're growing for good. And this is part of Andy's message of hope as well. This is a message of hope. So the answer is yes, but commissioners, when you post this, please make sure that you reference that guidance is partially available to you now, because that's what this document is from the government, from the state, but that we also would include guidance that's particular to our community. And that goes into the communions and some of the things they didn't address here.
Right.
I bet you can think of others. Is that a fair assessment? Because honestly, you guys, when we couldn't go to church all these weeks, I'm sure every day you wish we could, but you know what? You didn't. And I just want to say thank you for protecting your congregation and I know how much that hurt. And how about the fact that you supported me personally during that time is really valued. And more importantly, the people that there was only one or two, but the pastors that didn't, you were critical of them. And that's important too, to see leadership when you're saying we can't do it that way. And you did that for us. And I just want to say it's through that sacrifice, that shared sacrifice, that we're better for it. And now where we can help you, we're going to return that favor.
Well, we all appreciate your acknowledgement of that, and it was our desire to do that because we love and respect this body
Yeah.
and our local government, and we love and respect our people. We do want them safe. We do want them well. So I so appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you very much. And I know this is such a pastor thing to do, but can I just pray real quick before I go for all of us?
Fine by me.
Is that okay?
That's awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Father, thank you for this body, and thank you for your faithfulness to us. And as we heard so aptly put, we are people under authority, and there is a higher authority, and we acknowledge you as that. And we are so thankful for your kindness. We're so thankful, Lord, for your wisdom and your direction, and we lean heavily on that. And we continue to pray for our leaders, our governmental officials, here locally and nationally. We just ask that you would continue to strengthen them. These are difficult times for all and difficult times for them. So, God, again, thank you for protecting us. Thank you for helping us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Judge, can I ask him something?
Yes, of course.
You know, I think all of us will post the orders. But before we do that, if you can come up with the ideas, because a lot of churches don't have things available like y'all do, thinking out of the box on how they can hold their services, because you've got small, medium, large. Can you get us that? Because that would be something
That's
good,
what
think.
I was asking for
I thought it
Friday,
was, but
but I was going to put you in charge.
Yeah.
They're going to work with Pastor Bill and their group,
Okay.
and then they're going to get it to you by Friday. It's okay to post these, but I think we can do better even.
Yeah, I do
think we
too.
can be
I don't-
more.
I don't think I wanna post
I don't
mine.
think this is going to help a lot of
Right.
people that have really small church. I just think that you might need to, I think what you guys can come up with can even be better. That's what I was saying to Friday. Nothing wrong with posting, but can you just please put, and more guidance
Okay.
coming? Something
I
like
think-
that?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Small churches, medium-sized churches, large churches, excessively large churches like ours or Church Unlimited, those all present their different challenges. And so I think that's a very great idea to be able to offer that, Judge. Yeah.
I think it's incredibly important because this to me is a huge ray of hope for people. If we can't get the churches back opened up safely, then there's going to be, as Andy's talked about, a lot of hope lost. So I got this from Todd, as everyone else did, or Tyner sent it, everybody sent it, and this is inspiring stuff. So I really appreciate y'all being
Thank
here.
you so
I really
much.
appreciate what you did to, as Judge said, support her in her efforts. This is stunk for all of us. Nobody enjoys this. Certainly not Judge Canales and the pressure she's been under, not any of us who've had to take calls and field calls, and it's not easy, and there's so much misinformation. But, you know, every once in a while, we got to grab onto a little ray of hope, and I think there's been a lot of ray of hopes that have come today, and yours is certainly the biggest ray of hope we've heard today, in my opinion, so I really appreciate it.
I
Thank you.
thank all of you for your
And
service.
for all of you, not just you. I
And
know you
one thing I was thinking, I don't want to just put this bug in your seed, plant the seed, is choirs. In other words, you need to give some guidance for the choirs, because they have robes, they have books. And so I know there's a way we can do it, but like, my
Right.
daughter sang in the choir, and, just the way anyway, I know we can figure it out, but all the wonderful churches have music as a part of it, and we just want to give some guidance. That's what I'm saying. This is okay, but it's not really, it's not going to give everybody, so I'm going to put that in your good hands and work with Commissioner Vaughn, then she'll get it to me. And what I can offer is the platform of Nueces County's website, Nueces County's Facebook, Twitter. I'll even do with you guys a YouTube portal that once you get your protocols, you can maybe talk about them, give ideas, stuff like that.
Let's say it's great, but we're going to make it greater. Let's do it that way. Can we do it that way? It's not just okay to me. This is really good.
Right.
I mean, and right now I think
It's
people
good.
need some hope.
What I mean is that, like
you
anything,
do.
ask Laura how interpretation
I know.
goes.
I hear
We're
you.
going to get 1,000 calls on this.
I know.
So I just think the more detailed we can be, the better. Remember, these are not orders.
Right.
They're guidance.
Yeah.
If it's not perfect for your service, but our goal is to keep people safe. So the better ideas that you get from the small, medium, and large, and then we say, people are going to say, well, does this mean I can have Bible study? Yes, but you're going to social distance in your Bible study. What about, choir was the one I thought of. What about church picnics, or social gatherings that are big? I'm still going to say, as the emergency manager, not as my parishioner, but as an emergency manager, I'm going to say, is there any way we can hold off on those? Can we just start with church so that we can work our way and see what things happen? Because otherwise, I don't want us to go backwards. I only want us to go forwards. I think those are reasonable requests, but when you say them as leaders, as spiritual leaders, it's going to change the conversation.
Yeah. Well, I think we're all, I hope guys say something if I'm misspeaking here, but we're all understanding that we need to do this in phases. And for us, the first phase is being able to meet in our homes of worship because, again, as was so aptly said, the hope that communicates. So, yes, thank you so much.
That's great.
Just to make clear, Judge, we're not lifting the ban on churches, right?
Yes, sir, the governor's done that already.
But as far as the amount of people that can
Yes, sir.
go to church,
Yes,
but
sir.
there still have to be this
No, sir.
distance, right?
The social distance, yes. You still want to be able to do the social
If you have 300
distancing.
people or 200 people in the church, they all have to be social distance.
Yes,
I just want to make sure.
Well, that's the
I just want to make sure we're not giving somebody a
that's the
mixed message
guidance.
here, right?
So
that's the guidelines. That's the guidance or the
it's not
recommendations.
it's not mandated anymore, sir. It's just the guidance. That's why I'm working with the clergy so closely, because that which is not a law can be abused.
Correct.
And therefore, what I'm saying is, rather than me just say, I'm not doing this. So we're going to make sure, I'm going to preface, I'm not doing this. But a county judge can be more restrictive than the governor. And that's why it's really important for us to have these dialogues, because I'm saying, I'm going to go ahead and,
Now, this says differently, just so I know you know.
no, I know, but we're just talking about,
Right.
what they're saying is that there is a state compelling interest, right?
Right.
And so the governor has said they're essential services. But for example, if we said everybody has to wear masks in public spaces where there's more than 200 people, we could do things like that. What we're saying is, let's do it a different way. Let's work with the churches that can basically do it better, because they're going to come up with a set of rules that are going to work really well for small, medium, and large. But for Commissioner Gonzalez's, to answer his question, they're now essential, so there's only the rules of guidance regarding social distance. But what we're working out is that they should do that, and they're saying that they will.
Yeah, we can't. There's so many things that we can do to mitigate chances of people getting sick or anything like that, and those will be different, Judge, with the different sizes. So, for example, with a church our size, if we only had, if we separated the chairs 6 feet apart and we could only put 200 people or whatever, and I'd have to have 50 services to serve our folks.
Right.
And I'm 61. I'm in pretty good shape, but I don't think I can do
Right.
50 services.
I was trying to find the piece here so I could refer to Commissioner Gonzalez, but it talks about,
How would you do the social distance then?
Well, there's an aspect of that we wouldn't be able to do. That's why our proposal was masks, making masks available, self-contained communion elements, sanitizing vigorously before and after each service, all surfaces. We could imply some mitigation within our classrooms because that's easier to manage. But even if we did it in a worship center, you're not going to have that in a lobby.
right, and I liked this one. It
Yeah.
said clergy should dismiss attendees by family
By
unit.
families, units, or in stages or in phases, yeah.
And it says maintaining social distancing. So
Yeah.
there's very good guidance but that's why it's so important for us to be able to
Right,
work it out.
right. Yes, ma'am.
Is once this gets accomplished, you don't want to just say, okay, everybody have at it without trying to give guidance. And they
Right.
recognize that, and that's why I think
And that's
it's
what we
important.
proposed to Todd as well, is we didn't want to we weren't proposing, let's just open up the gates and everybody just rush back into church without there being any sense of responsibility or measures that were taken. And so that's why we came up with these 3 phases.
So you have 150 wear masks, you know? That's what I would see.
What we're doing is we're prepared, because we have, like I said, we have a church of thousands, so we're already preparing to purchase thousands of masks to make available. to
And
people.
we know that families can sit close together because
Yes.
they're from one household unit, and so
Correct.
we can work. That's what we were talking about yesterday.
And if people aren't comfortable going, they're not going to go. You know, and that's the bottom line.
That's
A
right.
lot aren't gonna go.
And we want to give them that freedom to not go without even feeling
Without
bad about it.
without any guilt.
Without any guilt whatsoever.
My
Encourage them
wife's
to.
already,
That's
my
Even
wife,
if you're
I sent,
Catholic, no guilt.
Yeah, that's
I sent this to
that's
my,
right. Yes, ma'am.
sent it to my wife yesterday, and she said she's not going no matter. She's not going yet anyway, because we can watch it online.
And that's
so-
okay.
Yeah,
too.
and that's okay. And we're letting our folks know that is,
Right.
we're providing the best experience online
Right.
because of that, because we want them to feel like they can do that.
You know, Pastor, I support everything you're doing, I really do. I mean, I'm dying to go to church too, you know, and get my communion and everything else. But, you know, I don't want to feel like somebody open the door and now everybody comes, you know? I just want to make sure that we just, again,
Right. I agree. That's why I'm so happy. When I got this, okay, maybe other county judges would have panicked, but I didn't. You know why? Because I already knew that I could call the Moral Compass Initiative. But literally, I think Bill was like instantaneous text. From the time I got it, Pastor Bill was in my ear. And then I did hang up and call Bishop Mulvey because we know the population of Catholic churches in our area.
Yes, yes.
And I also know that communion wasn't addressed, and I thought,
Right.
I need to get on this immediately. And they don't do the kits in a lot of the churches, so I thought, okay, I need to. So yesterday afternoon, we begun at 5 o'clock. It was a very short day, and then, of course, today. But I really wasn't as concerned. Of course, I'm always wondering how it's going to work, but of course, here it is, exactly as it should be.
Yeah.
We're working together, phased approach. We'll make sure we communicate really well. I can tell you there'll be a lot of confusion, so let's work together, commissioners, to really start communicating carefully. And again, you know, we'll pivot, we'll adjust, we'll do everything we can to keep people, you know, safe and soulful.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
I didn't mean to
Thank
take
you
up
so
this
much.
much time, but thank you so
Well,
much.
it was an important subject, and of course, it was timely as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Pastor.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Okay, as they say, we now have, we have so many things to do. I'm beginning to feel that COVID has invaded Commissioners Court. It feels the same way as it does every day. So much to do and not enough time, but we've had lots of good opportunities to visit with folks. The one thing that I notice is that Johnny has been here for a long time, and I know, there's
He
this-
loves being here.
He
He
does.
loves being here.
Well, this is what I was gonna say, is that let's have Johnny Hip come up, and then I would like to at least get through the consent agenda and some of the things. Melissa, I know our EOC ride-out team has been waiting to visit, but the truth is that they're here at the courthouse, that they work here. So we can do that at any time or even create a new time. I just want to make sure that the people that have traveled to be here, including our regular agenda, get heard. And I'm a little worried about that, on about 10 different fronts. So, Johnny, thank you for being here. There's a part of the workshop that was going to get addressed with regards to, it says hospitalization options. That's probably not the perfect verbiage, but at least gives you an opportunity to introduce what happened at Hospital District last Friday. And then actually, Melissa is here, and she was on the call with me to TDM yesterday, so we can provide an update to commissioners and to even you, although I did call John Martinez and say, call Johnny and tell him, there's just not enough hours in the day. I got to talk to him this morning at 8 o'clock, but we do want to update everybody on what TDM said. But why don't you give us a synopsis? And honestly, this all the info you've heard about increased suicide and depression, anxiety, is really, those are the items that you guys are addressing with our behavioral health initiative and opioid task force. And I just want to say that I was going to ask you anyway to contact our friends at Texas State of Mind, the Meadows Foundation, and just tell them that, we need to be monitoring this new data. And they're already monitoring data, but now they need to look for new data. And we need to see how this COVID-19 is affecting our behavioral health scenario here in Nueces. And I'm sure that they would be happy to pivot and do that for us, since they're working for us.
Well, good morning and good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been nice to be here. It's been very informative for me. And in order to answer your question, Judge, and your directive, let me just go back, and it's probably better if this is done in sequence.
Go ahead.
So when the pandemic emerged, the governor issued orders that affected hospitals for them to not do elective surgeries anymore. And the thought behind that was to make beds available in the hospitals to handle any potential overflow, anything that had to do with the local facilities not having space, stored, whatever, to take care of potentially an overflow patients. So that's been in effect for a while, and that effort has had some effect. It's not just some effect, it's had a large effect on all the facilities in terms of their finances. They've laid off people, they've done other things in response to that. And those things are not good. But today, and to fast forward to today, the hospitals have the ability to go back and start doing elective surgeries. And while the surgery schedules are not full at those hospitals today, it's going to be a slow increase, as earlier speakers have talked about, the economy coming back in a slow way. So what we're concerned about, and what led to the action last Friday by the Hospital District Board, is that the board was requested by the judge in her capacity to consider making additional beds available in the community in light of the fact that the hospitals are going to be able to start doing surgeries again. In other words, their bed capacity, their occupancy would start going up, and their bed capacity would be smaller. They would be able to take in less patients. And so coupled with that, and the fact that Corpus has not yet realized its surge or reached its peak or anything yet, there was a request by the judge that the district consider making a portion of Memorial available again for care of essentially overflow or extra COVID patients that could arise in the community. And I believe that, and the judge could probably speak to this, but I think there's a request by the state to also put up a facility that could handle capacity outside of Corpus within our region. And I think, Judge, also coupled with that was the county's desire not to have a bunch of white tents scattered all over parking lots and places like that to handle any potential overflow patients that came. So the request before the board was to consider steps that were necessary to make those beds available. And so what the board acted to do was they approved using up to $3 million to do the things necessary to operationalize, if you will, not renovate, but operationalize that portion of Memorial that would be used for these beds. But they went a bit step further as they established some conditions. And the conditions first were that SPON agreed to use of that facility because it's covered. We contribute our use or lease that facility to them, however you want to describe it. So they first had to agree. The second one was of the three healthcare systems in Corpus, that being Christus, HCA, and Driscoll, that at least one of them had to agree that they would use the facility, they would put patients there, they would provide the personnel, the equipment, sharing the cost of operating that space. So that space is basically, it's the two-story building that's right above the emergency room at Memorial. It's the most newly renovated space at Memorial. It's the district's last bond issue in the 1980s took care of building out that space. And that space has 3 ICUs. They're all located right next to each other, and it also has a patient care unit that's located on that floor. And so the thought process behind the board's decision was that it could make available to either all 3 healthcare systems or one, but there's 3 units, there's 3 healthcare systems, so each healthcare system could use a unit. They could use it independent of the others. It would work that way. So the projected cost, if you will, of putting that unit back into operation was around $3 million. So first of all, let me tell you a couple of things. So $3 million is a lot of money, but when you talk about spending money inside a healthcare facility because of all the regulatory things they have to do, the life safety codes, the redundant systems and stuff they had in it, $3 million to me is not surprising. It is to the public, and I understand it's $3 million. But in terms of healthcare dollars and in terms of spending on a healthcare facility, that is not a lot of money. So the other thing that the $3 million is designed to do is to basically segregate that area of the hospital from an HVAC system standpoint from the rest of the hospital. And the other thing I want to add is that Memorial has never been taken offline. It's always had patients in it from back the time we made the decision to demolish it. It's always maintained a psychiatric care unit up on the 7th floor. The emergency room's been in use for emergency patients up until last year, but it still continues to be used for triaging mental health and psychiatric patients that come to the hospital. So the infrastructure of the hospital has always been running. It's always been there. It's always been turned on. The gas is still run through the walls. I mean, everything it takes to run a hospital, they still do. So the $3 million is focused on basically fixing, if you will, that part of the hospital so it can be used for these kinds of patients. So the deadline for the 3 healthcare systems to respond to the district is today. I have not yet received anything, but they still have until 5 o'clock to let us know. I suspect that they're probably caucusing. There's probably a lot of conversations going on out there about how they will respond to the letter I sent on Monday, laying out the board's conditions for proceeding with this. So the changes these things that would take place at Memorial in terms of making that area operational do not do anything to the mental health care or the 7th and 8th floor or the floor in the hospital where the mental health patients are still kept. That's still there. It's still in place. And it's still operational. So all the money that would go into this project would only have to do with making the facility available for handling these kind of patients in the event that they're needed. So instead of the district, they could have just said, well, let's go get the thing ready and see who comes. The board didn't go that way. They said there's got to be some conditions. Obviously, SPON's got to agree, but at least one of the 3 of y'all has to agree to come use this unit, or we're not going to put it up. Not put the money into it. So these things are in play in the background among all the facilities locally and how they're going to do. The timing of it is probably, it's a good timing because today they could start surgeries. And so now they're going to start to have a sense of, how long is it going to take them to get back to normal? How many people can they put back to work? Are they going to need these extra beds? And so that's kind of where we are in terms of what the district's board did last Friday. They continue to monitor this. Then we may need to make adjustments and stuff. But the first thing we have to do is hear from SPON, and the second thing is we have to hear from at least one of the 3 facilities in the community about whether this thing goes or not. So there have been concerns about why would you put $3 million into a facility you may demolish, and that's a legitimate question. But given the situation that we're in and the options that we have to deal with it, going into a facility that was already up and running and it already meets licensure code, it already meets all the codes and stuff, and with spending $3 million, you could make all three of these units available. There's about 15 beds in each unit. You could quickly make these things available. There's an architect that has been involved in helping look at these. He's a local architect, who's very familiar with Memorial and the work that's been done to it over the years. And the proposed contractor, or not proposed, but who might be doing the work, was selected off of the buy board. And I think that contractor has done some work with y'all. And just coincidentally, that contractor happens to be probably the preeminent hospital contractor in Texas. So if you ever drive to the medical center in Houston, this company's name is on every one of those buildings that are being worked on right now. So, Judge and Commissioners, I don't know if I've touched on, Judge, everything you wanted to talk
and
about.
it's a good synopsis. Like any of these issues, you can, it's a matter of how much time and how much, knowledge do you want to really pack in an hour. The only thing I think I might add that I think is very important, and Melissa just stepped back in so she can always chime in too, she was on the call, is that what we didn't know at the time, we've tried to get some answers since last Friday for you and for the board that we'll send to you, is that Texas Department of Emergency Management, through the feds, provided a booklet for communities to look at, and it's really called an alternate care site is really the proper name for them. We started calling it a dedicated COVID unit because that's really what it would, the way we thought about it. But of course, the feds have their own vernacular, we're always talking about their verbiage, and that's what they like to say, alternate care sites. And there's a big booklet. So this site would be contemplated to be, to follow, right, the guidelines that the federal government through this, and then through the states, through their emergency management, would say is appropriate. In addition, we learned that even if you had no supplemental funding at all, which we do, but let's just pretend we had no, this would be eligible for a 75-25% FEMA reimbursement, okay? However, we're fortunate in the state of Texas that we have a supplemental funding source coming to us from the CARES Act, and this would meet the qualifications of a reimbursable expense. Again, nobody makes you promises. There's no, you know this from Hurricane Harvey, right? You don't just get what you submit, but if you document, and you can show justification for your region, which the other thing I'd like to get to, this would be a very good possibility, a very high possibility that you would be eligible, just like, by the way, the other costs that this county has expended for COVID. For example, the city's expended over $1 million for COVID preparedness so far. Here at the county, you'll hear from Dale, we're about the $500,000 mark on all kinds of preparedness, right? So there's, just like any disaster, there's going to be hard costs, and this is one that could be submitted. But we did learn that FEMA, separate bucket of money, has a 75-25 match on these alternate care sites, okay? But from the supplemental funding, you could be potentially made whole. Now, the other thing that's important to recognize here is that this doesn't have anything to do with, Johnny said hospital beds, and I would agree that that's one justification. On these types of analysis, I've learned that you have to have door A, door B, and door C, or door 1, door 2, door 3, however you like to look at it. One possibility has to do with capacity, okay? When we first got into this COVID-19, the way we looked at it as emergency managers, and again, we get our direction from upon high, was be very concerned about PPE and be very concerned about hospital capacity. We got lucky in a way, Texas did, because it took a while to get here compared to, we were weeks behind the East Coast, weeks behind the West Coast. And in those weeks, we were able to organize ourselves from a medical standpoint and create ventilators and create hospital bed capacity. PPE took a while, and I'd submit to you, we're still not great on PPE, okay, but we'll put that aside for a moment. But more so than all our neighbors, for certain, we did better in that regard. But what this has always been about is like an insurance policy. The way I described it on radio yesterday, because I think it's a way that most people can wrap their head around, is that you've got a storm in the Gulf. And, you know, when you see your storms, they have like a big old yellow line. It says, here's our projected path. There's this line, there's this line, there's this line. But you're in it. You're in that projected path of this Category 5 hurricane. And you have the opportunity to buy insurance. Is that insurance going to be cheap? What do you think? I don't think it's going to be cheap because you already know the storm's there. This is an insurance policy that the state of Texas has charged us with seeking out. I want you to know the United States Army Corps of Engineers. I tell you what, a group and an organization, I've only had kind of two dreams in my life, and one of them is to be involved with the Corps of Engineers, because I just think they're just the greatest thing since, remember they've existed since George Washington asked them to help them build bridges back in 1775. The Corps of Engineers came to our community here in Corpus Christi, and they searched our entire region. Remember Gary told you about Region 20? And they looked and searched for ideal locations for an alternate care site. Our alternate care site is one of the best, according to Chief Pena, that he has seen for the entire region. In fact, the only one that he thought might work in the valley has turned out not to be an acceptable location. It is very hard to find these locations. And again, I, as the emergency manager, was charged with this duty. By the way, we've also looked at hotels for other types of alternate care sites. Somebody, Andy, you said, I bet we could put grandma in a hotel. You bet. And guess what? We already have that set up. It's nothing that we have consummated yet, but we have that contract already in case we needed that opportunity. That's also technically, by the way, an alternate care site. And other jurisdictions have done the same thing. In Brazos County, okay, they're doing the same thing. Regionally, north, south, east, and west in Texas, they're doing the same thing. I just read that the governor's office, I think they just approved in Dallas, gosh, I want to say it's the Kay Bailey Hutchison maybe Arena, that they're also doing an alternate care site. These are not only normal in this type of emergency, but they are requested and needed. I think that it's really an amazing opportunity that presents ourselves because Memorial is operational today. So everyone needs, I'm glad you reemphasized that. But what's special about it is that it has ancillary services that are up and running now. And again, when I think of Memorial, I think of that big kind of off-white, almost yellow building. This is not that building. It's a smaller two-story building that's connected to it. And like I said, and it's operational right now. The interesting thing is you have a pharmacy there, a lab, an OR, a surge room where you could put extra possible 10 other beds besides the 3 pods. And I'm missing something, Johnny. A lab, a pharmacy, an x-ray. You have x-ray. And you have your medical gases that are operational. These were all the factors that went into the discussion with CBRAC when we vetted all kinds of sites. Now, is it a gift that the hospital district could advance funds? You bet it is. And this is what the state looks for when they say which one makes the most sense. But it's never been contemplated by our emergency management team to sort of make somebody pay for something that we wouldn't go seek the reimbursement for. Just like our $500,000 we're going to go seek reimbursement for, these are the ones that you pre-check, you pre-vet that are eligible. In addition, I would say that while the hospital capacity was fine a week ago, as we transcend to business being normalized over time and elective surgeries being normalized, you're going to lose those hospital capacity beds. You're going to keep, the governor's order right now requires 25% as a hold. But over time, that might diminish. And so if there is such a thing as a second wave or a resurgency, a seasonality of this pandemic, and nobody knows. If anybody has a crystal ball, I mean, show it to me. But I can tell you that the CDC doesn't have a crystal ball. But what they know is that it's most like the Spanish flu of 1918, which did see a seasonality and a second wave. Would you rather have a county and their emergency team be prepared or unprepared? Would you rather have a county who could take, as awful as this is, the scenario of a jail being infected, a homeless community being infected, a western county, small city being infected, or a neighbor like Clayburgh who sits in our healthcare region? We have to be prepared for that. That's the whole purpose of emergency management. And so I took that earnest job seriously, and we prepared all the things they asked us to do: cost estimates, vetting, BCA analysis, and we did everything. And yesterday on the phone, Chief Pena of the 30 counties said he's going to take our plan straight to Director Kidd, Johnny. That's the part I haven't had a chance to visit with you about. This was yesterday. And this is excellent. Now, I want you to know I've spoken with all, since our Friday meeting, because of the board's directive. They asked me to go figure out if any of these institutions would utilize the facility. I've spoken to all 3 CEOs, so while you haven't received a letter, I can tell the commissioners that the result of those conversations are all 3 of them support the concept. All 3 of them would not rule out the possibility in the future that they could utilize it. But let's take Driscoll. They have not seen one pediatric COVID patient at all. So they're never going to sign on the dotted line, don't make me utilize it. But would they, or could they see that there could be a potential possibility? Sure. But they have not had a demographic that's highly affected. But they do have an ECMO machine, a heart and lung breathing machine. And they recognize that there are some synergies there. And of course, the way we pitched it to the hospital district board was that because this is what CBRAC explained to us. And remember, your rack is a lot of people don't know much about the racks. Probably you've never heard that at home if you're listening. But your rack is the most important, in my opinion, counsel for hospitals and for trauma that exist. And while they might fly under the radar, they're the ones that are really there for you when you have a traumatic event. And this is one, by the way. And so the RAC is going to make the request to supply everything for this event, for this unit. And that's one thing you didn't mention that they mentioned to you, that they have committed to that already. So they would bring every hospital bed, every IV pole, they would put all the stuff, so to speak, to get it operational. And then they would also request a state incident management team to come and tell us how to do it. But theoretically, the state could license it, or each hospital could come in with their own license and their own billing. So there's this business of, why would they do it? They couldn't bill. That's not true. They could bill. They could bill everything as if they were in their own hospital. And let me just say, we have 3 providers. One is the private institution, headquartered out of Nashville. The other one is a nonprofit that is a regional hospital system. That's Christus. And then we have Driscoll. But make no mistake, we are the region's healthcare center. Everybody that gets sick in our region comes here. San Pat has no hospital beds at all, 0. And that's the same for Duval. It's not the same for Jim Wells. It's the same for Live Oak. B's got a Christus system. Alice has a Christus system, and Kingsville has a Christus system. These are the complexities of where we happen to live. So when we brought this to the hospital district, it's meant to be a regional solution for CBRAC and for the state. And I think that I'm going to let Melissa at least chime in, but the state of Texas is very appreciative and very excited about this opportunity that it presents as a backstop for health care. And if we never used it, you might say to yourself, if you're glass half empty, That was it's a potential of 3 million, but it also has a floor of 1.5 million. It's somewhere between 1.5 million and 3. And that has to do with the negative pressure system. But anyway, but let's just say 3 for the conservative. That's the most, that could be a worse.
Contingency on.
That could be it. That's in the light most unfavorable. $3 million to protect hundreds of millions of dollars in our standing health care is a small price to pay, and you wouldn't want there to be a scenario where you didn't have it, because then you would be intense, and I'm talking regionally now. And we just happen to be that entity that can be that rescue boat. And I think that it's going to be something that when we look back on, I hope we never have to use it, Johnny. Honestly. I hope that 3 million, you know, when we pay $1 million in insurance and maybe up to 3 million here this year, you know, I don't want to use it, because you know what? That means a storm hit us. But if this storm hits us, and just so you know, if you don't think it could happen, just ask me to email you the 10 counties in Texas that have had horrible, horrible stories with their nursing care facilities or a vulnerable population, a cluster. Ask Victoria what they think about this. And that's why everybody who has heard the idea believes that from the emergency management side, that it's a protection. And so we will continue to vet it, Johnny. We're not done yet. I don't think HCA, because they don't have to take any of those vulnerable populations. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Driscoll doesn't have the population, and I think Christus will utilize it, but I think there's other issues at work that we need to go through, and they have always told me we would utilize it if you stood it up. They've never, ever said no, so I expect that they will maybe put some conditions, but I think you're going to get a letter saying that they would utilize it. But the most important person isn't Christus, and it isn't HCA, and it isn't Driscoll. You know who it is? It's the state of Texas. And that's what we are going to need some more time for. So I'm going to have to respectfully ask you to tell your board that we need Director Kidd to weigh in on this, and they will. But they asked for something yesterday afternoon that I have not had a chance to type out. But CBRAC is working on the written plan, and we're going to get it to Director Kidd and what's called the strike force. But again, this is something that's being done by just like the governor deployed the National Guard, the feds and the governor deployed the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And while they were looking all over and couldn't find anything, we were able to find something. We were able to give a cost to it. We were able to get the board Memorial is not owned by this county. It's owned by the hospital district. Memorial is run by we have a tenant there. That's Christus. So Christus Spawn is the tenant. They have to agree. The owner of the property has to agree. And then it's our job to present the plan that gets vetted by the state. And that's where we are in the process. And it is a complicated one, and I'm leaving out about 1 million things, but I've tried to hit the highlights of what you didn't hit, Johnny. And I can just say to you that it means a lot to me to have Driscoll CEO and CMO, Driscoll's CMO, HCA's CMO and CEO, and Christus's to all say, you bet we think this is a great idea, and this is so important. But what you're not going to get them to do is, without explaining the licensing procedure and the billing procedure, you're not going to get them to respond to you in 48 hours. That's not only an unreasonable request, it's not practical. But I appreciate your zealousness very much. But I think what's going to happen is you're going to hear back from them in a different way. And then if you'll allow Melissa to work with Hillary Watt, let them get to you what Tatum needs. And we're going to maybe need a few days for that. So you may not be able to get your answer till next Monday, if that's all right.
Judge, that's fine. And I just want to add to your comments, but also to kind of go to a close, is that information of how all the reimbursement was going to work, possibly from the state or from FEMA,
Right.
are all goods. And all those things, Judge, do is enhance the reason why this should be done. Because if the district has the cash, we can put 3 million, we own the facility. Bond's probably going to be agreeable. They may ask for some other stuff, but they're probably going to be agreeable to the hospital. So if we can put this thing online, have it locally, have a facility that rings 9.5 out of 10 bells in terms of the ACS requirements and stuff that need to be done. We can keep the patients in our community. In the event that we have an overflow, we don't have to send them to McAllen. You don't have to send them to Laredo. You don't have to send them to San Antonio. And on top of that, if we can get 50 cents on the dollar reimbursed, I mean, we're really in the end only out $1.5 million or $1 million, whatever the final number is. But the hospital district's commitment to this would be the $3 million. We're not underwriting operating costs. The providers that would be in there, we expected to do the billing and collecting.
You're not going to be the hospital. You want to make sure you tell everybody that. You're not the operator.
We don't have a provider number. We can't be the operator.
Right.
So what we felt like our role in this was to benefit the community. What was needed now was to put the money in place to make sure that it was ready to go when it was used, and we asked the providers to commit at some point to using it. And if the federal government or the state's willing to come back, that's even better. But we think it's a bona fide role for the district to step up and do this kind of things because we can. We own the facility. It beats the alternative. And given our situation, our uniqueness, it seems to make the best sense.
And just for the public, one of the things that we brought up to you all that's super important to understand when we talk about vulnerable populations is that we have a 20% uninsured population here. Nobody knows that more than you, Johnny, because from the indigent care that the hospital district provides. But when you're 8% higher than your state's average on uninsured, it's an issue for your community. And when you look at our standing versus all the counties that are in our RAC, I mean, I think it runs from 100, in the rankings of counties, there's 254. We're anywhere from 150 to 224 on low end what our outcomes are for our people in diabetes and in all these things that people are talking about. So we had a strong justification to put this forward based on our own healthcare statistics, and that was one of the things that we're going to point out in our written plan is that you can't go forward basing information on 8 weeks of data. That was the one thing that all the speakers said today, is that the data drives the policy. Whether it's an economic calamity as part of your data, or whether it's surge capacity, PPE, or lack thereof, data drives decisions. And the data that this county has, and this state has, and our RAC region has, is that if you get hit in one pod, you will use those 40 rooms like that. And that's why it was so important to bring it forth and to give you're the only owner. You're the only one that can decide. This court cannot make a decision for your building. And this court cannot make a decision for the tenant. And so I think that was really confusing, and I recognize that now, and I'm sorry that we created that confusion. But I think it's really important that we keep going forward in this process. We're not anywhere, there's no commitment that's been made that says we're ready to go start work because we need certain things to happen. But you were phase one of that work plan. And I'll just continue the dialogue with you after this meeting and until we get the answer that the state says. And if the state says no, well then we'll know that we've done our job anyway, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that we do every day in emergency management that don't pan out. But this, of course, it might affect our community, but it really affects our region. And we're going to have to really give a lot of thought to why we should fill out that census. But that census is absolutely critical because when you start thinking of the fact that it's your backdoor hospital that's treating 1 million people, you better get your federal dollars because that's what's required. And so I really think that we're understanding a lot more about our political processes. Our hospital districts play a very important role. And the other thing is on our next workshop, there's been a lot of talk about behavioral health. I think it's a good idea for you to bring Mike in and really give us an update. They've done a ton of stuff to improve behavioral health access at times where group therapies aren't happening and people aren't going to their counseling. And I know maybe the court would appreciate that. I think I'm going to ask you to, I mean, I'll ask him too, but through our, and same thing with our opioid task force. I think we should bring in our communicators and have them tell us what's going on. How about some questions for Johnny? There's got to be a lot of questions for Johnny.
I have some.
Go ahead.
If no provider comes forward, what happens to the project? If you have none of them that say, okay, I'm going to do it.
Commissioner, I think the way the board laid it out is if none of them come well, let me first say, I'm not sure what they're going to say. I don't know. It's like the judge said, whether it's going to be a straight up and down answer, because they also internally don't know what their abilities are going to be or not be. But to get to your question, I think we'd have to come back to the drawing board and see what the next step is, because part of this it has to do with what could be a local problem, but it also could be whether it's a regional one. And so the question would become is whether we have a role or not in doing something on the regional basis. But we're trying to take it one step at a time, Commissioner. I don't want to presuppose a decision because there are a lot of dynamics at work right now. But the board felt most comfortable if we could be assured that at least one of the local healthcare systems was going to step forward and use it. Like I said, I don't want to presuppose the answer. All I can say is we'll go back and take a look at it and see where we go from there.
Okay, well, and I know the judge well enough to know that she probably has visited with them, or she would have come up with something thinking it would fail. But, so where'd y'all come up with a timeline at for 48 hours? Where'd that timeline?
I don't know, because I didn't get that memo either.
Judge, it all has to do with some collateral communications we have going on with SPON. You may recall there was a list of things I asked the district to consider. So the letter was really meant to be something that stimulated the conversation. I think we all full well knew that they couldn't reply, but it was enough to stimulate the conversation for them to come back and give it some thought. It also is to allow some stimulation of what the process could do with TDM and all these other factors that came in. Is it short timeline? Yes, but that was by design. And so we can come back when we get the responses and take a look and see what's come in and reevaluate. I mean, we can get a special meeting called at any time, satisfying the posting rules, of course, to address it.
And the reason I say that is when you're considering something like this, to me, to rush it is not effective. I just don't think you should rush things. But everyone knows where I stand on this. And it's not a criticism of you, Judge. It's not.
Okay.
I don't like the idea. We know, and Jack, I think you're the only one that's here when the court made the decision to tear the building down. And I'm assuming that decision still stands. But to spend $3 million on a building that we know we're going to tear down, it was like when I brought up Hilltop. You know, you don't put that kind of money into a capital improvement for something that is that old. And so that's a real concern for me. And to me, and that's not saying that I value this money over life. That's not true, because we do have hospital beds. Even the governor said we had plenty of hospital beds. And at that time it was 2. I think we have 5 now. And so that's a concern for me because of taxpayers, because I know what taxpayers are going through right now. They're losing stuff. They've lost their jobs, and they look at us, we're spending $3 million for this. So that's a concern of mine, which doesn't matter because the judge gets to make that decision as EOC. Do I wish you had came to us? I do, because you didn't have to. But to me, just out of respect for us to come and say, hey, look, this is what I'm thinking about doing. What do you think? Would have been appreciated.
And I really do respect exactly what you said. And that's why I thought, honestly, when we had that meeting of controversy, I called Tyner and said, Tyner, get a workshop, planned, because I want to make sure that everybody gets to hear what the genesis of it was, what the concerns are, what the criticisms are. And there's no doubt in any dollar is important. And I'm not trying to portray the hospital district as a miser over there, but their bonding capacity is probably $240 million, and they have zero debt. And they have a charge by the state. It's one of our unfunded mandates, and that's to take care of the health of the community. If they don't use their money, then what good is us paying into it? And so I think as a taxpayer, you can also see it the way you see it as, boy, you better make sure it's a wise decision. But I can also say that if you don't prepare, you don't have time to do it when you have a problem. If we have a nursing home or a Mirador, any place that has a lot of people and you have a major outbreak there, you will be not only on the news, but you will not have the type of segregation and sequestration that we really thought that this hospital could provide. And I want to emphasize about the demolition. You absolutely are on spot, target on. We are demolishing Memorial. It has a date of 2023, but it's going to actually happen before 2023. And the reason it's expensive, anywhere from 1.5 to 3 million, is because in order to the contagion, we could do it a lot cheaper. But the contagion, that the disease needs negative pressure system. And these are specialized units that are very expensive. And so the reason it's up to that amount of money is because of the nature of the disease. Let's say we were just in war and we were triaging people, just normal battlefield wounds. You wouldn't need negative pressure, even though it's still life or death. But because of this disease, it has to have this specialized air conditioning, if you will, that creates a vacuum so that the air doesn't contaminate, right? The little droplets and stuff don't get and infect other people. So that piece of it is going to be expensive no matter where you do it. I just believe that having an OR and a lab, I mean, just having it where it is makes it so great. And then I don't know about you, but I'll be glad to tear it down after COVID has a vaccine, because never want to think about that again or see it again. And it's slated, nothing changes on the demolition. We did, just so you know, because the taxpayer money matters to me, and the what is it, the stewardship or the fiduciary duty, I tried to convince them that we could, and I still think we can do it, but Johnny's a skeptic on this, but I still think that you could separate the buildings, the bad building, the tower that has the asbestos, from this 2-story addition, and we could use this building in the future for something else, given that we're going to put some good systems in. And Johnny's skeptical because, you know, it's an old building and you don't know what you don't know, but I think that we'll know that once that's something that we talked about. He said, well, maybe you're right, maybe we can get 5 years out of it or 10 years. And I said, well, that's a good value if you can get 5 years out of it afterwards. It's not a building that you'd probably want to put 20 million in, but somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5, if you could get 5 years 5 years life after it for like a jail diversion center, or 10 years life would be really wonderful. That would be worth it. And we talked about it, and it's not that he knows better than me or I know better than him. We both agree that it's a 50-50. We just couldn't promise you or the taxpayer that it could be utilized in the future, because we would have to run the analysis to figure out from an engineering standpoint how good the building is. And we're really not going to know that until we start moving, until we start doing some of the stuff. So we could get lucky, but we could get unlucky, and that it can't be used again. But I will say that whether it's whether it's Houston or Dallas, you're hearing about these massive amounts of money being put into these sites. We don't have to worry about that because we don't have the population that Harris County has or Dallas County. And they're into the double digits in millions on preparation for these sites. Ours is really a regional site. And again, because I don't know a lot about hospital administration, Johnny's been in it for over 30 years. I do trust him when he says that's a reasonable request. In fact, I was like shaking almost when I told him 2 million, and he said, in the hospital world, that's not an expenditure that you need to worry about. When I talked to the FEMA person, okay, so we didn't really ever gavel out. We had a power outage for those of you at home, and it was AEP had some sort of a issue, and I guess 30 minutes later, we're back on the record at 3:23 p.m., and thanks for coming back and not leaving us, Johnny. We were in the middle of questions, to be honest with you, and I'm gonna have to ask for someone to help me remember. I know, but do you remember the question? Or?
I hadn't asked him yet.
Oh, good. If you don't mind, we're going to go back to questions. Okay, Commissioner Vaughn.
I'm hoping I remember what it was. Something stuck out to me that you said the hospital said, that unless they wanted more, if they come back and want more, I guess when you're visiting with the hospital, if they're gonna do this.
Well, let me clarify that if I said it that way.
You probably used other words, it's been a while.
Okay, what I meant was Spawn asked for more, and they gave us a list. And I don't know how I can say this nicely, but, you know, an event never goes unused. And so basically, they periodically come and talk to us about changes they'd like to make to the agreement. And coincidentally, they presented their annual list, if you will, of things they want to see at the agreement at the same time this came up. And so it's not the providers, it's Spawn.
That doesn't
On a
sound very-
completely different, yeah, that's a completely different
On a-
issue.
And that's why I want to say it's a
timing-
recurring,
Right,
it's a recurring thing.
A recurring issue, recurring theme, and it has to do with moving behavioral health out of there because of the demolition and what their issues or needs would be. So you remember how he told you that behavioral health, sorry, there's a terrible fly here.
They lease it and they.
And they've been on the 7th floor for a long time. And what we all know, and quite frankly, everybody in the behavioral health space understands, is that they need a new home. They can't be there because it's slated for demolition. So what Johnny's saying is that they're also talking to them simultaneously about that contract, which is between hospital district and them exclusively. There is another subcontractor, but only Spawn controls that. That's Spawn with CIBH.
Okay, well, let me ask you this since you said that. CIBH, why are they contracted with Spawn? Could they not contract with you guys? Because aren't they a third party? Could they not contract with the hospital district?
They are contracted with Spawn. Under our agreement, Commissioner, Spawn has a responsibility to take care of all the indigent, including the ones with mental health. And Spawn has chosen not to do that themselves directly, but they hired a contractor to do that for them.
But Mrs. Vaughn, are you asking, because you're onto something here.
I'm asking.
Can you ask it again? Yeah.
I don't know what they're asking you guys. I have no idea, but it sounds like they don't really want to be in the psychiatric business. I don't know that. I'm just surmising.
You're correct.
But if they, I don't know how long the contract is. When it comes up, could you guys not contract with them instead of Spawn?
Commissioner, we can. Historically, the district has not wanted to carve out services from our agreement. Now, we can, but we haven't. So here's the example is, once you open the door for carving out services, if Spawn comes back to us and say, and this is not a good example, but it's an example, if they come back in 3 years and say, Johnny, we want to carve out obstetrics. We don't want to do obstetrics anymore. We want to do that something else. So then it sets a pattern of them picking and choosing which services and stuff they want to provide under our agreement. And so to the degree that we start to carve out services from our agreement, those are obligations the district would start to assume. And while we have reserves, we could sustain them for a while, but I'm going to be back over here saying, remember back when? We did
Yeah.
this and we did that and we...
And this is
They make money
where,
on some things, they lose money on other things, and it's an offset, but if they give us all the losers back, then.
Yeah.
well, the only
So
difference.
we're not amenable to, at least not right now,
It's just a question.
carving out services. So mental health, I will tell you, is on the horizon because it's a community-wide problem. The indigents we have in our program share the same problems that people in the community have in terms of mental health needs and stuff. So somewhere out there, there might be a situation where we can put the two things together, get the hospital districts, mental health patients taken care of, and try to address some things in the community.
And that's the hope.
And that's the hope, but we're not there yet, and the hospital district is resistant to using contractual negotiations at this time to force that issue. We're amenable to talking about it in the future because we know it's coming, and maybe we can give Spawn some light at the end of the tunnel that maybe it might be something we could step away from in this case in order to benefit the community overall, but we're not there yet.
And we don't have the time today, but I will say we need to have a conversation about the unfunded mandate of behavioral health, because when you look at a hospital district and the way it's designed statutorily, it talks about the health of its citizens and specifically the indigent care health. But Johnny and I have kind of debated whether or not behavioral health is under his wings completely, or is that ours at the county? And we still never really got the answer to that, but what I will tell you, what the legislators who wrote it said, they said, hey, behavioral health overall should be in your hospital district. And right now, the way we've been operating is just indigent care is in our, so if you're behavioral health and indigent care, you're going to fall under the hospital district. But what's happening right now at Memorial is you have both private pay and indigent. And so what the reason it's important to address, and the only thing I disagree, and Johnny knows this, the only thing I disagree with him on is that this is not just now. It's been coming and brewing and festering forever. And I thought I was managing it pretty well until about a week ago, because what we did was we said we want to get the Meadows Mental Health Institute to give us the parameters of what the heck, how do I know what to do if I don't understand the problem? And so you'll remember we all got together, and even though they hired them, we all decided that behavioral health was a county problem, not necessarily an indigent problem. Then we took the same piece with criminal justice, and we created that Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to work with the law enforcement to say, okay, now we know that there's an additional problem besides all the other issues with behavioral health. There's a special problem inside our criminal justice system, which is that our jail is our biggest psychiatric facility. So when we get to these issues, they are complex, but you ask the right question instinctively, and he answered you, but they don't like to talk about this. But the answer is, of course they can do it. They can do anything they want to do contractually. But it's their decision, and that's important to respect. But they've been hanging their hats on this idea, sorry, as they say, sorry you opened the can of worms. It's important to hear. Y'all have been operating under this. I shouldn't act like you're not in the room. Y'all have been operating for years under this idea that I have a contractual obligation. So that's it. You follow it. That's what you need to do. And what I've been trying to open everybody's mind to is the concept of, why don't you start thinking about what new agreements you can do if that means it's in the best interest of your community? And that's where the behavioral health of the overall community, and to his credit, Johnny's staff and board, both boards, the old board and the new board, said, let's bring in the experts so that we can get the data. And sadly, COVID is interrupted, but we're still getting the data. I think they're still working hard, right, Johnny? The Meadows folks, they've been contacting us throughout COVID.
Judge, and I think that there's an intersection somewhere here soon between what we do, what the county needs, and mental health. I mean, it has a lot of tentacles, Commissioner. I mean, it's the jail, it's the diversion stuff that needs to happen. It has a bunch of pieces to it, and the district is committed to doing that. We'd like to kind of think through how all that should work and get, as the judge said, have some help to help us guide how all that stuff could work. And maybe it's a time to pull that out of the contract at that time, because we need a community-wide thing and not just one that's focused on the indigent. But let me just add one more thing that may help clarify. The unit at Memorial is basically the housing where SPAWN carries out its duties to take care of the indigent mental health. But in that unit, they take care of more than the indigent. They take care of insured patients, they take care of uninsured patients and stuff like that. That SPAWN decision, that's not one the district forced on them, but they elected to go ahead and do that. And under our agreement, as long as they take care of the indigent, they can do all this other stuff they want to do. So the confusion starts to be that if the unit leaves Memorial, gets relocated somewhere else, is the district going to take care of all the psych patients that go or whatever with it? And the answer is, we're going to take care of the indigent. If SPAWN wants to add more patients to it, and that be an insured patients, Medicare, Medicaid, uninsured, whatever, they can do that. But the confusion is because, one, it's situated at a building we own. They do the service at a building we own. And the contractor they have has chosen, and SPAWN has worked with them in taking more than our patients. And that's okay, because it probably offsets, costs and does other stuff that, and it benefits the community. But I don't know in the future that SPAWN's going to be willing to take on more than our indigent. And so when they stop doing that, then we're down to one provider, I guess, Judge, in the community, HCA.
One provider who doesn't want to do it either. That's where, as they say, be careful what you wish for. You tell everybody 10 million times, this is your contract, you eat it because you did it, then don't be surprised when they come back at you and say, you know what? I call it. You're absolutely right. I'll just do exactly what that contract has done, even though for years and years and years we've been the beneficiaries of creating both a hospital for private pay, private insurance, and indigent care. This is a whole nother workshop, but I'm glad you opened it up because there is so much to discuss, but behavioral health is our duty, no doubt about it. The question is whose financial responsibility it is, and I'm just going to have to get back to you because I don't know. Laura, you would probably go, please don't give me another headache before November, but the headache really is not a headache. It's just understanding, going back to the health and safety code. We had this fight in the legislature as to whose responsibility it is. And I think you're going to find that it's going to be the county's responsibility to deal with behavioral health. But the legislature defines under hospital districts that it goes that way, that you as a taxpayer, you pay your money. Why would you think that you weren't getting behavioral health inside your hospital district? And so we've got to work on that. But just as a final on the slippery slope argument, it's like going back to HIPAA. There's things that lawyers say that, and good advocates, and Johnny's a good advocate. They love to say it because it's just enough to get you to think about what we are afraid of. And we're afraid that if you start carving things out, it'll go down the line. But let me just say that there's a very clear delineation between behavioral health and the rest of healthcare. And nobody is confused as to what is a behavioral health diagnosis and what is a healthcare diagnosis. I am not concerned at all that you can contract your way to making sure that they could not carve out obstetrics, orthopedics, or anything else, because it's super easy to understand what is behavioral health and what is healthcare. And I think that it's important to come to the table, which they have assured me that that's what they're doing. And so that's what needs to happen. And I don't see it, everyone sees it differently, but I don't see it as anybody doing anything but trying to make their way for the future, because that place isn't going to be part of the future. And behavioral health can't stay there. And we need more behavioral health services, not less. So why can't we just all kind of figure it out? And that's what I've pretty much said at every hospital board meeting in the last year is figure it out. And I think what Spawn said is you're taking too darn long. And while you're taking so long, we're losing a fortune. And that's the truth, because it is because COVID hit, but more importantly, because of the way those contracts were written, it did not assume any increase in healthcare cost. It was a stagnant amount since 2012. And like I said, we all have our things that we like. I happen to like this space a lot. So when I tell you that Johnny and I have had endless conversations about this, we have notebooks. Behavioral health is its own animal, but I want to hear two things. One, Memorial is coming down, for sure. And two, behavioral health needs to be moved because it's in there. You can't have one without the other. So they got to figure it out. And I told them, what are you waiting for? You got to go now. You got to figure this out now. But I agree with you. There's no sense in rushing anything. But I also want you to know they've been at this tug of war for quite some time. And sometimes when the water's boiling is the best time to put in the pasta. And the water's boiling right now because we need to make decisions. And I think what you're seeing is the growing pains of making those decisions. You were right about one thing. It's obstetrics. We're giving birth to a new type of contract. But don't be afraid of it. Embrace it. Get what you need to take care of the citizens for indigent care, and make certain that your partner, because that's what he is, either by contract or by business, is that can continue to provide that level of care that you expect. It's got to be good for both of you, not one of you, both of you. And I trust that you can do that. I know that you can. It's just a matter of will. Is that
That's fair, Judge.
I try to be fair with you, but I
Yeah.
disagree with a lot of things that we've talked about. But I don't mind saying that it's gotta be good for you, it's gotta be good for the district. I don't mean you, the collective you, and the district, because, but it's bigger than indigent care, Johnny. It's
And
definitely bigger.
Judge, I did say that there is an intersection. It's in
You're
the
right.
future, and it could be within the next year. We have put work into the meadow studies and stuff. I mean, we're doing stuff to gather information about what that might look like. So I think it's premature to force it in a contractual negotiation to say we're going to do it right now when we don't know what we're going to do yet. But I think the commitment is there and the recognition is there that the indigents have some of the same issues and stuff the general population has. So there probably is some argument for coalescing those two things and try to move forward with them together.
I agree.
I just don't know what that is right now.
I agree. Okay, guys, well,
Can I say something?
Johnny, sure, Commissioner.
You ready? You know, unfortunately, and I talked to Johnny about this way back there too. You know, and I think I was around when you were making the agreements with Spawn, the time that we started doing the Hector P. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna tell you now, I don't think that the HCA is gonna come up with anything. They're not, I don't think they're gonna be any kind of a partner in this thing.
Commissioner, I'm hypothetically speaking, but what I think we could hear from them is I already pay property taxes and we don't have a role in this.
I agree. And also the Children's District Hospital, I don't think they're gonna play a major role in this either. So unfortunately, they only leave Spawn. You know, and that means that Spawn would have to carry the whole brunt of the 45 beds.
If it goes forward, they would be carrying the load for at least one unit or more if they took more units. And so that was the premise that all the providers had in front of them, is if you come and use the unit, we'll put the money up to get the place ready, but you're gonna have to pay for your own personnel, your own equipment, and the state may be doing some of the equipment now. But at the end of the day, because they were gonna be doing their own billing and collection of those patients, all of that was their responsibility. The district can't do that because we don't have a provider number.
You know, and also you mentioned $3 million, but I guarantee you it'll probably be more than $3 million. Will y'all pick up the tab if it is $4 million?
Commissioner, the original number, and they're working to value engineer it, is 2.6, and there's a contingency on top of the 2.6, and we added another contingency. But I think we all have experience in situations where you get into a building that is of age, that once you get into it, there could be other things. And the problem that exists with Memorial is an example of, a great example of incremental construction. And so originally it was the building, but all the new additions and stuff that are tied to the infrastructure of the original building. And so when you get in there, you may run into something that it has to be addressed, and because it's all tied back to the same infrastructure, that work goes all the way back to the basement. I mean, that's where all the stuff is, there at Memorial, and so the potential is there. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, and we did, like I said, layer one contingency on top of another one to come to the three, but it's possible.
And the other thing, you know, back then, the agreement that I understood way back then when we did it, the Hector P. Garcia, was the fact that Spawn agreed to four things, right? I mean, they were the lessees. The building was leased to Spawn. They were responsible to make sure everything in Memorial was operational.
Correct.
To Spawn, right?
Yes.
Because they were the lessees. Of course, they're subcontracted for the psych unit.
Correct. Commissioner, when we did the deal, there were, they did the latest arrangement that led to the construction of HPG. There were, as I recall, four major things. The Spawn's commitment to the district, and all of these are, excuse me, presently backed up by an escrow agreement. And so the first commitment was they were going to construct the new tower at Shoreline. They've done that. They were going to move the trauma center. They've done that. They've moved the residency training programs over there. They've done that. And the fourth thing, well, Hector P. Garcia wasn't on the escrow list, but the fourth thing was that they would demolish Memorial and convert it to a green space. So there's still money sitting in the escrow account right now. Today, this month, it was $5.9 million, and they're due to increase and add to that $1.3 million every year for the next 3 years as a financial incentive, if you will, to go ahead and make sure that Memorial's demolished.
Can that 5.9 million be used for the beds that are there so Spawn won't have to put any more money in?
Commissioner, the 5.9 million is there to assure that they delivered on all the series of things I just described, and they've delivered most of them. The last and final thing is if when Memorial comes down, they get their last payout. And that's how that worked. That was purposely put there to make sure that everything that they promised occurred. And so if they didn't, then there was some financial penalty. But I think there could be some kind of contractual talks where Spawn gets an early payout from the escrow conditioned upon them doing something else with it. I'm hesitant to remove that penalty for not tearing down Memorial. I mean, we could move to a contractual obligation instead of a financial one. The contractual one could be that they put up a performance bond, or there's a clause in our agreement that calls for liquidated damages. I mean, there are other ways to get the same thing done, but also to free up the cash. And I'll tell you, that's on the list. That's on the list we're discussing with Spawn right now.
Also, the psych unit, there was the contractor is there now. I mean, they contract with Spawn, right? So,
Yes.
So Spawn really has an agreement with them. They can terminate that anytime they want to.
Yes.
So, but Spawn was committed back then to make sure they take care of any indigent care beds that were there, right?
Yes, and they were still under that obligation.
Right. But if, say there's 15 beds that are taken up right now, and only 2 are indigent care, so that means Spawn's only responsible for 2 if it closes down.
In terms of our contract, and that's what I was kind of mentioning when with Commissioner Vaughn's question, is let's just say there's 20 beds there and 2 of them are indigent, occupied by indigent patients, the rest of them are occupied by insured patients or uninsured. That's a choice Spawn made to take on more business and do that. But if they close the unit at Memorial and relocate it somewhere else, they're still obligated to take care of our indigent. Now, if they want to turn their back on the community and say, we're not going to do any more insured patients, we're not going to do any more uninsured patients and stuff, right now under the agreement, they can do that. And that's kind of what the judge is aiming. I mean, I see you're smiling.
I'm smiling because of the sidebar. If I were a judge with a robe and a card, I'd say, counselor, you need to, I would have the jury disregard that comment about if they wanted to abandon the community.
Can I finish? I'm not finished yet.
And that's a bad choice.
I know that.
Judge. Yeah.
He was talking to me and I was responding.
So the side note to that, Riley, you have a contractor there that's been there, 4 years?
The Spawn's contractor now,
Yes.
as far as I know, Commissioner, they've been there since at least 4, yes.
Okay, so their plan at one time, if I recall, they were supposed to do a building so they can take over the contract, probably with you guys, I guess, because Spawn would be out of it. Because once he tears down that building, that's commitment Spawn has is to tear down that building.
Correct, Commissioner, but let me just remind you that the obligation Spawn has under the agreement is not location specific. And all they have to do is to provide psych services to our indigents somewhere in Corpus Christi. So if they choose to, put it somewhere else, that's a deal that's, as long as we don't object to it on good grounds, they can do that.
Say they put it in Spawn at the tower.
And I think that's a real possibility. They have a building over there that they moved out of. And I think it's a possibility they could do those psych services at Shoreline.
And now the contractor that was there now really wants to play ball, wants to really be in that business. I mean, I would think by now they would actually started having some kind of a plans, I know at one time they were building it, but then they stopped. They're in Santa Fe. So that was my understanding back then, that their plan was because they wanted to build their own building so they can provide those services to the psych unit.
Commissioner, I'm aware of those discussions and stuff, and they have had them actually for several years with Spawn. But if they came to the district, we have an exclusive arrangement with Spawn. And as I mentioned earlier, at this point, we're not ready to carve services out. So we're not ready to also get into a breach of contract issue with Spawn by entertaining going with another party to provide services. But I'm not going to tell you that that couldn't be a possibility in the future because, as I said, I think the intersections are coming faster than we
I
think.
mean for you to do it now. I mean, once this thing's over with at the end of the day, I mean, you could contract with that agency to provide psych services.
Yeah, if there's certain releases in the SPON agreement and public policy, the board and commissioners are all in agreement that we want to go in that direction. Because any time that we move away from our agreement is going to translate to additional cost for the district. Okay, now we get SPON to pay for it. I don't know. I doubt it. But anytime we move in that direction, then as policy setters and stuff, and we're talking about obligations and stuff in the future, we need to talk about those things. I mean, it's going to be a need. I've already said that there are common needs between what the indigent need and what the community needs, so they're all kind of moving and they're all on the same road and going in the same direction. So if we start to have separate arrangements for behavioral health, in other words, we carve out the indigent part of it from our indigent care agreement, and the county wants them to take on more of a community approach or a countywide approach to mental health, that's good. I mean, all those things benefit the community. I'm just saying to you that we need to think through how that should work and that we should try to do it as best as we can the right way the first time, and also understand the financial consequences of those things because those movements don't come free.
And if say, for instance, they go ahead and take it on, so all the patients there are going to be COVID-19 patients, right?
At Memorial, if the psych unit was to move out, then the only patients at Memorial would be COVID. That's correct.
So that's the one that the provider we have to deal with they're all COVID-19.
Yes.
Except for that's, let me just say it's hypothetical because if the state comes in, Commissioner, they can choose to put people under investigation there. They can put their own surge there. It's used.
Related to COVID-19 though.
Not necessarily. They could use it for alternate care for if they could decide that they want to put other patients there and put COVID in one floor in their hospital.
We spend $3 million or $4 million, and then we're going to tear it down in 2 years. So we lose $3-4 million. Say, for instance, we don't even use it hardly.
Well, Commissioner, I don't know that you lose it. I mean, it's sort of the premium you pay for hedging against something that might happen. And that, when you boil it all down, that's what it comes down to, is you're going to be paying, at least the district would, a $3 million premium as a hedge against some problem that could very well come to Corpus. I mean, we haven't, as the judge said earlier, we've been lucky that we haven't had a nursing home bloom or more than one nursing home bloom. And so everything that we're looking really good right now, but we haven't had some of those things happen that have happened in other places.
You know, and I really don't mind using the tent, not in a parking lot, but we're gonna have a baseball field. They could very easily put a tent in a baseball field. It would be out of sight, out of mind, right? I mean, that's just the way I think.
Right, but there's no medical gases in a baseball field, and there's no laboratory, there's no, there's no MRI.
In New York, they did it in other states.
That's right, and they've spent $20 million doing it. In Houston at NRG facility, they spent $15 million.
Then you have
They've spent millions and millions.
And you got some hotels that willing to also work with us, we can place some people there.
Well, Commissioner, basically what the board was confronted with is the county judge came before them in her other capacity or in both capacities and said, we believe, she believes, whoever, that this is what's needed for the community. So she asked the board to step up. It wasn't the board's responsibility to challenge her or to question her motives or to question her data or anything. Don't get me wrong, they asked some questions and the judge provided information, but she came in her capacity, asked the district board to do something to benefit the community against a very probably legitimate potential problem. And so the board did that. And so that's kind of where we are, is they did it, but they did it with conditions. And so I described the conditions and stuff for those. And so I wouldn't describe $3 million loss. I'd describe it as a premium, but also if you're going to get some of it back, you get half of it back for hypothetical, then we're only talking about $1 million or $1.5 million, depending on what the number is. So, the board tried to use its judgment, and they were given a condition where the judge was there, and she said, this is what we need to do, and they said, yes, ma'am, we'll work out how this thing makes sense for everybody, and so that's what they did. But they're not in a position to question whether it's the right thing or not. That's not their role, that's not their duty, but we certainly own a building. We have a place that can ring 9.5 out of 10 bells to get a unit up and running. The hospitals, at least right now, we think they might be on board, but we don't know, and that's one of the conditions that has to be worked out. And if the government stepped up and they're willing to pay for part of it, our part of that premium is $1.5 million. And so, is it a glass half full? Is it a glass half empty? I don't know, and I don't know if any of us know in here, but I think that it's the right precaution. Like I said, $3 million in hospital dollars. I know it's a lot of money, but in healthcare, it's not a lot of money.
That's the way I feel about drainage.
Me too.
So, I just want to put it clear as to where this whole thing is coming from and where we've been, in the contract, the agreements, I don't know that, you said it's not a lot of money, but I think it's a lot of money.
It is.
The judge's heart, she's got a big heart, and she wants to do everything that we can do, and I appreciate that, Judge, and not that I'm against you or anything.
I don't take it
You know,
wrong at all.
I just want to make sure for myself and that we're doing the right thing here, and I know to me, the hardest thing I see here, Johnny, and you've been there when we first started. You've been there. You've been in front of those crowds. The first thing we do when we spend $3 million to upgrade that building, we're going to hear a lot more complaints. We know that.
Mhm.
Because we promised them something, right?
Yeah, Commissioner, and
Hold on. And once we build that building, and then we're going to tear it down in 2 years, and it's going to, they're not worried about the medical stuff. They're not worried about, all they're going to say is, man, you just threw away $3 million, or $4 million. And then I'll probably get some phone calls myself and say, hey, why did you do this? You told us you weren't going to build nothing there.
Well, we're not building anything there. I think there's some misconceptions, and I do want to have Johnny at least address this, but you're not building anything. It exists. It exists already. It's actually quite impressive how well it exists. I mean, we had amazing video that we provided the hospital district board. We had engineers who had looked at it. Again, when we gave them the $3 million, that is actually $1 million more than the actual bid came in. But we wanted to make sure that there was a huge contingency. But most of that money, $1.4 million of it, is a negative pressure system that helps with the contagion that's there. We're not building anything. We're improving what's there in order to deal with this type of virus. And again, the state of Texas is making these decisions all over Texas. We're just been asked to be one of these regions that takes a look at their region, because we're not in a vacuum here. We're not on an island. We're part of a huge healthcare system that our community takes that burden, and it's a huge burden, but it's in that vein. It's the same reason you buy an insurance policy. You hope you never have to use it. You may not like the cumulative effect at the end of the year, but it was worth it, because if you get into that situation, you don't have to go backwards where your health care has to stop doing elective surgeries. Let me just tell you something. They're losing $10 million a month. $10 million a week. Okay, they are losing millions of dollars by not doing elective surgeries across the board. Not to mention the human toll of not getting your surgeries done. So this is an alternate care site. Literally, the words are perfect. We're going to put care there whenever it is deemed convenient because of COVID. COVID is so highly contagious that we don't want to infect our hospitals. But know this, your 3 hospitals are ready for COVID. They've already been treating COVID. Driscoll hasn't had a patient yet, but they've been testing, but they've had some experience, let's just say, with COVID-like symptoms there. But HCA and Christus have treated COVID-19 patients. I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that we don't have a place to treat people. We do. We have negative pressure rooms. We monitor how many we have every day, to be honest with you. We have stats that we monitor every bed, every ventilator, every negative pressure room, every day. I get the stats twice a day. What we know is that we could get into a situation where you would have a cluster in the region, and this unit would be used for a variety of purposes. It could be that it's dedicated to COVID. It could be that it's dedicated to moving people out of a floor of Christus that needs to be cared for.
I would transitional.
A transitional. There's so many reasons that you could do it, but I promise you, everything was looked at and vetted by people who it's their business to understand trauma, and that's CBRAC. We would not have come to Memorial if there was another place that was better. We would not have come to them if the state's arms in trauma had not said, please advance this. And so I think that's important to note. And the price tag is small compared to what is being lost at our hospitals every week because we've had to shut down on elective surgeries. And now that we're going back up, this gives us the opportunity to have a place. It's an insurance policy, and you're right, if you knock it all down, but I've already mentioned once, I'll re-mention it again, we're going to look at everything if this goes forward, because you'll be able to say, if we can find shelf life for 5 or 10 years, you can take that $2 million that you spent on it and extrapolate over time. Well, we were able to have our own HVAC unit. We were able to have our updated water pipes, our updated electrical. So it's 3 things that the money is going to be spent on: electrical, plumbing, HVAC. To some extent, there's some money in infection control that has to do with ceiling tiles and floor. But the most of the money is in that MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. And I do not think that you're going to get in the $4 million range, because the $3 million already presumes a much greater contingency that was originally looked at. But again, there's always possibilities. But make no mistake, we are spending, and every county that has a COVID over 100 cases, like we are, in our region we have 121. We don't talk about Nueces. We talk about regions. Why? Because we're the health center for the region. Anybody that has over 100 cases has had this discussion of where we're going to have people if we get a nursing home or some sort of vulnerable population cluster. It's happened in Victoria, it's happened in Cameron, it's happened in Webb. Now, for those of you that don't know those words and can't figure it out, that's Victoria County is Victoria, Webb is Laredo, and Cameron's Brownsville, okay? So in the map, we're here, and literally draw a circle all around you, 200-mile radius, okay? Really 150 for Laredo and for Victoria, maybe a little further for Brownsville. Everybody around us has had major issues and problems. This is why the region's trauma facility needs to make certain that there's opportunities. If the hospital district could not advance funds, that would be one thing. The concept is they have the funds to advance, and that we believe, and the state believes, there's a strong mechanism to get funds back. This is no different than in Harvey, where we advanced lots of funds in a disaster, and we had to apply for that reimbursement. And this is why it's a gift that the hospital district has been so, strong in their concept of, we need to keep these funds because we don't know what the future holds. Now we're here, and they have the funds with no debt and an ability to get reimbursed to a large extent if they were to go forward, and there's still a if. That would be a good thing.
Judge, can I go ask you a question? Just go back. You said maybe use it for 5 years. If we use it for 5 years and Spawn demolishes everything else except that building,
Yes.
well, they're responsible to come demolish that building back after it?
Right now,
Or is it
Commissioner,
our responsibility?
the obligation to demolish is global, and they're responsible for taking it down. Certainly, I think if we went back to them and said, well, we don't want to demolish all of it, we want to keep this one, but if you keep the 2-story building, like I said a while ago, is all those buildings are built on one set of infrastructure, and that part is the newest construction, and it relies on the infrastructure of all the old buildings just like the rest of them. So If you wanted to keep the two-story building up, then what you're going to have to do is bring in its own electrical supply, its own water supply, its own heating and ventilation system. I mean, everything that it depends on from the mothership, it's going to have on its own. And so, Commissioner, I was going to say that, when we negotiated our agreements in 2012, no one contemplated COVID. No one thought this was coming, and no one thought that there would be a need for this kind of thing in the community. The other thing I just want to lastly, Judge, unless y'all have some more questions, is to underscore the fact that all we're doing is spending money to make that part of the building operational again. We're not pouring any new concrete pillars. We're not adding new bricks. We're not putting on a new roof. We're not doing a new driveway, no new flower beds. I mean, none of those things. All this does is money that the district would put to work to make the unit available for benefit of the community. And so it's really, it's like buying insurance. It's do you want to pay the extra and be covered, or I don't know. I mean,
You mentioned something a while ago, and I'm sorry to bring it back up again, but you said we said 5 years, and they said that they have to tear everything down at one point, right? Because the building goes with the with the mother building, right?
Well, the obligation to tear it down, they have to do it before 2023.
Right. So if we're going to keep that building for 5 years, I mean, we have to keep the whole building for 5 years.
No,
Whole memorial.
it could be severed, it could be severed.
But he just said if we severed it, and you got to completely restructure it.
Well, if you tear down the east and west buildings, those are the two tallest towers there, and leave the two-story building there, it will be devoid of electricity, water, air conditioning. I mean, it'll be a building, okay, but it won't have all the infrastructure in it that it needs to operate.
We asked the hospital district to make this decision without thinking about whether it could have a future use. And they made that decision. However, I'm letting you know that they heard from Jerry Kramer, the architect, that he would help provide analysis if we went forward to find a way to find usefulness for the building. I know it sounds like a major, discussion, engineering discussion, but why don't we just table that, because they made that decision without regard for the future. But we did not. We did not. We actually asked the engineers and the architects if we wanted to use it and repurpose it for the future, could we? Because by contract, you can do anything. You can say to the demo guy, demo up to here, sever the buildings, and escrow that amount of money that would be required for demo. Spawn would say, I put X amount of dollars in another escrow, and then when you're done with that building, this is the dollars that are there for that escrow. We have contemplated everything that you've brought up, and there is an answer for all of it. But again, the decision had to be made not in hypotheticals, and I think it's a super nice compliment that you think I have a big heart. I'd like to think I do too, but what I'm more proud of is that I'm a practical planner, that I have a decision-making ability to plan for the future as an emergency manager. That really was acquired, not natural. That's something they teach you when you become a county judge, and then I guess I've now had, 8 weeks of on-the-job training. But there's no doubt that it's the planning that's the most important. But you all made that, not you, because you're not even a vote. You don't even get a vote. Everything that Johnny's coming to tell you is what he believes he heard as a director. He does not vote. He's like a executive director of this particular entity. But it's the board that made that decision. But they went into it consciously knowing that they may not be able to use it for the future. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. I mean, the issues that were behind the decision to tear down Memorial are still the issues. And
Correct.
They are that the building is beyond its useful life. And I think we're on borrowed time, maybe not in this part of the unit, but we're on borrowed time in the infrastructure that it depends on. And so we're on borrowed time. I think that the board would certainly be amenable to listening and thinking through, are there other things we can do and stuff? And it could be that you make a good point, Commissioner, and kind of dividing out, well, the new building versus the old one. And I think the new building, like I said, that's the newest section of the hospital. It was the last bond issue that was done in the 80s. It was a bond that with the assistance of Commissioners Court, the district refinanced and got paid off. But if you see the video tour of this, you would think it wasn't that old. I mean, and you look at it, it's been maintained, it's in good shape in terms of its physical appearance and stuff. And so those could offer opportunities for discussions, but those were not factors in the board's decision.
Judge, can I ask just a couple things? You're good? Thank you. Johnny, I want you to go back and, I'm really bothered about one thing you said, and I want you to go back and watch the tape, because I am too. Because it's been so long now since you said it, I'm not sure exactly how you said it, but I kept hearing you say it's not their role or duty to question. And if I heard what you said right, I'm deeply offended that you would say that, because that board should question every proposal that comes before them, especially one that charges them to spend $3 million of taxpayer dollars. So I'm going to go back and watch that.
I think he said their
Hold on,
motives.
Judge, hold on.
I know, but you're really starting down a line here that's very dangerous for Johnny.
Okay, but I'm just making a comment. I'm not asking him a question. So I'm asking you to go back and watch that, because I'm going to. Because if you implied that just because the county judge or a county commissioner or somebody else came forward with a proposal, I think what I heard you say, and I could be wrong, and I'm going to go watch it, it's not their role or duty to question the data and her motives and the deal and blah, blah, blah. If that's what you said, I would completely and wholeheartedly disagree with that. I think anybody that brings a proposal, whether it's the judge, the governor, the king of whoever, that board should question everything, and I think they will, and I think they do, and I hope that's not what you said, because if it is, I'm really bothered by that. So that's my comment. So I'm not. If you want to clear that up, you can, but that's just my comment. That really struck me. I wasn't even going to say anything because we've been here so long on this anyway. My question I sent to Laura earlier was, I don't know what role this Commissioner's Court is even supposed to play in this process. I wasn't here the first time. If I, as a county commissioner, can go over and make a proposal to the hospital district board, and I get that she did it as her role in EOC, and that's fine. I just want to know what we're supposed to do here, because I'm getting blasted by everybody out there who thinks this is a bad idea, and there are things who thinks it's a good idea, and I keep saying, I don't even know what's going on with this. I don't know what this is until I went to that meeting, and now I'm learning today. And I don't think we have a role in it, or so I've been told, but I just need to know. If we're supposed to eventually vote on this, then I got a lot more homework to do. If this is something that the hospital district's going to do, whether we like it or not, and we may or we may not like it, I'm not saying we do or we don't, then I don't want to spend any more time on it. We got 100 other things that we've got to deal with in this county, and if there's nothing we can do about this, then I don't want to talk about it anymore. I mean, because I don't have time to do stuff that I don't have any say in. Now, if at the end of the day we have to do something, then I need to know that too, because I still may weigh in eventually and say whether I like it or don't like it because it's related to us. But people don't understand that. I mean, I get questions, aren't y'all funding the Nueces County Hospital District? No, we don't fund them. They're a taxing entity. They set their rate, we accept their rate. That's really all we do. We appoint the board members, but I don't call those board members and say, do this or do that. They're supposed to do their own thing. So if you could go back and provide us all some information on that, because I am truly still confused on my role in this and the Commissioner's Court's role in this. So that would be very much appreciated. The state participation part, I don't understand that, so if you could, I know you've just talked about it, but are you saying the state has to sign off on this, or the state has to agree to some role before this would go forward? That was one of the conditions?
Commissioner, I'd probably let the judge talk about that, because we all carry different balls in this thing, and the ball she was carrying was to work with the state to see what we could do to get funded. So I'm not quite sure of the mechanics of how all that works, because she's the one who is working closest with them in terms of that.
Okay, so maybe that can be in part of this. I mean, if the county has to go forward as a county to ask the state to do something, then I would think the Commissioner's Court would be involved. If the judge thinks she can do it, and I'm not saying this really at all or passive aggressive, if she believes, or if the law says that she can do it without us, then tell me that. I just need, that's all I'm trying to ask, because I'm really confused by this. I'm still just a little bothered about what I think Johnny said, so I'm a little worked up, so I'm trying not to get worked up on that. But if you could include that in the analysis so that we can just kind of move through that today, because I truly, I don't know. I just remember when the commission, something got voted on here. I wasn't on the court. I remember sitting in here because I was running at the time to be on the court, and I remember the vote, but I don't remember all of it. So I thought when this started, and I may be wrong, that we were going to have some role and some say and some vote. If we don't, fine, I move on and I'm done. So that's really. Today all you have is an update. No, I know today. Right.
But you can answer the question.
If you know the answer, sure. Right.
Yeah. Right, and Johnny wants to respond because he made that motion to me that he would like to respond.
Commissioner, I did say that, but I also followed it with the comments that the board asked questions. The judge provided information ahead of time. They asked several questions, and the hospital district board in the past, and this one most recently, have a history of working with commissioners and doing things that they ask them to do. We did that as recently as yesterday with a request Commissioner Gonzalez had for some funding for storing a trailer and making some supplies available and some other things.
But what you said was, it's not their role or duty to question. That's the part that bothered me. If Commissioner Gonzalez comes over with a great proposal, or me, or Carolyn, or John, or anybody, I would expect him to ask me questions, and I would expect him to challenge me and say, how does this fit under the mode, and so forth and so on. So I would expect them to question anybody and not just do it because we ask. That's nice. I appreciate the working relationship that we've always had, because, but the ask may be different. Like, let's take this example out. Let's say I didn't like Commissioner Gonzalez's plan. Don't even know what it is, so I'm just using this example. I mean, how do you rectify that without them, if I liked it and he didn't, or if I liked it and Carolyn did it, I would think they would ask questions and so forth and so on. And when you're spending $3 million of taxpayer money, even if it's in the best interest and a great project and it's the judge asking, I would hope the heck that they would challenge and question everything in that.
And they did, Commissioner.
And they did, and they should, and I agree. And I think all I'm saying is that whatever somebody comes and opines doesn't necessarily make it true. If he said something that makes you believe that a board isn't independent, let me just clear up the issue right now. I came there, nobody had any understanding of what I was going to say except for Johnny himself, who was briefed by our EOC team the day before. That's 1 hour before I got the briefing from the engineers. I briefed Johnny and the chairman, as is the proper protocol.
But hold on. I'm not questioning what you think.
No, I know. I just want to make sure.
No. You don't need to. In all due respect, I didn't like what Johnny said. I didn't say I didn't like what you said, because I would tell you if I didn't like what you said. But his opinion matters. He's the guy that comes over here and represents what the board is doing and saying. And if he comes over and says it's not their duty to question or not their role to question, that scares me. That the director.
I think it came out wrong, but I don't think that's what he meant.
Reiterated it. I mean, he just reiterated it again. I kind of gave him a softball, and he came back and said, I did say that, but they asked questions. So it does bother me that he said that, and it bothers me that that's his opinion, if that's his opinion, because I don't share that opinion in any way, shape, or form based on what he said. But again, I'm going to go back and watch the film and the tape and make sure that he said the way I said. So that's bothersome to me. That just, and I get that you have a different impression, and so that's why I wasn't challenging your statements, Judge. I was challenging
Yeah.
Johnny's because.
No, I know. I just wanted to make
I don't think
sure.
that's your perspective. I don't, and it sure wasn't mine before you said it. So anyway, we've been here a long time. I don't want to keep this going, so I'm done on this for now until I get that opinion. I don't know how to weigh in right now.
Well, I understand, and I'm going to tell you, I went to make a presentation in my capacity as emergency manager, and I
You
did
made that
so.
clear. You made that
Yeah, and
very
I
clear.
think that's been on the record, and I also did so with the consent of not only our section district director, Gary Barney, but that's with TDM, the Texas Department of Emergency Management, but I also had a conversation with Hillary Watt, who's the director of Region 20 CBRAC, and together, all of us, including the EOC from the city. I also make sure that I had a briefing of Senator Colhorst, who is not only our senator, but she's the chair of health in the Senate. I did so with all our entire legislative delegation, with Congressman Cloud. I took every protocol and made certain in my emergency management chain that we discussed it thoroughly, that we vetted it thoroughly, and I made a presentation like I have done on so many other occasions for other matters that were equally important. They were just not COVID related. And I'm going to let Laura get back to you, but I'm going to tell you that this court does not have standing to make any decision because they do not own the building that the state through CBRAC and EOC is making the request. We are not, as a county, tenants of the building, and we are not stakeholders in providing any services for that building. So there is absolutely nothing except for this awesome input and workshop that we've been conducting that you can do, and you can continue to provide input, ask questions, get involved, keep asking, more info of the hospital district, of myself, of TDM and emergency management. That's all of our duties as public servants. But if you're asking what your role is to vote on, the answer is there's nothing to vote on in this court because we do not have a stakehold in the property or the tenancy or in services. And so therefore, I went to the proper jurisdiction, the hospital district, to make the request.
But then, Judge, I'm sorry, I'm gotta follow up. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this, but I'm so bothered by it. So, Johnny, do you tell your board members that this is your opinion, that they shouldn't question, and I think it's not their role or duty to question? Do you tell them, is that what they believe, that if the judge comes over, or Carolyn comes over, or Joe comes over, that they shouldn't question the proposals that are made? Is that what you've advised them?
No, Commissioner. Let me go back and just add to that and maybe retract it or clarify it or whatever.
Because you haven't you don't tell them not to get involved in the details and let the lawyers do it. You let them make independent decisions, and they can question if they want. This is just your opinion and not what you espouse as your opinion to the board.
I'm not an appointed official, and also our board is appointed and not elected. I just want to draw the distinction. But the judge came to the board in her role as the emergency management coordinator for the county.
Right, I get that, but I'm saying, do you tell them what you just said? Do you tell them, let the lawyers do it, don't ask questions, don't get involved in the details, don't question, like you were saying?
Of course not.
Okay, I'm making sure, so that as long as those board members don't feel like they can't question, because I would love, and I know the judge would too, I love the intellectual stimulation. I love my deals to be challenged. I would, if I walked over there with something, I would want them to ask me 100 questions if they've got them, and not for them to think they couldn't or shouldn't. And I just want to make sure that that's the case. So I think you.
They shouldn't be on the board.
Well, I agree. So.
59, one of mine, they said no.
I was going to say, I think all of those people are tremendous,
I do too.
thought-provoking individuals. And just so you know, from those that were on the phone, because there was social distancing involved, to those that were in the present, they asked great questions. And they'll continue, I'm certain, to ask great questions. And I'm glad you cleared that up. But sometimes we can misinterpret what people say and make it, have a different effect. And I think that's not the case. I don't believe that Johnny thinks that I'm wielding any magic wand. I went over there as an advocate. I've done so on many occasions. And just so you know, I've done it with multiple boards, not just this board, but previous boards. And I know for a fact when I went to the previous board and asked for Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, to be a part of our behavioral health care program, nobody thought they couldn't ask any questions, and nobody thought they had to do what I said, and nobody thought any of that. That's just not even in the realm, and I don't think, Johnny, you believe that either.
Judge, I don't, and I just want to clarify again. The board was reacting to dealing with you in your capacity as emergency coordinator. They did ask questions. You provided a lot of information. I believe that they did their due diligence in making the decision they did. And so anything I said that said that they should disrespect her or just go along with what you said, that was not their practice.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Okay, thank you, Johnny. Appreciate that. Commissioners, would it be all right if we let Mr. Hip have a seat now? Commissioner Modis, do you have anything for him?
No, I'll follow up with Johnny on some of this stuff.
I mean, you're welcome to, Commissioner.
I don't think we have the time, Judge. I mean, we're still in workshop, and we haven't even got to a regular agenda. We were separated this. I mean, this is a whole issue that, I mean, could go hours and obviously
Yes.
days. You know, I want to make sure that, you know, I understand in separating, the dangers of separating services. I know it's not directed, but I think it is directed in the overall decision that's been making. I understand when it's been explained that that the board has their own oversight, right? Not everything comes to us. I do believe that there's some funding questions that do come to us, but in looking at the psych part of this whole plan and maybe what may happen or may not happen with SPAWN, I think we need to take any middleman out of the process and go, you know, directly. You know, psych service is so important, and I think complements what we as a court have approved and supported in the past, and very well that could be part of what could be a result of building up this one section of the hospital. So I think that we need to be able to keep that service and make sure that we protect it. I think there's, you know, contract in place that we can try to operate that independently rather than going through SPAWN to do it. So I want to share that with you. You know, just hearing everybody, we all have excellent points. I mean, I do see the concern in spending that much money, but it was a board that decided. I do feel and believe that we should have some more say, and that it should be directed on the agenda for us to have more discussion on that. We have 30 minutes, according to Johnny earlier, that we'll know whether or not somebody has put in or not to be a provider for this building. And if they don't, I guess it's a moot point then, all of this that has happened. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, I'm looking at my email right now, Commissioner, and I don't see a response from anyone yet.
So then walk us through that process if we don't have anything happen by 5 o'clock.
Well, I believe that we probably will hear from them. It may not be the deadline, but if they don't meet the deadline, we're going to leave it open for a few more days, honestly, to see what they have, because I think they may come back with some different suggestions, maybe a better idea, maybe different thoughts. But I think what the board wanted to do was to leave this open there if the providers want to take advantage of it. And so did we give them 48 hours? Yes, but we wanted to stimulate the conversation. And I think the judge can attest that those conversations are going on right now. I do expect a letter from SPAWN for sure. The other ones I think will be delayed, but that's okay. I mean, we'll work through that. We'd like to get this thing going as quickly as we can, but if they don't respond by 5, I wouldn't say this is off the table.
Well, this issue, it's just a very interesting dynamic. People, I guess, that would want to or try to categorize this as DRR, or conservative or a progressive approach to it. I've seen people on both sides of the political spectrum that have argued for or against the benefits or disadvantages of this plan that's been laid out by the hospital board. I've seen hardcore conservatives who have said, you know what? We do need to have a separate facility because we should not have these patients in a hospital that could potentially impact the care that's provided in those hospitals. You know, and then you have people that argue the difference, that say, no, the money, the cost is too much with the threat, with the possibility of not being able to recoup it. And so for me, that's just, from my opinion now, before we have something that comes before us, if we do have any vote on it, would be, you know, if there's a possibility at being reimbursed, then and this is a facility that's there that can be put up, then I think that makes sense. We have to make sure that that's a guarantee. I would hate to see any tax dollars to be put out, because we could say it's not ours, but it is collectively all of ours that we put into, every property owner puts into that. It's a line item there on our property value, right, our property appraisal. So as a taxpayer, I'm concerned about that. But I do see a benefit in wanting to separate that. I hope with the actions and the talk that we've given today, the interaction we've had with the public, that this is flattening and we don't have to have any need. And perhaps this little bit of delay or stretching out, maybe perhaps the deadline of hearing from possible providers, maybe gives us a little bit more leeway as we see the governor move forward, as we see hopefully fewer cases being reduced here in our area. Maybe there may not be a need and we don't have to cross that threshold to build up something that may not be needed. But in the meantime, I do think that we need to have all options available for us to have a facility that we can put patients there. Now, if the numbers don't warrant, well, that's another part of the argument. But I don't, we all have our opinions. We all have seen the process play out from Friday, have been given your presentation today. So I will just say, let's continue to move forward. Let's have this on another agenda so we can discuss further. But like I said, something that's a big sticking point to me that's part of this whole collateral approach is the psych services. I want that protected. I want that to be able to have a level of care that is important and provides dignity to people who need it from this county. And I believe that the contract, the way we have it is now, is an excellent way to do that. And I think if we let Spawn or anyone else, it's not about Spawn, but obviously they have to look at their bottom line as well, that to me is a concern that services could be provided, but at what level compared to what we have now? That would be my concern. So, thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much. Good comments. Okay, Johnny, I think we're going to let you go. I don't know if you ever ate, but I sure hope that the next time we...
Stole a cookie out of your office.
All right, well, the next time we make you come over for the whole day, please feed Johnny Hip, and thank you, appreciate that. So I'm going to try to make some executive decisions here to try to get us moving. What I'd like to do is, even if you have further conversations, and I know we probably want to, I'm going to move on. We've talked about, just for the public, the workshop was supposed to be discussing testing. We got through that. Treatment, we had some good opportunity to talk about treatment. Hospitalization options, we talked about that. And area economic recovery. We did pretty good for 8 hours, but we didn't quite get to the reports that I really wanted to for EOC and Melissa, only because those folks live here in this building. Let me work with Tyner and the commissioner's schedule, and let's get that back on super quick. I can't tell you as I sit here when, but I got the thumbs up. I just want you to know, commissioners, that in your inbox, you're going to know that we have a daily burn rate. That's equivalent to how much money we're spending, and you're going to see it every day, and you're also going to see it cumulatively. Dale will make that a point, I hope, to brief us shortly, but just want you to know that Melissa was going to talk about how all that comes to play, what the checks and balances are. You're going to get it if you'll just let me work with Tyner, and please make yourself flexible, and we'll get that to you. I mean, I'm ready anytime, but let's see what everyone's schedule allows, where we just talk about the ride-out team, the reports they do daily, the documents that you can look at no matter who you are. You know, I mean, in the sense of, am I in the room or am I not in the room? Want to make sure you get those. Want to make sure that you know what's going on weekly in EOC. The way to do that is to look at those reports. So, Melissa, we will get you back on that agenda. If I move on, Edward, I'm just curious, is there anybody here that came for public comment? I almost feel like the answer is yes. Yes, and that's what we thought. And so we've got him here. I'm going to tell you that normally I would never do this to you. We're going to use a time limit today, but I'm going to promise you that we're going to get this next meeting scheduled within 72 hours that I'm talking about. And if you have more to say and I've cut you off, then we're gonna let you, you know, come back and have as much time as you need to. But Dr. Praderio, please, we welcome you. And we talk about frontline people. Dr. Praderio has been providing the psychiatric services for our community for years and years, and I don't know where we would be without his guidance on behavioral health. So please, we welcome you.
Thank you, Your
And just
Honor.
remember that we're not going to talk back at this point. We're just going to receive the information. It doesn't mean anything, Doctor. It just means we're in public comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me this time. And I am sorry, I apologize. The day was long, and on the middle of the day, I left and see some patients and come back. I am a psychiatrist, geriatric psychiatry, working for 26 years in Corpus Christi. I am the Chief Medical Officer of CIVH, Care Integrated Behavioral Health, a company that has been managing psychiatric service for Christos for the last 4 years successfully. A company who attempt in any way to knock in all of the possible doors to develop more sufficient, appropriate psychiatric care for this community, including using our own dollars to build a hospital, and from the point in dividing and trying to calculate the necessity of this community. And I am very appreciative. Number one, when Judge Canale arrived to her position, we all caring for psychiatric chronic mentally ill patients, we saw the light at the end of the tunnel because she expressed herself publicly and how important is the health of your community. And we saw this, and especially this is always left behind. Suddenly we will have the opportunity, and we approach her. We went to the hospital district. I contact any door every door this is available. And in general, the tunnel is still there and the light is dissipating. We believe in Judge Canale, but we has been having some bump on the road. Last Friday, I received an email from Cristo just terminating the contract with CIVH, the service that we are providing at the location of Memorial. In addition to this, when I request, the community knock my door, not because I am a specialist, because I am old in here. In 26 years of seeing my face, they are asking me what is for us. My patients on the unit ask me what is for them on the future. My daughter is a physician that I brought to this city because I am proud of this city. And she asked me what is the future for psychiatric. I have grandkids. I teach in two university, and it's paradoxical to teach my student and resident the culture of care for community and the value of respecting a specialty that is based, the pure pathology of psychiatry is abandonment, darkness, separation, no caring for. It is exactly what we are going to do, exacerbating pathology. I work nationally in developing protocol because post-pandemia, behavioral medicine is going to be one of the most important interventions to repair the community. And what I receive is no answer. I asked Mr. Heap, what is the answer for Christos going to respond? What Christos is providing? I'm working with Christos for 26 years and they don't have a click for behavioral medicine. Therefore, I am expecting this. Maybe they don't have a click for this future. But I can tell you what this city needs. And it's for me not comprehensible. At this age in my life, as I face officials with the power to resolve in front of a private provider wanting to be the most serious component of the solution and not having a solution. I'm sorry. I am frustrated. I am lost. I don't know where we go from here. I assure you, as I spent 26 years treating indigent, homeless, Nueces County's CAR patients. And the thing that's hurt me here on the heart, because it's my super specialty, I am a geriatric psychiatry. I ran for 23 years a geriatric psychiatric unit in this town, the only one south of San Antonio. How I will face an elderly driving 200 miles to receive service? How I am talking to families? I cover 72 nursing homes in South Texas with my service. At the time that nationally, we believe that we have to be very prepared for post-pandemia. Locally, I feel regress. I feel frozen on the past, and I am not pointing finger. I am not looking for faulty. I said before, just Canale was like, wow, appeared that the sun is coming. But honestly, I need more than that. We need more than that. The community of Corpus Christi need more than that. They want to brush us with 10 or 12 beds. This is the contract of the hospital district. And when we approach hospital district to say, what is the plan? They say, we contract with Corpus. Like if I am an owner and I have a vendor, I am not going to check my vendor and have an answer for what they are going to do. But anyway, I don't know where we're going from here. Thank you, Your Honor. Any question about this community? I have been meeting with Medal Foundation nationally, locally. I have been picking up Paul Lavaca, who died with similar situation. Victoria 10 years ago was decapitated by lack of intervention. I admit those patients. And you know, we can do better. Honestly, if any one of you sit with me, in 10 minutes we can have the solution for behavioral medicine. And Judge Canale know that.
I do. I'm not supposed to say anything, but.
Therefore, I don't understand. And I am not giving up. I might be without job in a few months because they notify me termination of a contract, but doesn't mean that I am leaving. I am happy here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call, Maggie, did you check on the other person? Just so you know, I want people to know, there were people signed up, but they already spoke in workshop. I'm going to announce their names so that you feel comfortable that I took care of everybody for public comment. So after Dr. Praderio, it's James Klein, Jim Klein, he's out in the hallway. But we already addressed Pastor David Bendit, Glenn Holland, Margaret Fertilla left, and Dr. Papanini. So there were multiple people, but we've already gone through them. It's just Jim, and then what about Javier Gonzalez? Is he here or is he on deck? He left. Okay.
He said he'd come back later.
Okay, so then it's just Jim, and then after that, we will, and Jim, you'll know public comment is just your time to visit, and we will not be visiting back. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Judge Canales and Mr. Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. My name is James Klein. I go by Jim. I'm a professor of history here at a local college in Corpus Christi. I'm also a member of the Nueces County Historical Commission. I'm speaking to you today. I saw on your agenda further down that you're going to be discussing architectural services and engineering services for the 1914 Nueces County Courthouse. I would just like to echo some of the comments that I made last month at the March meeting of the County Commissioners Court, urging the Nueces County Commissioners Court to pursue recommendations that I mentioned, as I said at that last meeting, including contract for preparation of a current structural assessment, that Nueces County contract for services to conduct a comprehensive structural evaluation and prepare for the report with recommended repairs, and also then as well to improve the RFP document process and availability. That Nueces County revise the RFP to clarify expectations and parameters for proposals for redevelopment. And as I mentioned before as well, the 1914 courthouse, I believe, is a physical manifestation of the coastal Bend's population's resiliency. It continues to stand despite being battered by the 1916 hurricane, the 1919 hurricane, the 1933 hurricane, Hurricane Beulah, and Hurricane Celia. I appeal to you again as a historian seeking to preserve our past, but also as a resident of Nueces County concerned about its current and future economic well-being. Historical heritage tourism can add significantly to the economic development of a community. Heritage tourists spend considerable sums of money in communities they visit as they extend their stay beyond that of other tourists. I ask you to bear in mind these sentiments as you consider the RFQs for preservation architect services and engineering services later today. Thank you for your time and consideration of my remarks and for your service to the people of Nueces County.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, that does conclude everybody that signed up that is here. And I'm going to reach out through the office for the gentleman that had to leave for the delay. Typically, when you come for public comment, you don't expect it's going to be 5 o'clock before you make your public comment. So we're going to reach out to him and let him know that we would love to have him come next time. Okay, at this time, I'm going to move to the consent agenda. And the items are listed A through O, A through letter O, and would ask at this time if there are any to be removed by any commissioners. And if not, I would entertain a motion. Tyner, are you going to table one?
G, please, Judge, we did not get a list for that item, and I just want to clean that up.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to table item G. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Will it be a table till next court, Tyner? Kara, I'm really not sure of the date, but I bet you got it. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, tell me which one?
E.
E is an egg. Okay, anyone else? All right, how about a motion for A, excluding E, items A through O, excluding G and E?
So moved.
And a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Johnny stuck around so he can explain. There was a technicality on the contract that needed an amendment. Commissioner Modis.
Yeah, just want to talk a little bit more about, this, Mr. Graham's contract has been before us a few times already, and this is the second meeting in a row that we've had his name on there because I think there had to be a separation with him and the Admiral, so.
And I think it even had to do with website, John. Ask, Johnny, what can you tell Commissioner Modis about it?
Essentially, Commissioner, the item E is a simple amendment to add to Mr. Graham's agreement for him to work on upgrading the hospital district's website. And the reason it's paid for the district, it's be paid by the hospital district. And the reason it's before you now is because we are all parties to the same agreement. It's a tri-party agreement, so we couldn't make that amendment to the agreement unilaterally. So that's why we brought it back to the court.
Do we have to do this as a trilateral agreement? I'm just curious. I'll be honest, I really would rather not keep voting on these hospital district amendments any more than I have to, because I'm frustrated, so.
You know, I can have Laura address that later with you if that's okay, just in the interest of time. She can write something to you. The answer is it's important when we're asking him to do work that we've decided to work jointly on, like our opioid task force. And, you know, I think it's a good idea that you know about it if you, let me let Laura address it with you.
Judge, while she's waiting to come up.
That's okay. Go ahead. I'm fine.
Is that okay?
Thomas Graham's group is already doing work on the website for the opioid task force. Much of the work that they do between the two of them is the same as will need to be done on the hospital district. And so we went ahead and moved. They should have been in the original agreement, but there's some question about whether we could move forward with them at that time, and so we're adding them in.
This is for more money too, I thought, right? Didn't I see it?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is to do hospital district website, where the previous was everything having to do with the opioid task force and getting their work done. Is that correct?
Right. And Commissioner, I'm not a website person, but our website was done many years ago, and it's what they describe as sort of a public-facing or forward-facing website. And the intention is to do work on the website so that it can go both ways, much like the county's website where you can get on there, file an application for the indigent care program. I mean, there's a lot of things that are going to be done with the website that are not there now.
And in fact, one of the things that came up from the Be Healthly report was how important it was for indigent health care to have stronger access through the website because it was sometimes hard to navigate. So that was one of the things that came out of our assessment, is that we need to do a better job of making it more user-friendly in English and in Spanish. And so that was one thing that that you guys, I know, wanted to address.
There are a lot of advocates who do work for the indigent and trying to get them set up for programs and stuff. And so it's not just the indigents, but the people who work on
That's
their
true.
behalf as well.
Will this allow for, or do you, I haven't even checked myself. Can you even access meetings? I mean, do y'all record or broadcast your meetings live like the way we do, or?
Yes, you can access the minutes. We also put up the audios.
But
of
just
the minute.
audio, no video like this?
No, because we don't do video meetings yet. We're working on that.
I mean, if we're already paying him, he's already gonna be elbow deep in all of that.
Yeah, you could open up a
I mean,
portal.
because I know there was a lot of helpful information that
Oh, I
was
see what you're saying.
that was covered on Friday's meeting, on y'all's emergency meeting, and I was just not able to physically make it there, but it would have been nice to be able just to pull it up and look at it live or later on demand. And I mean, if you're gonna be doing that, I
Yeah,
think
I
that,
think it's a
I mean,
good idea.
every level of government now, especially because of COVID, are broadcasting on some sort of social media platform at least. And so I would just think that that's something to look at.
Maybe you could
That's
ask.
part of the goal.
Okay. All right, so can I get a motion for that amendment? And again, that's for for this agreement, that personal services contract to improve the website to the district?
I thought the hospital district already approved it.
They did, sir. It's an amendment because we're a tri-party to the agreement. They've already done it. We have to ratify their approval already because we're involved with it.
They're paying for the whole amount?
Yes. We just have to ratify it. It's just an amendment to the original agreement. But because we were a part of the original, we need to be a part of this. Even though we didn't ask for this, the hospital district pursued this on their own. But again, it's tied to the original agreement, so we need to approve it. And that's,
Total amount is what, 139,000?
yes. So,
Commissioner, it could be up to 39,000. Depends on what level of work we do. There are several recommendations for the site, and I don't know that we're going to go with all of them.
so he needs our approval. So can I get a motion, please, to approve this amendment? And I'll do a second, and, okay, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, I've got an abstention. And then, let's see. Okay,
If we can take out of order,
Yes,
5B and C.
course.
Which is really just not in executive, just in public comments.
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass that one. That one's kind of a no-brainer. Sorry.
Yeah.
I should have asked for that earlier. I'm sorry.
okay. So on 5B and C, we're just gonna table those and just for.
No table. We're going to take action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Approving her contract.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Basically, it's approving an order which basically says it's an exemption to the bidding process.
Okay.
It's a professional services contract, and
Okay.
then that you're giving the approval of the contract. And then the second part is basically you're giving me authority to go to the AG and get a consent of the agreement.
Got
So
it.
moved.
Okay, fine. So I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. So it's just, we've taken it out of executive for the public and putting it in the regular agenda?
Right.
Thank you so much.
Did you have any questions of Catherine Snapka,
Well,
outside counsel?
Kathy, thank you for being here all day. I think this is it's funny, right? It seems like healthcare is everything nowadays, but the idea that a lot of our users, including folks in the jail, are being charged exorbitant amounts for insulin, when we all know that just a few years ago, something that is now costing $200 was once $23, is really just driving up the cost of our health care and the unfunded mandates that we have already. But your plan is to pursue this vigorously and to cooperate and coordinate with others that are doing the same to get the best data. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's great. Does anyone have any questions regarding this? I would just say, keep us informed in the loop and document like crazy, because I do know that, that this is as much important to, at the national level as well it is to the state, but right down here in Nueces County, it's making a big impact in our finances at the jail.
And we certainly hope to be able to recover some of that for the county.
That's good. Okay, thank you. With no other questions, that motion passes. And so now I'm going to go back. Thank you for waiting. Go back into regular agenda item. We already did number 2. So
I think 1, 2.
and 1, 2, oh, I'm sorry, I got to go back into 1. Yes, and I'll tell you that we'll just, if it works with you, since we're going to go ahead and have an EOC meeting, if we can get it done quickly, I'll put this item back on. And that way, if there's anything that we want to discuss as it pertains to 4A1, I can put it in. We just need 72 hours to post, commissioners. Do you want anything else on there? Okay. So we're going to need to do it again, is what I'm saying. In other words, put it in,
We tabling 1?
just table 1. How about that too? I'm happy to do it on Monday. Tyner, what's our posting rules right now? It's
72
Wednesday.
hours. I can't do earliest I can do a meeting is Saturday because
No,
we're
but
on Wednesday already.
Talk about, I'm sorry.
The EOC, in other words, we didn't get to do Melissa's piece, nor 4A1.
No, 4A1, I think we
Yeah, we did
did.
Okay, if
Yeah,
you
we-
feel satisfied, okay.
But I don't know how the court feels. I was thinking, since Commissioner Chesney, you recommended something every agenda, and I think it may be in the format of maybe 4A1, that would be every court here on out until things change.
Sure.
And I'll make it,
Yeah.
get with the county attorney, make it
And this
real
ti-
broad.
Yeah, and this time if we have presentations, we'll just know we have to book that on a different day.
And I don't think we will. That was we got so much today.
You're
we
right.
hadn't gotten, that's going to be.
You're right.
Caught us up, I think. I mean,
Okay, super. Well, then, thank you, Tyner. So now I'll move on, thank you, Tyner. I'll move on to number 3, and I'm almost sorry.
Are we tabling it or not? Yeah.
No action, well, no action taken at this
Right.
time. It'll just be tabled
Or if you wanna
almost to the next meeting and the next.
Do like
meeting.
I do on mine. I can motion to table till the next meeting.
All right, go ahead and make the motion for
Oh,
her.
so moved.
And then second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, better, thank you. This is, I'm sorry that this is almost at the end of the day, because it's kind of monumental. We were not dealing with COVID. This would be the highlight, and newsreels would be here, because we're about to save money. And this was something that commissioners, you asked Dale and Michael to bring back to you at the right time, and it's the right time. Talk to us about enterprise and the leasing of our new fleet.
Okay. Commissioners and Judge, thank you. This is to discuss and consider adopting leasing options for fleet vehicle replacement and authorize the master equity lease and maintenance agreements with Enterprise Fleet Management Incorporated. I want to say it was during the budgeting process last year that the court had asked us to go and look into leasing options. We started those conversations with Dale and I and Michael Sosa, who's actually participating via WebEx meeting, and had several good discussions resulting in a presentation that Michael provided to the court in November. The court received that information well and asked us to continue looking into it, which we did. We've worked extensively with Laura and Belinda, especially in the county attorney's office, going over the agreements that are here. There's a service agreement and A through F on exhibits. These items covered the master agreement, which covers the lease in terms of rental, the maintenance agreement, which covers the vehicle maintenance, repairs, and payment terms, the maintenance agreement and fleet rental agreement, which covers the cards that they'll provide to us for each of the rental vehicles, and we'll be utilizing certain repair locations that are authorized to provide service under the Enterprise Fleet Program, which will help save the county money on repair costs. And then on the amendments, Belinda did just a stellar job of finding things that needed to be addressed, and so we included the non-appropriation clause under the Exhibit D. The Exhibit E covers the third-party repairs, and then Exhibit F creates the terms for how we will do future amendments, which would be like the actual lease of each vehicle in the program. Part of the other process that was going on while the legal documents were being reviewed is a review of the county's fleet to see which vehicles would be eligible under this program to be replaced. And what we did was we targeted the oldest vehicles in the fleet, and we reviewed those with Romeo Ramirez in our office, and we took a real good look based on age and mileage considerations, and then reviewed those needs against the budgeted funds to arrive at the number of vehicles. And under this program, we're able to actually lease 55 vehicles, which is a record number for the county to be able to acquire at one time. Typically, in the past, we've acquired somewhere around anywhere from 15 to 24 vehicles in any one given year. And so this is going to enable us to address a lot of the older fleet, which is the area that drives the most costs in terms of maintenance. And in our conversations with Dale, this is a great opportunity for the county to save money, have vehicles that are newer. They get replaced on a more frequent basis so that we don't have as old vehicles in the fleet causing those higher costs. The agenda item, if approved, would authorize Enterprise Fleet Management to execute the orders for the 55 new fleet vehicles to be leased. When the actual vehicles are received.
We're just looking for volume, Michael. Hang on one second. I hear you, but it needs to be louder, so hang on.
Give me your mic, Michael. Michael Robbins.
You see the mic, how it's blocked off here on John Manning?
Well, this is Michael.
Oh, Michael Sosa. Okay. Okay, well, Michael, I can hear you. I'm going to repeat the answer. He asked when you can get this rolling. Okay, let me repeat that.
I can speak to that.
You got it. You got it.
On the ordering cycle, and that's another reason that we brought it to you at this time, is we're trying to get in on the ordering window for the 2021 vehicles. The orders are getting placed now, and those for the brand new vehicles are in the 4 to 5 month range because those are factory orders. But a large number of these vehicles are going to be sourced from local dealers that Enterprise works with, and by coincidence, one of those dealers is Silsby, who we get vehicles from on a regular basis for the county. And they're going to be working to make sure that we get those as soon as possible.
The reason I was asking, in case one of the vehicles is ready to go out, can we replace with one at least? Or, I mean, I don't want to have to fix a couple of vehicles, you know what I'm saying?
Right, I understand. We'll have to treat it on a case-by-case, Commissioner, but what I want to say is the quantity of vehicles that the county was looking to get, had we not gone this route, was going to be somewhere south of 14. And so I believe the number of vehicles we're going to acquire via the quick method is going to be greater than that number. So we're going to be in a better position on those, plus the ones that are coming in on the longer side.
I'll so move. I'll make a motion, I guess.
Okay, I've got a motion, and do I have a second? Second, and just, Michael, obviously, this is going to be exciting. Keep bringing this as an agenda item as we get, rolling. That 4 to 5 months, of course, has the production constraint given the current situation. But I just know with the maintenance and operation that we're spending currently, this is going to make a major impact to our financial profile, and it couldn't come at a more welcome time to save dollars here. So anyway, great job, tons of work, Belinda, tons of work protecting the county from all those small little details that are in contracts. And Dale, really, this has been a kind of a wish of yours for years, and it's just great to see it come through. I'm sorry we didn't give it the highlight that it deserves, but how about if you continue to bring it up to us, we'll continue to, highlight info for the public and the court. And gentlemen, John and Michael, thank you. This was tons of work in the background, and don't let the moment escape that, we really appreciate bringing this opportunity to us and keep us informed. I understand that law enforcement will get priority here, as it should be. Is that correct?
Yes, in fact, on this schedule, we're able to touch the sheriff's office and every single constable's office.
Yeah.
In addition to quite a number of other
And
departments.
we're going to have a visit with constables this week, Maggie and I, and we're going to bring this up. So, super job. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, thanks, Michael. All right, number 4 is a resolution regarding Texas Governor, I'm sorry, let me read this correctly. This is discuss submitting and approve sending a resolution to Governor Greg Abbott and our state legislatures, or I imagine you meant to the delegation, Tyner, to support extending the state-funded health coverage to Texas under the Affordable Health Care Act. And Tyner, go ahead.
That's correct. Commissioner Gonzalez requested that we get this on the agenda. We looked at what we did back in 2014, and we sort of did the resolution in the same format. I will read the now therefore if the court, I think the court last approved something similar to this in 2014, and it basically asks, it asked the state to expand Medicaid as much as possible. I'll read the now therefore. Now therefore, the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby resolves that the state of Texas close the health care coverage gaps for citizens of Texas by Medicaid expansion and developing programs or enacting legislation that connects uninsured Texans with private market coverage choices or reduces inefficient health care spending. And I'll go into the individual whereas if you need me to.
No, that's okay. But I want to say something. The reason I came up with this here, because there was an article also that I read, even after I gave this to Tyner, and it's something that, and I don't know if everybody saw this or not, but it says Texas is the state with the largest uninsured population, about 5 million of our people. We're the second largest state, which begs the question why we have more uninsured than California, the largest. The answer we get is state funding for health care. More than 1.5 million Texans would become eligible if Texas were to expand Medicaid. That number may expand in a hurry with so many people out of work right now. But by 2024, we Texans will have paid $36.2 billion in federal taxes that will go to other states, assuming our elected officials continue to refuse Medicaid expansion. Ask yourself how you feel about supporting the health care expenses for Massachusetts but not for Texas. So this is really, way overdue. And again, you've got a governor here that they refused to expand the Medicaid expansion when he had a chance to do it. That really hurt the poor of the poor. And how can, he says here, can Abbott be convinced? We're trying to be optimistic. It's why we broached the subject in the first place, because we think coronavirus is a tipping point. We worry what it'll do to the uninsured poor people. We don't qualify for Medicaid, who don't qualify for Medicaid, if Texas don't take the expansion. They are a huge risk because they avoid doctor visits they can't afford, and because they're willing to risk exposure to their low-paying jobs. In closing, we as taxpayers, anytime we have indigent care under the Nueces County Health Card, we're paying for it locally. More taxes. So this is why we try to get them off the Nueces County Health Card, so we don't have to pay for it. So I think it's important that somehow we need to convince the governor that he really wants to help us. This is how he can help us. Get a lot of money to other states that we should be kept in this state. So I'm so moved.
I've got a motion, and I'll take a second. And any discussion on this matter? The only thing I want to add is that in the past, we've been fortunate to use intergovernmental transfers as a way to maximize our dollars through the hospital district. And that was, in a way, our own Texas solution, if you will, in getting $1.40 for every dollar we sent up to CMS, Center for Medicaid Services. Unfortunately, CMS, and we're hoping we can convince them differently, they don't like our IGTs. They don't like the way we've been doing it. So last legislative session, they indicated that we needed to go to a local provider participation fund. And we did that, and it was very, very hard to do, but we did it. And now, after we did it, CMS has said, we don't like that either. And so if they don't like IGTs and they don't like LPPF, we really have no choice but to expand. And I don't really care what you call it. I just know that our hospital district cannot survive without it. And so I am going to support this resolution because I think that everybody's going to have this really very difficult conversation, and we're going to have to use all our might in advocacy to convince CMS to expand these dollars. So the way we work it now is through IGTs, but it looks like it's not possible unless they change their mind again that we can use those. And again, that dollar, so we send up about 93 million, and we get back about, almost 200 million. And we do this by having all the hospitals participate with our own ad valorem in what's called an IGT, an intergovernmental transfer. We send that up to Washington, and it comes back down to us. Then we would distribute again. And by the way, the hospital district gets paid, although I'm using that word very liberally, Laura. It doesn't get paid. It almost feels like a commission, if you will. It's like a fee, administrative fee for doing that, and it could be up to $8 million. So if we don't have this mechanism anymore, we will not be able to fund indigent care to the levels that we've been doing, and I will already tell you we can't do it without it. It's just impossible, and that's why we fought so hard for LPPF, and then now they're saying they don't like that. And now it's really like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? I think the governor's very well aware of these difficulties, and they're working on it. But I think our resolution would help him understand that we're going to be supportive of this because our hospitals can't survive without it. And so again, that's just a little bit of sidebar, but it's an opportunity to ask more questions. Maybe when Johnny comes back, if we can convince him to come back. I think it's a very good thing.
Can we also ask for delegation to get involved in this?
Yeah, I think I mentioned to Tyner that the words legislature is there, but I think it means legislative delegation, right, Tyner? Or what were you thinking there? For both, right? Right, so I think the idea here is to send the resolution to our legislative delegation, and then they would send it to the governor's office, something like that. And so I've got a motion, a second. I don't want to cut us off on discussion, but is there any discussion or any questions you might have? I actually wish Johnny had stuck around because he could have really explained it, but I'll try to get a memo out to show you what kind of dollars are at stake. But once you send up that, 120 million that we do collectively and it comes back at 250 million, can you imagine if you were stuck with 120 million? You'd have a $100 million shortfall in our own county. So I'm totally convinced that something has to give. I just don't know in what form. Will Medicaid change their minds about IGTs? Will LPPFs be okay? Or should we just expand as a state? And those are going to be the choices for the governor and for the legislature. So anyway, just a little bit of background for the community. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. And we'll get that to our legislative delegation, okay, and get them to be giving us feedback on where we are on that. The next
Vaughn, I didn't hear your vote.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Okay. And then the next one is actually might be moot already because I got word that we've already given a marriage license this morning,
We started,
yesterday,
no, we started last week. I let
last week.
all of you knew this. I sent all of you an email or
Yeah.
spoke to you over the phone. So y'all knew Wednesday that we were gonna start again.
That's right.
Doing marriages, marriage license by appointment only. So we started, yeah, so we've been doing
So-
it since Thursday, so I'm not sure.
So we're doing, well, this got posted a while back, but.
Posted Friday.
But we're doing marriage license. I just want the public to know, if you need a marriage license, there's a process, and it's a really important one. You need to call and make an appointment and get all the information ready, and you still have to do everything that you always had to do as far as showing your information and ID.
Call my office, 888-0580, and we are happy to help you, and we're looking forward to it.
Is there a hotline for that? Or?
That's
No, that is the hotline. Say it one more time.
888-0580.
All right, 888-0580 if you need a marriage license. This courthouse is definitely open for business.
We do.
Okay, and the next one is discuss and consider approval funding for drainage capacity near County Road 33 and Farm to Market 43. And Juan is here to talk about it, and Commissioner Chesney, this is in your region.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Juan.
Judge, Commissioners, Edward, is it on the screen? The
Yes,
drawing?
not yet, it's
There's
coming.
a drawing on the screen that was prepared by Bass and Welch Engineering. Nick Welch is the engineer on the project. As you can see, the areas that are shaded on the top right-hand corner of the screen, those are 1,000 new units. And when I mean units, it's houses that are going to be built in that area. Looking at it from the drawing on the, I'm going to call it the south side, which is the bottom of the picture, there's another development of 900 units, and that's going to be London Town. The reason for this is that the developer's proposing to improve the drainage ditch that runs between both subdivisions and also drains. If you look at the boundary to the left, there's a school, and then it crosses over to County Road 43. There's a boundary that drains, and it's going to be draining into, or that already drains into this ditch. And instead of going from a ditch that's pretty much a swell, the developer is proposing the ditch to be from a 6-foot wide ditch, all the way from a 13-foot wide ditch, which will be a capacity of a 25-year design. They're also going to be installing some, I call them desicipators. What that does, it decreases the velocity of the flow of the water that drains from the south to the north. And so there's going to be some big improvements on this ditch. The total width of the ditch is going to be about 90 feet wide approximately. The total right-of-way that they're proposing for this improvement is 110. The total linear footage of this ditch, and these are some drawings that the engineer has prepared, is about a little bit over a mile. It's about 5,500 linear feet of ditch improvements that are going to be proposed for this two improvements, and also that's going to be taking in the capacity of the school, of the London School also. Commissioner, is there any other thing that?
No, Commissioners, what I'm trying to do here is anticipate a lot of growth in this area. The county has, and I'm turned around once, you're going to have to help me. I'm trying to find 43.
43 is right there.
This right here?
Yes,
So
sir.
this property to the left, am I saying that right?
Yes, sir.
Is all still county property. And so my concern was, with all the added capacity that was coming in here from this development, I wanted to try to figure out how the county could have a seat at the table and ask for additional capacity to be maintained so that all of our property over here would be able to drain into it. Am I saying that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and so basically, Juan went and met with the engineers and said, okay, we're willing to participate in this if we can ensure that all of this area over here will drain properly into this drainage ditch. And the only way to do that was to put some funds forward, and that's what this basically is and it's the CO money. We would have to get, how do we do it? Get an easement of some sort?
Yes, sir. We would have to acquire a 110-foot wide easement, and then it would be dedicated to us, Commissioner, and then it would be reverted back to the city or the property owner.
Right, and it's a one-time thing, so we don't have any maintenance involved in this. It's similar to the co-op program I'm doing with the city on County Road 33, and there may be another one coming on another part over here too for roads, but this is basically to make sure that down the road, these areas don't flood because of all this new drainage. And I'm not saying that very well, but.
Yes, sir. It's the boundary, normally the boundary that's outlined on the, I'm going to call it on the south side of 43. That's the boundary that drains to the north and goes and flows into that existing ditch. So in doing these improvements, it's going to increase the capacity. I think the total capacity of that ditch is going to be a little bit over 300 CFS, cubic feet per second. And then, like I said, it's going to vary from 6 foot wide to approximately 15-foot wide ditch, which is a big ditch. And then it's also what they've done is also designed to control the velocity of that ditch, so that way when it's flowing on the downstream side towards Oso Creek, it'll keep it from eroding on the downstream side.
And I would anticipate bringing more like this. This is where I plan on using some of my COs going forward out in that area because we've got so much growth coming. So I would anticipate some more of this. This is just the first one that I think is very proactive, and I really appreciate Juan taking the lead on this and doing all this because it's definitely going to, I think, save us some serious drainage problems down the road.
I have a couple of questions. You're not putting water to Tierra Grande, are you?
No, sir. No. No, sir. It's going directly to those.
Oh.
Make sure you don't divert the water to Tierra Grande. Would there be a retention pond there or not?
Commissioner, there is going to be a detention slash. It's going to slow down. And as a matter of fact, I've been talking to the engineer and the developer, and they're also, based on my conversations with them, they're also going to be including some additional detention areas, and that's part of the discussion that we've been having with them.
My last question, Juan, is if that's going to, the developer is going to, is going to dredge that ditch, that 9 foot wide and 13 feet deep, is the developer's going to do that?
Yes, sir. It's part of the development. Yes, sir.
But do we save any bond money for that in case they don't do it? Normally we do have, put some bond money on the side in case they don't comply with what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
What's off?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but he's going to pay for it,
The developer,
majority of it, and then we're going to pay for a portion of it. Is that right?
usually when the developer builds and does, they're supposed to set some bond money aside in case they don't come through with their part.
Is that part of the agreement, right? Yeah, and that's part of the subdivision rules, Commissioner. What we'll do is we'll coordinate with LADA on the agreement and make sure that we have some type of agreement to state that they got to develop.
Important, yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good luck.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Just a quick note, the theme today has been learn, discuss, inform. It's also had a little bit of hope. I know it's taken us to 5:20, but this should show everybody who's still hanging on with us or who watches this later that we are still doing business in this county. This is good for our recovery. It's really important that we support the development that is taking place and that we not fail them. It's really important. So I'm really excited. This project, maybe you'll bring it back, Juan, as it progresses, and let's talk about it. And maybe the developer would be willing to come and talk about it. I just think the more people know that we're going to see business on the other side, it's going to make them feel better. And this is one of these programs. Plus, as we all know, drainage is a major issue. So anything we build today has to accommodate for future growth and for future drainage.
Well, and that really is a strong message, Judge, because my hope is that other developers will come to us first so that we can at least.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, so that we can look at these projects, because every commissioner has the ability, and we have some CIP funds to use. to co-op with some of these plans, as long as, that way we really can protect the interest of the county, because we've all talked about it, and this London area just happens to be kind of the hot spot right now, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna be where you are, or whatever, because
That's right.
if we can, if these and the developers are doing the majority of it, we're just doing a little bit, but it's gonna really make a big difference in this, and so I'm
Plus,
hoping this is
through our-
kind of the
through
start
our-
of many to come.
Right, and Juan's doing a good job of, remember, through Geographic Information System, all of this will get implanted into our database. And as we talk about a watershed basin study later, our big drainage study that we're starting to get a hold of, this all plays a part. And if they don't come to us, then we're basically behind the 8 ball.
Right,
So,
because on this one, all they had to do was X, and we asked them to do X plus, and we paid for a little bit of it, but,
but it's gonna pay dividends.
yeah, I think so.
No, I think it
That's why I
will.
let Juan run it to make sure
Okay,
he was okay.
well, thanks, Juan, appreciate it. All right, number 7 was asked to be tabled early on, and I just didn't get a motion on it. There was, I think Tyner just said it wasn't ready. This is, about Canyon City Solutions for Veterans Treatment Court. Tyner, just give us a background. It's not ready, correct? Number 7 is not ready?
That's correct.
All right,
The changes made that Belinda recommended were not made, and so we need a little bit more time.
So next court, okay?
Should be next court.
All right, so it'll be tabled and seconded, and all those in favor, this is to next court in May, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, great, now we're gonna move on to Juan, come back up. You've got 3 items for recommendation. The first is to consider Hanson Professional Services for engineering services for monitoring and sampling of stormwater in the rural areas and approve their engineering service contract. This is an exemption from the procurement, and they have a very special task for stormwater.
Yes, ma'am, we're recommending Hanson to award the contract to Hanson Engineering.
Okay, and is there any questions on this? This is kind of something that's really important that our flood, we put together a particular plan. Juan, you just remind everybody the name of that plan. It's the flood.
It's pretty much like a stormwater pollution
Stormwater.
prevention. Yes, ma'am, and what they do is they go out and they evaluate our areas to make sure that we're meeting compliance.
And this is very important, isn't it? Because we have to do these compliances with the federal government.
Yes, ma'am, through the TCEQ.
The federal and state government, EPA through TCEQ.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if there's no questions from Juan, the background was in your notebook. Is there a motion? Motion and second, and like I said, this is important work that's required. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. The second one is a discuss and consider the supplemental one regarding Striddle Callens. That's for the HVAC on the chiller here at the courthouse.
Yes, ma'am. This is, we're recommending approval of the supplemental agreement between the county and Trudy Collins. And this is for some additional, for some work that was done for the new chillers that are being installed. Hopefully the chillers, we're looking for the new chillers to start running next week. So we'll have both chillers that are gonna be ready to be running.
Right, so this is just the work to get these chillers
Yes, ma'am.
Installed.
Yes, ma'am.
To approve.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It's good to see the chillers. That was part of the first part of our capital improvement plan, so
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
exciting.
Yes, ma'am.
The next one has to do with IB McGee, but I don't think there's anything. Okay, just a motion to table. I need a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, then the next one, all belongs, 1 through 4 belong to Michael. They're purchasing. The first one's a hangar, Michael. It's a lease.
Okay, this one is to discuss and award the IFB 3124 for the maintenance hangar M3 for lease. I want to point out that in listening to the court request to relook at the values that we're asking for when we go out for these leases, John Cox did an evaluation, and we actually increased our asking price from $700 to $1,000 on this particular IFB. The term of the lease is a 3-year period with an option to extend the lease for an additional 2-year period with 120 days prior written notice.
Commissioner Vaughn loves that.
I do.
A bid opening was conducted on April 9th. We received 1 bid. The bid was from the current tenant, Mako Mobile Aircraft Service LLC. And so we're recommending award to Mako Mobile Aircraft Service LLC in the amount of and there's a mistype on the paperwork that y'all have, and I have a revised here that I'm gonna give to y'all. It's actually $1,101 per month.
Look at there, you got more than you asked for.
So yes.
Great news, isn't it? So do you do you motion to approve? Yes. And second by Gonzalez. And all those in favor signify by saying aye for the hangar lease? Aye? Okay, and then the next two are related, but we need to take them one at a time, but they're related. And I just want to set the table by identifying the funding source before Michael goes. You'll recall we're awarded a National Park Service grant through the Department of Interior of $150,000. And these two items will be paid from that grant. And one of them is for a preservation architect, and the other one is for engineering services. And they went through a selection committee and were scaled. They were scored, and they're a part of your packet. Oh, sorry, they're not part of your packet.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yes, sir?
Laura, in the past, the easement, or I'm not thinking of the right word, was extended because federal monies were spent on this building before. My concern is if we spend federal monies on this building again, albeit services only, are we extending that destruction date from 2017 or 2027 again?
No, it can't, because, I'm sorry, Laura, but this is not our easement is a Texas Historical Commission easement, not a federal easement. We happen to be on the register of federal places, of historic places, but our easement flows from the $2 million we received from the Texas Historical Commission. And that is the covenant that we have. It's with the state of Texas. There's no covenant with these grants. They're part of Hurricane Harvey.
Since it's planning funds.
It's planning funds, super different. And Laura can look into it and write it up, but when you know yeah, there's no covenant that exists on the federal level at all.
So then, on the other covenant, no, I know, so that covenant, it was like in what we passed, and not we, whoever did that. So the court was told that was a condition, so there's no covenant in this. Okay, and so the funding source for this is, tell me that again, federal or state? I'm sorry.
Maria, forgive me, take the mic.
And then I'll let you tell me what the
No, but
purpose of it is.
she's got the name.
So it's National Park Service. It was a Hurricane Irma, Maria, and Hurricane Harvey emergency supplemental fund. It is filtered through the Texas Historical Commission. So, but this is a planning grant since we're not doing any construction, any ground disturbance. That's why it does not come with that easement. The funds that we received way back when, they were construction funds. So that's why it came with the 25-year easement.
How do we get this under a hurricane grant?
Very cleverly, my friend, very cleverly.
Yeah, so you want to explain that one?
So, obviously with like Hurricane Harvey, we had, there's water saturation, into the building. I don't want to get into like the structural, part of it, but.
Straight face is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Basically Maria scours for all kinds of opportunities, and we saw this, and Texas Historical Commission actually brought it to our attention. There was a lot of work that was done between the Historical Commission and National Park Service. Just in getting the RFP, written, we had to go through multiple vetting processes at the state and at the Fed level. And you might remember that the purpose was twofold. It was to look at the structural engineering and also look at the historic preservation. So these two entities are going to work not together, but in tandem with one another, but they're different groups. And we received multiple, five for the architect and 4 for the engineering. Thank you.
And so engineering.
And then tell us what your recommendation is.
I have a question.
Hold on, Michael.
Let me just finish if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So the question that I had after that was, okay, so these are planning things, but then I'm seeing where we're looking at CIP funds to pay for engineering, which.
No.
Not number 4? That's something different. Number 4 is not related. My bad.
Sorry.
Yeah, 4 is different.
My bad.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I've gotten
No
confused.
worries.
Go ahead, Jim.
No worries.
Sorry. No,
On number 3,
late in the day.
engineering services, then we did one in 2011, engineering services, we did a complete study. We have a report from LMV, it probably would have cost us 100,000, but we only paid them 52,000. Is that gonna be a lot of change on that? I mean,
That was pre-Harvey,
it was pre-Harvey?
right? So I believe, Judge, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe our intent here is to get a current picture of the status of the courthouse, and that was at the request of the Texas Historical Commission had advised us that if we're actually truly going to seek investors for this, we need to give them a current picture of the status of the building, so they'll know exactly what they might be investing in and what costs they might be looking at.
And also
that
LNV, they are a very solid engineering firm, but they had absolutely no experience to offer in the sense of historical courthouses. If you get a chance, Michael, can you show the commissioners the booklets that were provided? Because it's really, or no, you're not allowed to do that.
I can't yet until we get under
I'm sorry,
contract.
but
As soon as
later.
we get under contract, I'll
Right,
show them the whole
okay,
book.
but later,
Mhm.
later, Michael, because it's so impressive to see the work that's been done. It's like anything. It's, like having a specialist in the medical field. These guys are specialists in this particular field, and so they're looking for different types of structural components, and so they're gonna look at it with a very different eye, but they are looking at it today versus yesterday.
So doing this, it's a grant, 100% grant, right?
100%.
And then this does not in any way, shape, or form indicate a commitment from this court, because we as a court said, give you some time, but this doesn't commit us to saying we still wouldn't go forward with what we might go forward with in the legislature, right? I mean, we're not binding
No,
ourselves to anything.
No, right now, no.
This is for planning to see if you can go find some of those opportunity zone opportunities and things of that nature.
Right, currently, we have multiple entities that are looking at waiting for this to be done so they can do a proper evaluation for investment purposes. And if you'll recall when Sharon Fleming, she actually retired, but you'll recall when she last visited us, she gave us I think it was like a 7-point plan on the items that we needed to do to create investment opportunities that the Historical Commission would bless. And this was one of them, and actually two of them, if you
And
think about it.
I would like to add that when we did the walkthrough of the old courthouse, and we had a great turnout for both items that we're about to award, that Sharon Fleming did lead that discussion and gave a really nice history of what was going on at the different times that we had tried to do some work at the old courthouse in terms of the wing, the west wing, east wing?
East wing. Yeah.
East wing. And so, anyway, along with her and Public Works, they had a really good walkthrough of the entire building so that they could put forth a good set of qualifications for us to grade on. And
a 9-year-old engineering, they wouldn't accept that? They have to do it, 9 years is not old. The only thing that's changes is really deterioration,
okay, let me back up a little bit and remind the court that we came to you and asked for permission to bid this out, and y'all gave us permission to do that bid. And so that's what we completed that process, and we're just coming forth today with the awardees
Right.
that bid, and we ranked them based on qualifications. And I need to get out this little language so y'all can move on to the
Yeah, go ahead.
further discussion.
Go, do the language.
We recommend award to Architecture Planning and Historic Preservation Incorporated. This firm had a stellar background in terms of restoring more courthouses than any other bidder that we had on the list. That's pretty much all they do. They have some really good experts on staff. Let's see, I was going to cite a couple of them here. One of their principal architects, Stanley Graves, is a former Director of Architecture Division and Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer of the Texas Historical Commission. He created the nationally acclaimed Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, which has awarded over $245 million to 83 historic county courthouse projects. Received the Edwin C. Waller Award for Public Architecture from the Austin chapter of the AIA. and was elevated to the College of Fellows in the Institute for his work in preserving the architectural legacy of Texas. They have restored 16 full courthouse restorations, including Dallas County Courthouse Old Red. They worked in the Harris County Courthouse, Rockwall County Courthouse. They also worked to restore the Jewel, what's known as the Jewel Hotel in Dallas, which is a restoration of a historic building in a conversion to a hotel. When we compared them with the other folks, they were just far and away the best folks for this architecture, preservation architect services. So we recommend approval.
Judge, this is just going to make it more beneficial for anyone that is interested. They'll know what they're going to be getting into.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
I've got a motion to approve. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Again, maybe through Zoom or some other time. We'd love to meet these folks, Michael. Just let them know after you do your contract. After the contract's done and whenever it's appropriate, send the commissioners copies of that book.
I believe when we come to bring back the contract for execution, I'll invite them to attend so that we can have some discussion with them on what their plans are.
If it's the will of the court, but I'll tell you, they're pretty, Michael said when I walked in the room, you're not gonna believe this group, and I was really impressed, so. Okay, thank you, Michael. Take us through the next one.
Okay, so the next one is
Got two
to
more.
discuss and award RFQ 3117-19, Historic 1914 Nueces County Courthouse Engineering Services. We had a pre-proposal conference, like I said before. The proposal opening was conducted on March 24th. We received 4 proposals. We recommend award to Wiss, Janney, Elsner, and Associates Incorporated. This company, we reviewed, and they are a full-service engineering firm, and I believe, Juan, if you want to speak to some of the expertise that they have the ability to do rock testing, right? They have their own rock testing services in-house, and they had actually had quite a bit of experience in doing courthouse restorations as well. It just wasn't their primary function, whereas architects that's pretty much all they do. In this group, they're a nationwide group, and they have all the resources that we would need to do a really complete and thorough job on the engineering side. So we recommend approval.
And when we say, they have expertise in courthouses, it's not necessarily we're going to make this a courthouse again, but it's that they have expertise with the time frame that these courthouses were built. So these groups that do a ton of historic work, they're dealing with that period of time and their architecture and engineering. And that's why we keep referring to, they've done courthouses before that are historic. It's that they understand the antiquities and the restoration processes.
And I'll also mention that they have on staff a gentleman named Carl J. LaRoche. He's a senior engineer. He's got direct experience with the historic Nueces County Courthouse assessment. So this might be the fellow that Joe's wondering
Maybe so.
has looked at this place before.
Yeah, maybe so. Okay, that's great. So, again, after you do your processes, I would ask that you send them the information as well.
Yes. We recommend approval.
Motion to approve. Okay, I've got a motion to approve, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign, and, he's gonna pass out something else, so I'll hold. And again, you've been working. So the other thing to note on this, on the last one, is that, believe it or not, even folks who had, at our last RFP for the courthouse, we've actually had interest from people who were going to submit, but then didn't, because they heard we were doing this analysis. So you're right, Commissioner Vaughn, they're looking for something in order to try to make, an investment proposal or decision. And so I think that's a great sign, and that it's not just one, it's about 3 different ones. So let's hope that we need to get with them, Michael, and figure out what their time frame is on completion.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, the last item I have is discuss and award RFQ number 3122-20, engineering services for program management of Nueces County 2019 Capital Improvement Plan projects. This area is going to be basically providing folks that are going to oversee projects, manage resources, and teams to successfully execute the 2019 CIP plan. The project types indicated in the RFQ documents are county road improvement projects, courthouse complex, ADA compliant building modifications, fairgrounds campus improvements, mechanical, electrical, et cetera, and rural community building projects. We received 8 proposals. The 8 proposals were all graded on qualifications, general experience, work performance, and capacity to perform. The evaluation committee met, reviewed the proposals, and assigned scoring based on that criteria as published in the RFQ. And we recommend award to Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated. LAN provided the best case for both experienced staff and the proposal work plan that was very detailed, and it was deemed to be the best qualified proposal out of all of the 8 that we received. Some of the proposals that were put forth were groups that didn't have the full breadth of experience or didn't cover the types of projects that we needed oversight on. And so Lockwood, Andrews, Newnham provided the widest array of expertise, and therefore we recommend award to them.
Okay, and just so you know, we probably set a record for people waiting outside in the hallway, but the whole team came from Houston. Well, not the whole team. Scott Harris is here locally, but Kyle, you're from College Station, I think. And so anyway, they're here and they're ready to answer any questions you might have about project management. The only thing my job is to make sure that the funding source is clearly delineated to the court and to the public, and that is each of these projects has built-in project management. So there's no additional budget required, commissioners. When we approve a project, project management is already built in to the project. So if we have a road, project management is already built into the road when you approve the road. But we had not made the selection. We got a lot of good bids, as Michael's already articulated, and this is an opportunity to get a team to manage the companies that are doing so much work for the county right now. And Kyle, you might remember, did a lot of our I don't want to say a facilities assessment, because that triggers other things, but he did a lot of the assessment early on, so clearly he's intimately familiar, but it was really the whole team that Michael and Juan pointed out. And Juan, I'm going to let you come and make some comments as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So how many projects do we anticipate? Because when we talked about this before, we were dividing them out and.
Right, and we wrote the RFP. I'll let Juan address this because he was the leader in this. I had the same question. When he wrote the RFP, he did it in such a way that could allow for somebody to say, I'll just be the project manager for roads, or I'll just be the project manager for ADA or for community buildings. We actually gave it that opportunity, but we gave it the opportunity for Juan to look at all of them and say, this is what I think is best for project management. I asked the same question, and I'm going to have him answer it for you.
And Judge and Commissioners, just to kind of go over the projects, I mean, of course, we do have projects that are going to be the R&B fairgrounds,
Yeah.
and also we're going to start bidding out the road improvements projects, which are part of the CIP. In addition, we are going to also start doing the construction on some of these ADA projects. So, and overall, in looking at their experience and qualifications, we're just trying to make sure that we do have a range of, architectural experience, civil experience, and then also structural, and some additional mechanical and electrical. So in combined, based on the experience from LAN, that's how we determined and recommend LAN as part of the project management.
So I guess my questions were, because we had some conversations and
Yes, sir.
emails, and how did we factor all that in? Because we weren't gonna lump everything into one. We were trying to spread some of that out a little bit.
Yes, sir, and I think based on those discussions, I think County Road 22 and 49 were
pulled out.
Yes, sir.
Right. But I didn't know how we were, I mean, I didn't know, does that mean like, so, and I think the beach stuff was pulled out, any of that
Yes,
that
sir.
we do?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And those other,
We've pulled out a few things that we had already talked about that were super
kind of
unique.
on their own.
They're
and
kind
Yes,
of
sir.
on their
moving.
own, or there's a reason for them to be considered differently. But again, when I walked in the room, there was no doubt that the committee, and I mean, no question, I reviewed each and every one of these, but when the committee led by Juan looked at it, they thought for efficiency, for dollars, and for continuity, that, quite frankly, that this particular team was exemplary.
No,
And it's
and
very
okay.
rare that Juan kind of says that in a where he's like, this is without a doubt the right way to go.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And then, of course, Commissioner, like the island projects, or I say island, but the coastal parks projects, those will have a different project manager overseeing those projects. And also the road projects on,
So to help Commissioner Chesney identify them for him, it's ADA,
these projects?
yeah, go ahead and
It's gonna be
identify them.
The 88 projects that we have,
The ADA,
and it's gonna be the Army Fairgrounds. It's gonna be the road projects that we have, County Road 67, 69, 48, and so on. So it'll be those projects also. And then any projects that we have that deal with the courthouse, those are also gonna be part
the
of it.
ones that we've already approved.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include the Bishop building?
Yes, sir.
So I guess that, okay, so I just want to make sure the court's comfortable with what we're doing because,
And this is project management. So if those projects require engineering services to be bid out or to be hired on at a later date, those would be put on separate contracts. So these folks are going to be providing oversight.
right, in other words, you can't be the engineer and the project
That's
manager.
That's
correct.
correct.
They cannot bid on,
That's what I
they
wanna make
cannot
sure
bid
that
on
we're-
any of the work,
Any of the engineering work, right?
which is the only thing they would do.
That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to make sure the court's clear on, right? Because,
But we also, but they also have.
But they bring the expertise to watch.
Hold on, Mike. This group that they're selecting, they all have some experience in engineering though, right?
oh, yeah.
So when they're project manager, they know what they're looking at.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason.
Right, but what I'm saying is if Lockwood, if we hire Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman to be the project manager on the projects you just articulated, we know all of those will require engineering. They will be disqualified from engineering projects.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That they oversee, because we don't want the Fox Garden.
Exactly.
Right,
That's
okay.
exactly right.
That's
And
correct.
that's a big deal, and that's a really important deal. I know everybody knows that, but.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, it's.
No, say it again, because
no,
people
it's-
need to know that, and
Right,
they
it's-
know that, and, it makes sense, right? You don't want to oversee yourself.
Right, and just to point out, like on the road projects, it was in consent agenda today that y'all authorized us to go out for bid for 4 road projects. We've got Hanson on 2 projects, we've got Friesen Nichols on a project, and we've got LNV on a different project. And this group, LAN, would be the project manager over helping those to continue to move forward in the right way.
And really, I mean, Kyle can come forward, but one of the things when we talked about in the hallway here and we were waiting is, I asked him, hey, do you guys, I mean, not to put words in his mouth, but I said, but the way I look at project management is your job is to make sure we stay on budget, on time, and you provide the supervision that, and assist Juan, because you've got so many projects going on, that you're kind of the leader, if you will, of these projects, and you try to make certain that we've got this constant communication. So I said, what can you do for us to keep us informed? And you said,
That's right. Yeah, we're serving as your eyes and ears. We're your fiduciary. We're moving the projects along. We're maintaining budget, schedule, and quality, and that's our purpose as your program manager.
And so, that's what Scott will do locally? So we'll have someone locally watching the project all the time?
Scott will be in charge of the road projects. That's what we've designated him as the project manager for. And we have architects that would be in charge of the other 3 project categories, which are more vertically oriented building projects.
And they're local?
No.
How will they go and see the project day to day?
So day to day.
Day to day, but
Yep, day to day, we'll have one of Scott's direct reports, John Montalvo, in as our day-to-day boots on the ground. Go check this, go check that. He's here local in our Corpus office.
And he's got the vertical experience as you
Yes,
articulate to.
he's got degrees in both architecture and engineering. John does.
And you guys are close by, Scott, your office, you're in walking distance, but I also suggested to Kyle, there's many times where, when you have this many projects that you're overseeing in a courthouse, that you would even maybe, I would say, create a small satellite home base here, so that if there was a need to have meetings or, you know.
Certainly, if we needed to, office here, we could talk to y'all about establishing.
Okay, and so how many more projects do we anticipate that, that's 4, I think they just mentioned, how many more do we anticipate them doing?
In regard, well, you're talking about road projects, or we're talking about, or actually,
No,
It would require another RFP.
I'm sorry?
We were very specific about the projects they're managing right now, so any other ones would have to be RFP'd again.
That's what I'm asking. So in other words, they're just.
Just the ones we've approved.
The 4 today are the ones they're overseeing,
That's correct.
right? And then anything further, we'd either do another one or,
Right,
that's correct.
okay, that's fine.
yeah.
Just getting it all straight.
Yeah, so ADA courthouse, okay? And really, it's courthouse plus ADA. Sometimes if you just say ADA, you might miss.
No, it's a big project.
Yeah, it's a big, that's why we said home basing here is great. And again, Michael, I know I'm trying to get to the packets, but if they could get to see the packet after you work the contract, you can see. But Kyle, you talked about Montalvo, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but the other architect as well that, can you remind me of his name?
Sure, we'll have Terry Musk.
That's the one. Terry's got some amazing credentials too.
Sure, yeah, he's an architect of 39 years, and he'll be in charge. We've got him designated to be in charge of the ADA projects,
Right.
and the fairgrounds projects. He's a super detail-oriented guy, which is what you're going to need here, especially on the ADA courthouse projects, since it is such a super detailed scope of work.
Right. Okay, great. Well, and I know you all are available again for more questions, but whenever we bring the contract back for ratification, I think is a great time to maybe introduce the team via Zoom or whatever you want to do with that. But I really do appreciate you being here. I think it's important. I don't want to ignore Steve, but thanks for being here. And there's no doubt that your team is very impressive, and the select committee was really appreciated, I think, the breadth of resources, because what we're dealing with in the courthouse is not just engineering. It's got so many more components of architecture, and I think that's where you kind of won the day, if you won't mind me saying so, at least in Michael's mind and Juan's mind. That was what was articulated to me, so.
But we're certainly
I
happy
know
to
you're
be
an
here, and-
engineer, but
Yep,
we got to pay
that's right.
kudos to the architects too.
That's right, can't forget those guys. We're certainly happy to be here, and we appreciate the vote of confidence from the selection committee. Thank y'all.
All right, Michael, anything else to add? Juan, anything else to add? Commissioners, Commissioner Vaughn?
I was just going to say, this is one of the reasons we hired Juan, and when he recommends something, I have complete faith in that, so I make a motion to approve.
It's very rare that I walk in a room where they feel like this confident. Makes me feel confident too. Okay, got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Gentlemen, again, sorry for the delay. Grateful for your patience. Okay, the next one is Dale, and Dale, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
It's okay to say no, but on the CAFR, it's so important, and the commissioners have been here all day. Given that we're going to have another meeting in 72 hours, we hope, or maybe on Monday, do you believe that it would be best suited to wait on the CAFR till Monday?
I'll have to ask the person that we have online.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's right. He's online. Okay. Well,
He has time to do it later.
I'm just worried about missing something here, but let's go ahead. I mean, it's fine. Commissioners, I mean, what is your pleasure here? I'm just worried that it's a comprehensive annual report. I'm just concerned. I mean, it's not fair to just make you rush through an annual report. John, can you hear us?
I can't hear you, Judge.
You are listening to what I'm making a request, wondering if you would be available. There you are, John. I know you've been waiting as well patiently all day, and you understand the circumstances, but I am concerned about going through a major comprehensive annual financial report. I've lost pretty much everybody in the courtroom, all the department heads. We're still here, but would you also make yourself available if I was able to get a meeting next Monday?
I just looked at my calendar when you mentioned that, Judge, and yes, I will be available, next Monday. So
I've seen,
I have no problem.
I'm
being
great.
available then.
I'm grateful for the concession. I'm not picking on anybody, but I have seen a couple of bottles of Tylenol Circle, plus at least maybe 5 cups of this. And I just want to make certain that when we're talking about the annual financials, which I believe are going to show something really positive, that not only do we need to be fresh, but our public needs to be fresh. And I'd like to give them notice that early in, at a decent hour in the morning, that the CAFR is going to be discussed, and they can tune in, because I want them to hear that we had a strong year last year. It's going to make them hopeful about some of the issues we're facing today.
But not a problem at all, and I totally agree.
Thank you so much, John. With that, Adele, I'm going to ask that we table item number 4
Of course.
in motion, and I'll second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign, till Monday, and then Tyner's going to get all that organized for us. But go ahead and take us to the change orders, because I think we can do that efficiently.
Yes, the first one is budget change order number 12 for our regular fiscal year. There's only 2 departments requesting items for that. That's our building superintendent and the jail. The building superintendent just needed additional overtime for some staff he's had to do and deal with. The jail is just buying some more cleaning supplies to cover some of their costs that they're having for currently right now. And if this expense is a COVID-related expense, will be moved at that time. But right now, we're unsure whether this is going to happen, but they do need this request for the supplies they need. So the request for change order 12 is here, and we ask for your approval.
And I've got a motion for that change order, and I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, you also have a capital order.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to order number 84 for our capital projects. We have 4 different capital improvement plans. I can go through each individually, but the balance has been gone through. My staff and I have gone through each of the requests. The largest one is the very bottom is the 2019 series COs. These were already approved by you in prior court for the imaging from the district clerk's office of the $2 million. So that's what that's there for. We also needed a temporary building for coastal parks as they're working up the IB McGee. The funds are there for these changes. The very beginning, Commissioner Gonzalez has approved to transfer some money for the Mobile Emergency Operations Center. All the funds are here and available for request. I'll answer any question you might have. Otherwise, I submit change order number 84 for your approval.
I've got a motion, and I'll go ahead and do the second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Now, again, I just want to point out that both items are, completely, for whoever's listening in the public, they completely have a home, so to speak.
Yes.
They have a funding source.
Yes.
But every time we do an appropriation, it's important to do the budget change order.
That's
And
correct.
I just want people to know what's happening at home. Okay, and then we're going to postpone the annual report, so let's go to the COVID-19 expenses. I know that we'd probably want to hit them also on Monday, but at least the commissioners can see the totals that you've provided today.
Well, I just wanted to provide you, because the last court, y'all asked that we go ahead and submit the department heads as approval for overtime. We provide you a list of the daily activity logs for each department head that submitted for y'all approval, since y'all are the departments, the department heads basically that are hired through y'all's office. We put those information to you so you can see what it is they're requesting overtime for. We're going to go through the process currently right now. The department head's overtime is about $17,540 at the moment. The other personnel is about $37,000 at the moment. As we go through as you said, our daily burn rate is, how we talked about earlier, is very important. Right now, if we talked about everything with our personnel costs, overtime costs, and everything we've purchased, and right now we're only counting the lost revenue for coastal parks. We're working on trying to get the lost revenue for the other in the parks as well as the fairgrounds. Right now, for our daily burn rate in its entirety, we've expended $695,000 in total. So that's what we're kind of doing. We keep doing this. We're going to work the balances up as we can, and we know these numbers will continue to increase as we get the other lost revenue reports from the fairgrounds, which will be very large, as well as the personnel costs as we continue. So that's all I wanted to let y'all know, so y'all could see what the department heads were submitting. So y'all are the ones that oversee this, and y'all see what we see as the information. That's all it was for.
Correct, and we can go over it again on Monday with Melissa,
definitely.
because I think what you want to know is that she's got some reports for you that date back to day one. She'll be able to provide those to you, and also, in the very beginning, there was a lot of overtime, but what we want to do, and we've talked about this in EOC, is to make sure there's checks and balances, so I'm not necessarily going to be, Dale's really the best compliance, but I want you to know that Melissa and I are also looking at it so that if there's a big project, like, I'm going to be honest, Edward, you're just in my forefront of my mind, you're standing in front of me, but we know we have that cleaning N95 system coming in from the state of Texas, that on the 27th, let's talk about that more on Monday, everybody, but the point is I already have knowledge that Edward's team's going to be working overtime when they set that up for that weekend. So that's something that he'll say to me through EOC, okay, when he gives his section chief report, I expect that I'll be doing overtime, and at least I have knowledge of it, so that when I get those documents from Melissa that I have to sign, I'll say, oh, that's the checks and balances that I needed. I know what Edward's doing, I know what to expect, but that doesn't mean that Dale doesn't go back and look at it and make certain there's reconciliation. And if something doesn't look right, Dale's going to pick up the phone and call and make sure there is documentation.
Yes.
And so I just want you to know that what you're seeing has some compliance pieces of it, and you've got multiple layers. Melissa's layer 1, I'm layer 2, and Dale's layer 3. But each of our section chiefs is also a layer. They're responsible for documenting their time and making certain that it complies, because if not, we can't send it for reimbursement. And they know what we're needing.
And I know we're going to dig into this more on
On Monday.
But I am concerned about this overtime. Some of these departments I'd really like some explanation. I'll wait.
You bet.
But,
And
that there's some of them that are high. I am concerned about the fact that this could be technically an emergency for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And how we deal with that. And so some of the overtime with these department heads are now concerning to me. I know we included them last time, but I
Right.
do want to go through all that. And I do have some, but I'm so tired I can't even.
No, I know, and that's why I didn't want to do
And I
the
appreciate that.
CAFR.
Just
But we'll
give
bring it
everybody a
back,
heads
we'll
up.
bring it back as an agenda. Tyner, can you put this back on the agenda for Monday as well?
And
Yes.
yesterday afternoon, I did provide y'all with the Excel spreadsheet that I used, I provide to the emergency management, that includes all avenues of what we collect the data from.
And I just want to remind everybody that what we're really just talking about is department heads, because we already had passed the policy before
Yes.
for anybody that wasn't department head.
Right, but I'm still concerned about just how much there is in general too that I want
Right.
to talk about.
But I will tell you, as of last week, we were talking about $70,000 worth of overtime cumulatively since day one. That included department heads plus regular personnel. So I just want you to know that I'm watching it every day.
But that's in 2 months. So
That's correct.
35,000 a
I know,
month.
but I'm just letting you know where we are, okay?
I'm really nervous about
But just so you know, the city's in the same predicament, and so is every county. So when you really want to write your letters to your legislators, you need to make certain that when these supplemental bills came down, both yesterday and the first and the second, this is 3.5, CARES Act 3.5, there was no allocations to local governments other than those who had populations of over 500,000. So when you want to know who's on the front lines and who's having to spend money, it's us, counties and cities. And trust me, 254 county judges have been screaming about this. But I am confident that the supplemental bill that the governor has can make certain that counties are made whole. And Senator Cornyn, word for word, said he wants his state to look at in the light most favorable. So what he means by that is he wants the governor to take a really broad approach to compensating governments, including and not limited to possible loss of revenue. So it's not even just a matter of covering our personnel, but he actually wants the governor to consider loss of revenue for local governments. So this is coming straight from the top, and I just want you to know we're all concerned, but this is what the nature of a disaster is, and we're not surprised at all, but we do believe that, as I said, in the beginning, it was a lot more intensive on overtime, but then all of a sudden, something happens, like the N95 cleaning system or the morgue trailer, the state of Texas calls us and says, we are now sending you X, and you have to react. And that's where all of this, sometimes the extra hours come in. But Dale, let's bring it back and go over it. And Melissa does a pretty good job of explaining the reports.
The cleaning can't be done in a week, it has to be done in a weekend?
The cleaning, sir?
Cleaning for the mask?
It comes when it comes. The state of Texas is going to drop it off, and it's a 24/7 procedure. Edward, can you brief us on Monday? Just be ready for it, okay? Give us, let's get Edward to give us a full report. He's been, yeah, unfortunately, you know what? I was going to say, time has gone. There's no days or weekends or holidays. It's just like one day, it's like Groundhog Day, and every day. But Edward, why don't you get us all the information about that so you can answer Commissioner Gonzalez's questions about the Battelle system. Okay, Tyner?
Yes, can we go ahead and talk about nailing down the time of this meeting? I think Commissioner
Commissioner,
indicated.
do you have anyone have conflicts you want to reveal to Tyner at this time, or you can email them, or?
Got some morning meetings, could we do it like about 1?
Commissioners, can we do it about 1?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Hey, I'll be here.
I'm up.
Hold on.
That could be kind of fun.
I think 1 o'clock would be fine. How about you, Commissioner Modis? I'm good. Commissioner Vaughn? Okay, Commissioner, we're ready, Tyner, 1 o'clock.
Okay, then I can post Friday morning. If y'all have items that you would like to get on the agenda, please email me. But I have all these items, and I'll do a special meeting on Monday at 1 p.m.
Do a short meeting.
Yeah, right.
and cover all these things. And I think we'll do the CAFR first.
Just the carryover.
Yeah, let's do the CAFR
Can we
first
just
in
make a motion
courtesy to.
limit it to the carryover only? Would that be okay?
Yeah,
Whatever we
I
didn't
would,
get
I would appreciate that.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you. So moved.
And no workshop, it'll just be regular items.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just put words there that give you the broad ability to receive information, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so with that, it's 6:13 PM. If there are no adjournments in memory of? Okay, we've got a couple. Commissioner Gonzalez, will you start? And then Commissioner Chesney. Commissioner Modis, do you have any? Commissioner,
I had one that was,
Got one too, Judge.
I was supposed to have done last time. I'm sorry, Dale.
no, he's saying he has an adjournment
okay.
after you.
You want to go first?
No, go ahead.
The father of Marcy Santos, I was supposed to say it last week, Mr. Teodoro Villalobos Senior, passed away on March the 21st, 2020. Mr. Villalobos, known as Ted, was a Robstown City Health Inspector for many years. Later, he came to work as a peace officer in Nueces County Precinct 5 for 17 years. He also was a drainage commissioner for Drainage District Number 2 for 12 years. He was a man of great faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. He will be missed by his family and those that loved him, and condolences and prayers goes out to Marcy and her family and all the other family members. Amen.
Amen.
And Judge, just a little bit about Ted. I had a chance to see him on a regular basis. Every once in a while, he'd be out at events or with Marcy at the senior center there in Robstown. And so I always had a chance to visit with him and talk with him, and just a lot of knowledge and a lot of pride and love of his community. And so absolutely, our thoughts and prayers are with the entire family, especially Marcy. She works so hard. She puts so many people before her, and especially also during this time where it's not as easy to celebrate his burial, his funeral, because of all of this going on. So, definitely a big loss there in the community and for our Nueces County family with Marcy.
You had 2 deaths in 1 month, right?
Judge, just,
Commissioner?
were you done, Commissioner? Yeah. Terry Denise Graves. Terry was born here in Corpus Christi, and she was the second child of 5, born to her parents Willie Harper Jr. and Irma Harper. She was raised here in Corpus Christi, attended West Oso. Was just a really wonderful lady, sister of a very good friend of mine, Willie Harper, and just wanted to pass on the condolences of the court to Terry Denise Graves and her family, the Harper family, as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaughn, no, Commissioner, okay, Dale?
Yes, sorry, I didn't acquire his name, but the stepfather of Saber Robertson, my administrative secretary, he passed away last week. He was in grave ill health. He was in the ICU. He was tested for the COVID and found negative, so it was not a COVID-related expense. He was suffering for a very long time. Unfortunately, he passed away, and we want to just say our condolences to her.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to hear that, Sabra. And I just want to also pass on the condolences to our Nueces County citizen and their family that passed away. And just really mourning, I guess we'll never forget her. And we're very, just want to extend condolences to everybody in our country that's from this terrible disease. It's just unbelievable to think 40,000, more than, every day I go home and 4,000 more people are on the list. So many people, and it really, it creates a lot of pause for us. I want to say one last thing before we conclude court, is that I decided to save the Employee of the Month. It's been on my desk here. The reason I did it, and Tyner, it needs to go back on the agenda for Monday, is because I really want to honor this person. And I didn't feel like the way we did court was going to give this person the real due that she deserves. And it's appropriate for Monday. So that, with your pleasure, I'm going to add that, hold this here, and we'll get back to that on Monday. So add that to the agenda. And it's been a huge day, and, you know, what can you say? It deserved it, right? The subject matter deserved the time. And I think we also did some good things for our county, because we awarded business, and business is going to continue in our county, and that means there's hope in our county, and there's a lot of opportunity that we as government leaders can provide, and part of that is just keeping everything open and keeping us moving and working. And I just want to thank every elected leader who's in the courtroom and who's not in the courtroom for helping us do that, and particularly the law enforcement that's keeping us safe, and all of the folks that are section chiefs that are wearing double duty in EOC right now. And that extends to people who are not on EOC Rideout team, but somehow find a way to help us, like you, Margaret, who are always, you know, when we had masks and we need to get them to people, or you've got to call people back, or one day she came up here and she said, I just came to say hello, and we said, sit down and answer phones. And she did it. And that's what it takes in this type of atmosphere. And we can't wait to get back to our normal temperature. But right now, things are not normal. And I think we all understand that. So our long meeting today is a reflection of that. But I hope you'll agree with me that when you get home and people are texting you and calling you and emailing you, rather than being mad at you or saying all the things that sometimes they say about what's wrong, I hope you'll remember to tell them what was right about today. They may not agree with everything we talked about or all the positions we've taken, but I hope that they can see that government is working for them. And that comes from conversation and keeping our business moving. And I hope that we can do our very best to restore that faith that we proclaim in so many other areas of our life. It needs to transcend to government too. And there's plenty of time for discourse, but not right now. There's no, it's got to be at the highest level that we work together right now. And I think people saw that if they really watched today, and I'm not pretending that anybody except for my mom probably watched all day, but if they did watch, even for a few hours, you know what they should have seen? The takeaway that I got, even as being in the middle of it, was I saw city and county and medical experts and section chiefs and members of our state government, and so many people saying this is what, and clergy and economists, these are all people dedicated to one thing: life and recovery. And I just think that that's the message and theme today. And so as we adjourn in memory of people who have lost their life, let's fight for those that are living. That's my message. And I just want to thank you, and I'll see you on Monday here, but I'll see you most likely tomorrow in the office. Thanks, everybody. It is 6:20.